The Art of Literature. Preface. Hello. Welcome to this new video series about some essays of Schopenhauer's. This one is titled The Art of Literature, and I expect it to be about 10 videos long. The Art of Literature is the work of the translator and editor T. Bailey Saunders, who does make some changes to Schopenhauer's German original, as we'll discuss later in this video. If you like what you are hearing here, I would recommend to you, if you haven't seen them already, my two completed series from the same author and editor team. Those are Counsels and Maxims and Studies in Pessimism. I'll put the links nearby. The first chapter in The Art of Literature is the translator's preface, which is a bit longer than the introductory material that Saunders has put in his other works. So we'll devote the rest of this video to reading and commentary on that preface. The preface begins with Saunders introducing the work and commenting on the difficulty or possibility of considering Schopenhauer's advice to writers of German and how it might apply to writers in the English language. Here's what Saunders writes. The contents of this, as of the other volumes in the series, have been drawn from Schopenhauer's Peroga, and amongst the various subjects dealt with in that famous collection of essays, literature holds an important place. Nor can Schopenhauer's opinions fail to be of special value when he treats of literary form and method. For quite apart from his philosophical pretensions, he claims recognition as a great writer. He is indeed one of the best of the few really excellent prose writers of whom Germany can boast. While he is thus particularly qualified to speak of literature as an art, he has also something to say upon those influences which, outside of his own merits, contribute so much to an author's success, and are so often undervalued when he obtains immediate popularity. Schopenhauer's own sore experiences in the matter of reputation lend an interest to his remarks upon that subject, although it is too much to ask of human nature that he should approach it in any dispassionate spirit. In the following pages we have observations upon style by one who was a stylist in the best sense of the word, not affected nor yet a phrasemonger; on thinking for oneself by a philosopher who never did anything else; on criticism by a writer who suffered much from the inability of others to understand him; on reputation by a candidate who, during the greater part of his life, deserved without obtaining it; and on genius by one who was incontestably of the privileged order himself. And whatever may be thought of some of his opinions on matters of detail, on anonymity, for instance, or on the question whether good work is never done for money, there can be no doubt that his general view of literature, and the conditions under which it flourishes, is perfectly sound. It might be thought, perhaps, that remarks which were meant to apply to the German language would have but little bearing upon one so different from it as English. This would be a just objection if Schopenhauer treated literature in a petty spirit and confined himself to pedantic inquiries into matters of grammar and etymology, or mere niceties of phrase. But this is not so. He deals with his subject broadly and takes large and general views. Nor can anyone who knows anything of the philosopher suppose this to mean that he is vague and feeble. It is true that now and again in the course of these essays he makes remarks which are obviously meant to apply to the failings of certain writers of his own age and country. But in such a case I have generally given his sentences a turn which, while keeping them faithful to the spirit of the original, secures for them a less restricted range, and makes Schopenhauer a critic of similar faults in whatever age or country they may appear. This has been done in spite of a sharp word on page 17 of this volume addressed to translators who dare to revise their author, but the change is one with which not even Schopenhauer could quarrel. It is thus a significant fact, a testimony to the depth of his insight and, in the main, the justice of his opinions, that views of literature which appealed to his own immediate contemporaries should be found to hold good elsewhere and at a distance of 50 years. It means that what he had to say was worth saying, and since it is adapted thus equally to diverse times and audiences, it is probably of permanent interest. In this first section of the preface, Saunders gives us an indication of the topics that Schopenhauer will be talking about in these essays. These include literature, style, reputation, and genius. And he notes Schopenhauer's own unfortunate experience in these matters, especially in the matter of reputation. We might recollect that although Schopenhauer began writing and publishing in the 18-teens, it was not until the last decade of his life in the 1850s that he began to enjoy the popular recognition and acclaim that he always felt that his writing deserved. In discussing the question of German versus English, Saunders argues that the advice we'll be hearing will apply to English prose writers as well, and he does indicate that he's taken a little bit of freedom in the translation of some of what Schopenhauer has said to make it, in some places, less specifically designed to apply to the German language, so that we might profit from it as well in writing and reading English. Saunders also claims that Schopenhauer's insights into the character of literature and style are of permanent and universal interest. In the next section of the preface, Saunders will discuss Schopenhauer's personal interest in these topics. Here's what he writes. The intelligent reader will observe that much of the charm of Schopenhauer's writing comes from its strongly personal character, and that here he has to do not with a mere maker of books, but with a man who thinks for himself and has no false scruples in putting his meaning plainly upon the page, or in unmasking sham wherever he finds it. This is nowhere so true as when he deals with literature. And just as in his treatment of life, he is no flatterer to men in general, so here he is free and outspoken on the peculiar failings of authors. At the same time, he gives them good advice. He is particularly happy in recommending restraint in regard to reading the works of others, and the cultivation of independent thought. And herein he recalls a saying attributed to Hobbes, who was not less distinguished as a writer than as a philosopher, to the effect that, if he had read as much as other men, he should have been as ignorant as they. Schopenhauer also utters a warning, which we shall do well to take to heart in these days, against mingling the pursuit of literature with vulgar aims. If we follow him here, we shall carefully distinguish between literature as an object of life and literature as a means of living, between the real love of truth and beauty and that detestable false love which looks to the price it will fetch in the market. I am not referring to those who, while they follow a useful and honorable calling in bringing literature before the public, are content to be known as men of business. If, by the help of some second witch of Endor, we could raise the ghost of Schopenhauer, it would be interesting to hear his opinion of a certain kind of literary enterprise, which has come into vogue since his day, and now receives an amount of attention very much beyond its due. We may hazard a guess at the direction his opinion would take. He would doubtless show us how this enterprise, which is carried on by self-styled literary men, ends by making literature into a form of merchandise, and treating it as though it were so much goods to be bought and sold at a profit, and most likely to produce quick returns if the maker's name is well known. Nor would it be the ghost of the real Schopenhauer unless we heard a vigorous denunciation of men who claim a connection with literature by a servile flattery of successful living authors. The dead cannot be made to pay, in the hope of appearing to advantage in their reflected light and turning that advantage into money. In this section of the preface, Saunders praises Schopenhauer for his plain expression of his own views without concealment or subtlety. He warns us against commercialism, against being too mercenary in one's writing, notes that a good writer should write for the subject and not for money or for popular acclaim, certainly not directly, and in Schopenhauer's case, in Schopenhauer's view, perhaps not at all. And he repeats this denunciation of A, literature as a type of merchandise to be produced, consumed, and then thrown away, and B, of writers who flatter other living writers, hoping to sort of acquire a certain kind of fame and cachet by their association with them. He indicates both of these are regarded as rather despicable by Schopenhauer. I think we do see here some of T. Bailey Saunders' personality and views coming out in the way he's presenting his treatment of Schopenhauer. In the next part of the preface, Saunders will discuss the work he has put into editing and arranging the rest of the essays in this volume. Here's what he writes. In order to present the contents of this book in a convenient form, I have not scrupled to make an arrangement with the chapters somewhat different from that which exists in the original, so that two or more subjects which are there dealt with successively in one and the same chapter here stand by themselves. In consequence of this, some of the titles of the sections are not to be found in the original. I may state, however, that the essays on authorship and style, and the latter part of that on criticism, are taken direct from the chapter headed Über Schriftstellerei und Stil, and that the remainder of the essay on criticism, with that of reputation, is supplied by the remarks Über Urteil, Kritik, Beifall und Ruhm. The essays on the study of Latin, on men of learning, and on some forms of literature are taken chiefly from the four sections Über Gelehrsamkeit und Gelehrte, Über Sprache und Wörter, Über Lesen und Bücher Anhang, and Zur Metaphysik des Schönen. The essay on thinking for oneself is a rendering of certain remarks under the heading Selbstdenken. Genius was a favorite subject of speculation with Schopenhauer, and he often touches upon it in the course of his works, always, however, to put forth the same theory in regard to it as may be found in the concluding section of this volume. Though the essay has little or nothing to do with literary method, the subject of which it treats is the most needful element of success in literature, and I have introduced it on that ground. It forms part of a chapter in the Pererga entitled Den Intellekt überhaupt und in jeder Beziehung betreffende Gedanken, Anhang verwandeter Stellen. It has also been part of my duty to invent a title for this volume, and I am well aware that objection may be made to the one I have chosen, on the ground that, in common language, it is unusual to speak of literature as an art, and that to do so is unduly to narrow its meaning, and to leave out of sight its main function as the record of thought. But there is no reason why the word literature should not be employed in that double sense which is allowed to attach to painting, music, sculpture, as signifying either the objective outcome of a certain mental activity seeking to express itself in outward form, or else the particular kind of mental activity in question, and the methods it follows. And we do in fact use it in this latter sense when we say of a writer that he pursues literature as a calling. If, then, literature can be taken to mean a process as well as a result of mental activity, there can be no error in speaking of it as art. I use that term in its broad sense, meaning skill in the display of thought, or, more fully, a right use of the rules of applying to the practical exhibition of thought with whatever material it may deal. In connection with literature, this is a sense and an application of the term which have been sufficiently established by the example of the great writers of antiquity. Saunders tells us here that we are not going to be reading essays in precisely the format intended by Schopenhauer. He has assembled some of the chapters that follow from parts of different essays of Schopenhauer's. Others are combinations of works that are written in different places that have been brought together by Saunders under a single title of his own choosing. So I think this is a good reminder for us that we should keep in mind in what follows that we are getting a mixture of Schopenhauer as interpreted by Saunders, not merely as translator, but also as editor and arranger. I think certainly Schopenhauer still here has the priority. We might think we're reading something that's about 90% Schopenhauer, 10% a certain kind of editor's touch, hopefully a prudent and light touch from T. Bailey Saunders. So we ought to keep that in mind in what we're reading. We won't find, for many of these, an original essay in German with precisely the same title and arrangement of paragraphs as we find in Saunders' English work. Saunders also defends his title, The Art of Literature, against potential critics. I think the most important part of this defense for us to keep in mind is that Saunders tells us here that he is referring to literature here as the mental activity of composing and of writing. And it's this kind of activity that can be healthy for the individual and for society. That's what he's looking for, the rules that would govern that sort of activity and how it can be done well. In the next part of the preface, Saunders talks about the issue of style versus content. Here's what he writes. It may be asked, of course, whether the true thinker, who will always form the soul of the true author, will not be so much occupied with what he has to say that it will appear to him a trivial thing to spend great effort on embellishing the form in which he delivers it. Literature, to be worthy of the name, must, it is true, deal with noble matter, the riddle of our existence, the great facts of life, the changing passions of the human heart, the discernment of some deep moral truth. It is easy to lay too much stress upon the mere garment of thought, to be too precise, to give to the arrangement of words an attention that should rather be paid to the promotion of fresh ideas. A writer who makes this mistake is like a fop who spends his little mind in adorning his person. In short, it may be charged against the view of literature which is taken in calling it an art, that instead of making truth and insight the author's aim, it favors sciolism and a fantastic and affected style. There is no doubt some justice in the objection, nor have we in our own day, and especially amongst younger men, any lack of writers who endeavor to win confidence, not by adding to the stock of ideas in the world, but by despising the use of plain language. Their faults are not new in the history of literature, and it is a pleasing sign of Schopenhauer's insight that a merciless exposure of them, as they existed half a century ago, is still quite applicable to their modern form. And since these writers, who may, in the slang of the hour, be called impressionists in literature, follow their own bad taste in the manufacture of dainty phrases devoid of all nerve, and generally with some quite commonplace meaning, it is all the more necessary to discriminate carefully between artifice and art. So, does a focus on writing style necessarily mean neglecting the content of what you're saying? Well, Saunders says it can be overdone. There are certain writers who go too far in the matter of style, and he compares them to a fop or a dandy, a man who's obsessed with his clothing, with his appearance, with everything being just right, without giving any attention to his personality or his character or his conversation. But just as we can be well turned out without becoming a dandy, we can be good writers without becoming so obsessed with turns of phrase and the sort of flourish of writing that we lose track of the content and don't say anything interesting. Saunders here uses a word that I had to look up, and it's not often that I come across words in ordinary English prose that I have to find the definition for, but I'd never seen this one before. It's pronounced sciolism. I think that's the right pronunciation. And it refers to a pretentious attitude of scholarship or a sort of fake aura of learning. It seems to me that it describes a very common phenomenon, especially in our day. And I'd like to see the word in wider circulation, although it's a little bit difficult to pronounce given its spelling. Again, I think the right pronunciation is sciolism. Saunders notes that Schopenhauer detested these kind of foppish or dandy writers in his own day, and he's going to be giving us some good advice on how to avoid becoming that kind of a writer in our own work. In the next part of the preface, Saunders speaks about the target audience for the advice that Schopenhauer gives in this book. But although they may learn something from Schopenhauer's advice, it is not chiefly to them that it is offered. It is to that great mass of writers whose business is to fill the columns of the newspapers and the pages of the review, and to produce the ton of novels that appear every year. Now that almost everyone who can hold a pen aspires to be called an author, it is well to emphasize the fact that literature is an art in some respects more important than any other. The problem of this art is the discovery of those qualities of style and treatment which entitle any work to be called good literature. It will be safe to warn the reader at the very outset that, if he wishes to avoid being led astray, he should, in his search for these qualities, turn to books that have stood the test of time. For such an amount of hasty writing is done in these days that it is really difficult for anyone who reads much of it to avoid contracting its faults, and thus gradually coming to terms of dangerous familiarity with bad methods. This advice will be especially needful if things that have little or no claim to be called literature at all, the newspapers, the monthly magazine, and the last new tale of intrigue or adventure, fill a large measure, if not the whole, of the time given to reading. Nor are those who are sincerely anxious to have the best thought in the best language quite free from danger if they give too much attention to the contemporary authors, even though these seem to think and write excellently. For one generation alone is incompetent to decide upon the merits of any author whatever, and as literature, like all art, is a thing of human invention, so it can be pronounced good only if it obtains lasting admiration, by establishing a permanent appeal to mankind's deepest feeling for truth and beauty. It is in this sense that Schopenhauer is perfectly right in holding that neglect of the ancient classics, which are the best of all models in the art of writing, will infallibly lead to a degeneration of literature. And the method of discovering the best qualities of style and of forming a theory of writing is not to follow some trick or mannerism that happens to please for the moment, but to study the way in which great authors have done their best work. The target audience for Schopenhauer's advice, Saunders tells us, is actually the mainstream of most writers, people who have to produce writing for a living or who are writing to be read. What Schopenhauer is going to tell us is about the qualities of good writing, the characteristics that our writing ought to acquire in order to be excellent and worth reading. Saunders does give us some advice here. Somebody who wants to write well should read good work, not bad or frivolous work, not transitory work that's meant to be read just once and then thrown away. He repeats what we'll hear later in this series as advice from Schopenhauer about limiting your reading of contemporary authors, people of your own time, even the good ones, and instead look to the classics, look to the great writers of history, and look to the best works of the great writers, and so you can absorb some of their stylistic practice and advice in your own work. The next and final section of the preface is where Saunders tells us about the value of Schopenhauer's advice and gives his acknowledgments to people who have assisted him in composing this work. Here's what he writes. It will be said that Schopenhauer tells us nothing we did not know before. Perhaps so. As he himself says, the best things are seldom new. But he puts the old truths in a fresh and forcible way, and no one who knows anything of good literature will deny that these truths are, just now, of very fit application. It was probably to meet a real want that, a year or two ago, an ingenious person succeeded in drawing a great number of English and American writers into a confession of their literary creed and the art they adopted in authorship. And the interesting volume in which he gave these confessions to the world contained some very good advice, although most of it had been said before in different forms. More recently, a new departure of very doubtful use has taken place, and 2 books have been issued which aim, the one at being an author's manual, the other at giving hints on essays and how to write them. A glance at these books will probably show that their authors have still something to learn. Both of these ventures seem, unhappily, to be popular, and although they may claim a position next door to that of the present volume, I beg to say that it has no connection with them whatever. Schopenhauer does not attempt to teach the art of making bricks without straw. I wish to take this opportunity of tendering my thanks to a large number of reviewers for the very gratifying reception given to the earlier volumes of this series, and I have great pleasure in expressing my obligations to my friend Mr. W.G. Collingwood, who has looked over most of my proofs and often given me excellent advice in my effort to turn Schopenhauer into readable English. Thomas Bailey Saunders. Here, Saunders tells us that Schopenhauer's advice may not be entirely new and unheard of, but we would hardly expect it to be so. The rules of good writing we would not expect to change profoundly over time. We'd expect them to change very slowly, if at all. So while his advice may not be entirely new, it is very well put, and it's worth reading for that reason as well. Saunders does here make reference to a couple of literary events of his own time period. This is around 1891, to a certain literary creed, which he thinks is okay, but has some good advice mixed with some bad, and then 2 recent books that have been published on a similar topic of writing style, which he thinks are both bad and unworthy of comparison to what Schopenhauer has done and what he is presenting here. All 3 of these works are unknown to me. I've not been able to find any record of them. Perhaps people who know the time period better will find that these leap to mind. If you know about that, leave me a comment down below. I'd appreciate that. And this final reference at the end of this preface to making bricks without straw, for those of you who don't recognize it, this is a biblical image. It comes from the Old Testament. To attempt to make bricks without straw is to attempt an impossible task. It is to try to do something without the necessary components or conditions for doing so. So it is to try to teach people in the way that Saunders was referring to, would be Schopenhauer trying to make bricks without straw, which he doesn't attempt to because it's impossible. So that's the end of T. Bailey Saunders' Translator's Preface to The Art of Literature. Our next video will be about the 2nd chapter of this volume and the first essay by Schopenhauer with the title On Authorship. I look forward to sharing that with you in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. On Authorship. Hi. The 2nd essay in The Art of Literature is titled On Authorship. It consists of selections from Pererga, Schopenhauer's later work, from a section titled On Writing and Style, and it's about 2,900 words long in T. Bailey Saunders' English translation. In this first section of On Authorship, Schopenhauer contrasts authors who write for the sake of their subject with authors who write for money or for the sake of writing. He says authors who write merely to cover paper. Here's what Schopenhauer has to say. There are, first of all, 2 kinds of authors, those who write for the subject's sake and those who write for writing's sake. While the one have had thoughts or experiences which seem to them worth communicating, the others want money, and so they write for money. Their thinking is part of the business of writing. They may be recognized by the way in which they spin out their thoughts to the greatest possible length, then too by the very nature of their thoughts, which are only half-true, perverse, forced, vacillating, again, by the aversion they generally show to saying anything straight out, so that they may seem other than they are. Hence their writing is deficient in clearness and definiteness, and it is not long before they betray that their only object in writing at all is to cover paper. This sometimes happens with the best authors, now and then, for example, with Lessing in his Dramaturgie. and even in many of Jean-Paul's romances. As soon as the reader perceives this, let him throw the book away, for time is precious. The truth is that when an author begins to write for the sake of covering paper, he is cheating the reader, because he writes under the pretext that he has something to say. Writing for money and reservation of copyright are, at bottom, the ruin of literature. No one writes anything that is worth writing unless he writes entirely for the sake of his subject. What an inestimable boon it would be if in every branch of literature there were only a few books, but those excellent. This can never happen as long as money is to be made by writing. It seems as though the money lay under a curse, for every author degenerates as soon as he begins to put pen to paper in any way for the sake of gain. The best works of the greatest men all come from the time when they had to write for nothing or for very little. And here too that Spanish proverb holds good, which declares that honor and money are not to be found in the same purse. Honor y provecho no caben en un saco. The reason why literature is in such a bad plight nowadays is simply and solely that people write books to make money. A man who is in want sits down and writes a book, and the public is stupid enough to buy it. The secondary effect of this is the ruin of language. A great many bad writers make their whole living by that foolish mania of the public for reading nothing but what has just been printed. Journalists, I mean. Truly a most appropriate name. In plain language, it is journeymen, day laborers. A good writer, Schopenhauer tells us, will be focused upon his subject to the exclusion of all else, most especially to the exclusion of any personal interest or profit or gain that he might make from writing. Bad motives, he suggests, lead to bad style, to bad writing, to a style of writing that is wordy, that is unclear, that goes on, that's unworthy of being read. She says, when you as a reader discover that this is what's happening, really simply throw the book away. It's no longer worth your time. It might help us to remember that at this period in his life, Schopenhauer was independently wealthy and did not have to write in order to earn his living. In the next section of this essay on authorship, Schopenhauer will make a new division of three kinds of author according to the relation between their activity of writing and their activity of thinking. Some writers, he'll say, write without thinking. Some writers write while they're thinking. And some, rare high-quality authors, write only after they have done some thinking. Here's what Schopenhauer says. Again, it may be said that there are three kinds of authors. First come those who write without thinking. They write from a full memory, from reminiscences. It may be even straight out of other people's books. This class is the most numerous. Then come those who do their thinking whilst they are writing. They think in order to write, and there is no lack of them. Last of all come those authors who think before they begin to write. They are rare. Authors of the second class, who put off their thinking until they come to write, are like a sportsman who goes forth at random and is not likely to bring very much home. On the other hand, when an author of the third or rare class writes, it is like a battue. Here, the game has been previously captured and shut up within a very small space, from which it is afterwards let out, so many at a time into another space, also confined. The game cannot possibly escape the sportsman. He has nothing to do but aim and fire. In other words, write down his thoughts. This is a kind of sport from which a man has something to show. But even though the number of those who really think seriously before they begin to write is small, extremely few of them think about the subject itself. The remainder think only about the books that have been written on the subject, and what has been said by others. In order to think at all, such writers need the more direct and powerful stimulus of having other people's thoughts before them. These become their immediate theme, and the result is that they are always under their influence, and so never, in any real sense of the word, are original. But the former are roused to thought by the subject itself, to which their thinking is thus immediately directed. This is the only class that produces writers of abiding fame. It must of course be understood that I am speaking here of writers who treat of great subjects, not of writers on the art of making brandy. Unless an author takes the material on which he writes out of his own head, that is to say, from his own observation, he is not worth reading. Book manufacturers, compilers, the common run of history writers, and many others of the same class, take their material immediately out of books, and the material goes straight to their fingertips without even paying freight or undergoing examination as it passes through their heads, to say nothing of elaboration or revision. How very learned many a man would be if he knew everything that was in his own books. The consequence of this is that these writers talk in such a loose and vague manner that the reader puzzles his brain in vain to understand what it is of which they are really thinking. They are thinking of nothing. It may now and then be the case that the book from which they copy has been composed exactly in the same way, so that writing of this sort is like a plaster cast of a cast, and in the end the bare outline of the face, and that too hardly recognizable, is all that is left to your Antinous. So it is only this rare third class of writers that actually has any product of thought to share with us, the reader. We would not expect to get anything really valuable from the second class, and certainly not from the first class, who write without thinking at all. Schopenhauer uses a word here that I did have to look up, and that is battu. That's a French loan word in English, and it refers to the activity of beating the bushes to flush out game. And whatever we might think, as Schopenhauer uses it here, it seems to refer to an organized activity, a kind of hunt where the game is captured ahead of time, put into an enclosure, let out of the enclosure, and then hunted in a defined space of the hunter's own choosing. Now, whatever we might think of that as a sport, it is Schopenhauer's metaphor, and I think a very good one, for the activity, the writing activity of the author who's thought through and gained knowledge of his subject before writing about it. He is like someone who is hunting game that has already been captured, has already been confined, and is now being let out in a very predictable way for him. We might say in a more earthy American metaphor, he's shooting fish in a barrel. Right? It's impossible to miss. Why? Because all the preparation has been done. The game has been captured. It has been tamed, but it's been placed where it can be very easily dispatched. So the entire project of writing then doesn't involve go seeking out birds to try to find a way to get close enough to wing them, but rather already having them confined. The ideas are already in the head of the author. He simply lets them out, and the act of writing is this act of hunting birds through this method of battu. Among writers of this third class, though, Schopenhauer tells us, not even all of them are worth reading, because some of them, although they have thought, they've only thought about the books, about the texts that have been written, things that other people have thought and written about the topic at hand. They haven't thought about the topic itself. So it seems that truly exceptional authors worthy of our attention and able to educate us are going to be relatively rare. And I think here as elsewhere, Schopenhauer is kind of subtly placing himself forward as an example of just this kind of writer, motivated by the subject itself, and writing, he thinks, with this kind of style. In the next section of the essay, Schopenhauer will warn us against the popular prejudice for books that are recent over the classics and books that are older. Here's what he writes. Let compilations be read as seldom as possible. It is difficult to avoid them altogether, since compilations also include those textbooks which contain in a small space the accumulated knowledge of centuries. There is no greater mistake than to suppose that the last work is always the more correct, that what is written later on is in every case an improvement on what was written before, and that change always means progress. Real thinkers, men of right judgment, people who are in earnest with their subject, these are all exceptions only. Vermin is the rule everywhere in the world. It is always on the alert, taking the mature opinions of the thinkers and industriously seeking to improve upon them, save the mark, in its own peculiar way. If the reader wishes to study any subject, let him beware of rushing to the newest books upon it and confining his attention to them alone, under the notion that science is always advancing, and that the old books have been drawn upon in the writing of the new. They have been drawn upon, it is true, but how? The writer of the new book often does not understand the old books thoroughly, and yet he is unwilling to take their exact words, so he bungles them, and says in his own bad way that which has been said very much better and more clearly by the old writers, who wrote from their own lively knowledge of the subject. The new writer frequently omits the best things they say, their most striking illustrations, their happiest remarks, because he does not see their value or feel how pregnant they are. The only thing that appeals to him is what is shallow and insipid. It often happens that an old and excellent book is ousted by new and bad ones, which, written for money, appear with an air of great pretension and much puffing on the part of friends. In science, a man tries to make his mark by bringing out something fresh. This often means nothing more than that he attacks some received theory which is quite correct, in order to make room for his own false notions. Sometimes the effort is successful for a time, and then a return is made to the old and true theory. These innovators are serious about nothing but their own precious self. It is this that they want to put forward, and the quick way of doing so, as they think, is to start a paradox. Their sterile heads take naturally to the path of negation, so they begin to deny truths that have long been admitted. The vital power, for example, the sympathetic nervous system, generatia equivoca, Bichat's distinction between the working of the passions and the working of intelligence. Or else they want us to return to crass atomism, and the like. Hence, it frequently happens that the course of science is retrogressive. To this class of writers belong those translators who not only translate their author, but also correct and revise him, a proceeding which always seems to me impertinent. To such writers I say, write books yourself which are worth translating, and leave other people's works as they are. The reader should study, if he can, the real authors, the men who have founded and discovered things, or at any rate, those who are recognized as the great masters in every branch of knowledge. Let him buy second-hand books, rather than read their contents in new ones. To be sure, it is easy to add to any new discovery. Inventis aliquid adere facile est. And therefore the student, after well mastering the rudiments of his subject, will have to make himself acquainted with the more general additions to the knowledge of it. And in general, the following rule may be laid down here as elsewhere. If a thing is new, it is seldom good, because if it is good, it is only for a short time new. One insight that I take from this section is that wisdom is rare, and there's no special reason to suppose that we would find it nearby to us in time. That we wouldn't expect that the wisest person to write about a certain topic would necessarily be a contemporary or of ours or someone from our recent past. So that, I think, is one way of thinking about this prejudice for the recent, for the contemporary, that Schopenhauer warns us against here. Oftentimes, it seems our contemporaries also misread past works. So even if I am relying upon other people to relate to me what has been said in the past, I can't necessarily trust them to get it right. Or they would bungle the transmission, he says, that not get the ideas quite right. They would distort them in some fashion. There is also, of course, the problem of mercenary writers, writers who write for money, which means attracting popular attention, which means saying something shocking or unusual or controversial, which often means simply denying something which is quite obviously true and well accepted. So the whole incentive structure behind that kind of popular writing for popular acclaim is not going to lead us towards the truth. And I think Schopenhauer is right to point that out. Popular pressure, he says, for publication can lead to a kind of retrogression in science, where we have a social structure set up where we're not getting books that are getting closer and closer to the truth, but rather just the opposite, that are taking us farther and farther away from the truth. That's what we should expect when we look at that kind of literature. This section also contains Schopenhauer's attack on translators who distort or alter the meaning of what they're translating. We might recollect that T. Bailey Saunders mentioned that there would be an attack like this, and here it is. Saunders thinks he can be exempted from it because of the care with which he applied his adaptation of Schopenhauer's work. And in general here, I think Schopenhauer's rule is that the new and the good are generally not going to overlap very much. If we're looking for quality work, we should be looking at older works rather than recent works. In the next section, Schopenhauer will speak a little bit about the nature of titles and titling a work, and then he'll give us one of the main metaphors of this essay, which is about the matter of a book contrasted with the form of the book. Here's what he writes. What the address is to a letter, the title should be to a book. In other words, its main object should be to bring the book to those amongst the public who will take an interest in its contents. It should therefore be expressive, and since by its very nature it must be short, it should be concise, laconic, pregnant, and if possible give the contents in one word. A prolix title is bad, and so is one that says nothing, or is obscure and ambiguous, or even, it may be, false and misleading. This last may possibly involve the book in the same fate as overtakes a wrongly addressed letter. The worst titles of all are those which have been stolen. Those, I mean, which have already been borne by other books. For they are, in the first place, a plagiarism, and secondly, the most convincing proof of a total lack of originality in the author. A man who has not enough originality to invent a new title for his book will be still less able to give it new contents. Akin to these stolen titles are those which have been imitated, that is to say, stolen to the extent of one half. For instance, long after I had produced my treatise On Will in Nature, Oersted wrote a book entitled On Mind in Nature. A book can never be anything more than the impress of its author's thoughts, and the value of these will lie either in the matter about which he has thought, or in the form which his thoughts take. In other words, what it is that he has thought about it. The matter of books is most various, and various also are the several excellences attaching to books on the score of their matter. By matter, I mean everything that comes within the domain of actual experience. That is to say, the facts of history and the facts of nature, taken in and by themselves, and in their widest sense. Here it is the thing treated of which gives its peculiar character to the book, so that a book can be important, whoever it was that wrote it. But in regard to the form, the peculiar character of a book depends upon the person who wrote it. It may treat of matters which are accessible to everyone and well known, but it is the way in which they are treated, what it is that is thought about them, that gives the book its value, and this comes from its author. If, then, from this point of view, a book is excellent and beyond comparison, so is its author. It follows that if a writer is worth reading, his merit rises just in proportion as he owes little to his matter, Therefore, the better known and the more hackneyed this is, the greater he will be. The three great tragedians of Greece, for example, all worked at the same subject matter. So when a book is celebrated, care should be taken to note whether it is so on account of its matter or its form, and a distinction should be made accordingly. Books of great importance on account of their matter may proceed from very ordinary and shallow people, by the fact that they alone have had access to this matter. Books, for instance, which describe journeys in distant lands, rare natural phenomena or experiments, or historical occurrences of which the writers were witnesses, or in connection with which they have spent much time and trouble in the research and special study of original documents. On the other hand, where the matter is accessible to everyone, or very well known, everything will depend upon the form, and what it is that is thought about the matter will give the book all the value it possesses. Here, only a really distinguished man will be able to produce anything worth reading, for the others will think nothing but what anyone else can think. They will just produce an impress of their own minds, but this is a print of which everyone possesses the original. However, the public is very much more concerned to have matter than form, and for this very reason it is deficient in any high degree of culture. The public shows its preference in this respect in the most laughable way when it comes to deal with poetry, for there it devotes much trouble to the task of tracking out the actual events or personal circumstances in the life of the poet which served as the occasion of his various works. Nay, these events and circumstances come in the end to be of greater importance than the works themselves. And rather than read Goethe himself, people prefer to read what has been written about him, and to study the legend of Faust more industriously than the drama of that name. And when Bürger declared that people would write learned disquisitions on the question who Leonora really was, we find this literally fulfilled in Goethe's case, for we now possess a great many learned disquisitions on Faust and the legend attaching to him. Study of this kind is, and remains, devoted to the material of the drama alone. To give such preference to the matter over the form is as though a man were to take a fine Etruscan vase, not to admire its shape or coloring, but to make a chemical analysis of the clay and paint of which it is composed. The attempt to produce an effect by means of the material employed, an attempt which panders to this evil tendency of the public, is most to be condemned in branches of literature where any merit there may be lies expressly in the form, I mean in poetical work. For all that, it is not rare to find bad dramatists trying to fill the house by means of the matter about which they write. For example, authors of this kind do not shrink from putting on the stage any man who is in any way celebrated, no matter whether his life may have been entirely devoid of dramatic incident, and sometimes even they do not wait until the persons immediately connected with him are dead. So Schopenhauer tells us here that the matter of a book is the topic, the knowledge. This is impersonal, it is objective, and it is fixed. The book is about what it's about, and it can relay what it can relay. The form of the book is the style or the flair with which this information, with which this knowledge is presented. This is personal, this is subjective, this is what both requires and demonstrates the skill of the author. And I think one of the valuable results of this metaphor is that Schopenhauer reminds us that a book can be interesting because of its matter or because of its form, and we as readers ought to pay attention to which it is, whether there's a combination between them. A book can be quite interesting simply because of its matter. It deals with knowledge and things which are rare or difficult to come by, and so we are so anxious to have this information from the author that the style in which the author presents it really doesn't matter to us too much. We're still rapt with attention, where we're invested in the book for just that reason. At the other end of the spectrum, we might have a book about a very commonplace subject, which is widely known, but which can be presented in a style with a certain kind of flair of writing and expression that holds our interest. And he indicates this is actually the character of ancient Greek drama, the dramatists that have returned to us. They're writing about things that we all know about and experience, but they're presenting them in a way which holds our attention. So it would be well for us to keep in mind both the objective and the subjective appeal, both the matter and the form appeal of a particular work of literature that we're evaluating. The best authors, he tells us, are the ones who deal with relatively ordinary matter, but with a superlative style and form. This is really where you see the touch of genius and of the master, to take something ordinary and present it in such an extraordinary way that it holds our attention and wins our praise. The common people, unfortunately, he says, are very much attracted to the matter of something. So they will focus upon that to the exclusion of style, and this is the reason why popular culture, he thinks, in his own time, and we might say in ours as well, is so dull and insipid. It has to appeal to that sort of popular prejudice for new and interesting matter, which is the kind of material for which form really doesn't, excellence of form is not really demanded. An example of this that I could think of might deal with our contemporary institutions of cinema. We might think that there are certain kinds of movies which might deal with ordinary topics, but in a very cinematically interesting way. And there might be some other kinds of movies which might make a great deal of money, which get all of their appeal from the topic, from the subject. So I might, speculating in my own time, say that a biopic about Taylor Swift is certain to make hundreds of millions of dollars. Why? People will go to see it because of who it's about. Whether it's a well-made movie or not, it's going to get the attention. Why? Because of the matter. The matter, not the execution of the matter, is really what attracts at that point. So one might, I can't think of any other good examples of movies which might occupy both ends of the spectrum. Great matter, but deficient form, or ordinary matter, but excellent form. If you can think of any, please leave a comment below. I'd love to hear what you have to say. In the final section of this essay, Schopenhauer applies this matter and form structure to conversation. Here's what he writes. The distinction between matter and form to which I am here alluding also holds good of conversation. The chief qualities which enable a man to converse well are intelligence, discernment, wit, and vivacity. These supply the form of conversation. But it is not long before attention has to be paid to the matter of which he speaks. In other words, the subjects about which it is possible to converse with him, his knowledge. If this is very small, his conversation will not be worth anything, unless he possesses the above-named formal qualities in a very exceptional degree. For he will have nothing to talk about but those facts of life and nature which everybody knows. It will be just the opposite, however, if a man is deficient in these formal qualities, but has an amount of knowledge which lends value to what he says. This value will then depend entirely upon the matter of his conversation. For, as the Spanish proverb has it, Más sabe el necio en su casa que el sabio en la ajena. A fool knows more of his own business than a wise man does of others. In this final section of the essay, Schopenhauer notes that matter and form in regard to conversation have the same inverse relation. If you have a great deal of knowledge and experience to share, you don't have to be especially witty in the way you share it in order for people to be attracted to and enthralled by your conversation. Or I might say, the more you know, the less charismatic you have to be in presenting yourself in society to attract and hold people's interest. As with books, the value of a conversation partner can come either from the matter that he talks about or the form, the style with which he presents it. That's the conclusion of my commentary on this essay on authorship. The next essay is on style, and I'll share that with you in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. On Style. Hi. The third essay in Schopenhauer's Art of Literature is titled On Style. And like several other essays in this volume, it has been assembled cut and paste fashion by the English translator T. Bailey Saunders from different parts of Schopenhauer's writings on style in Perurga. It is, I think, the longest essay in this volume, so we'll be here for some time. And this is where Schopenhauer gives us some interesting observations and advice about good and bad writing and good and bad writers. In fact, he spends a good deal of time dwelling upon the way in which the style of writing reveals something of the character and thought process of the author himself. He's going to give us some thoughts about the relation between words and thought, and towards the end of the essay, advice on avoiding the error of subjectivity in writing, and the rule of presenting your reader with one thought at a time. So watch for those as we come to the end of the essay. In this first part, he will discuss the way that style reveals thought, and that clear and direct thoughts can find expression through a clear and direct style, but people who don't have much to say will frequently try to conceal that fact by adopting a kind of elaborate style. So here's what Schopenhauer writes. Style is the physiognomy of the mind, and a safer index to character than the face. To imitate another man's style is like wearing a mask, which, be it never so fine, is not long in arousing disgust and abhorrence, because it is lifeless, so that even the ugliest living face is better. Hence, those who write in Latin and copy the manner of ancient authors may be said to speak through a mask. The reader, it is true, hears what they say, but he cannot observe their physiognomy too. He cannot see their style. With the Latin works of writers who think for themselves, the case is different, and their style is visible. Writers, I mean, who have not condescended to any sort of imitation, such as Scotus Erigena, Petrarch, Bacon, Descartes, Spinoza, and many others. An affectation in style is like making grimaces. Further, the language in which a man writes is the physiognomy of the nation to which he belongs, and here there are many hard and fast differences, beginning from the language of the Greeks down to that of the Caribbean islanders. Here Saunders omits a sentence in German. Stilfehler soll man in fremden Schriften entdecken, sie in den eigenen zu vermeiden. You should discover style errors in foreign writings in order to avoid them in your own. To form a provisional estimate of the value of a writer's productions, it is not directly necessary to know the subject on which he has thought, or what it is that he has said about it. That would imply a perusal of all his works. It will be enough in the main to know how he has thought. This, which means the essential temper or general quality of his mind, may be precisely determined by his style. A man's style shows the formal nature of all his thoughts, the formal nature which can never change, be the subject or the character of his thoughts what it may. It is, as it were, the dough out of which all the contents of his mind are kneaded. When Eulenspiegel was asked how long it would take to walk to the next village, he gave the seemingly incongruous answer, "Walk." He wanted to find out by the man's pace the distance he would cover in a given time. In the same way, when I have read a few pages of an author, I know fairly well how far he can bring me. Every mediocre writer tries to mask his own natural style, because in his heart he knows the truth of what I am saying. He is thus forced at the outset to give up any attempt at being frank or naive, a privilege which is thereby reserved for superior minds, conscious of their own worth, and therefore sure of themselves. What I mean is that these everyday writers are absolutely unable to resolve upon writing just as they think, because they have a notion that, were they to do so, their work might possibly look very childish and simple. For all that, it would not be without its value. If they would only go honestly to work and say, quite simply, the things they have really thought, and just as they have thought them, these writers would be readable and, within their own proper sphere, even instructive. But instead of that, they try to make the reader believe that their thoughts have gone much further and deeper than is really the case. They say what they have to say in long sentences that wind about in a forced and unnatural way. They coin new words and write prolix periods which go round and round the thought and wrap it up in a sort of disguise. They tremble between the two separate aims of communicating what they want to say and of concealing it. Their object is to dress it up so that it may look learned or deep, in order to give people the impression that there is very much more in it than, for the moment, meets the eye. They either jot down their thoughts bit by bit in short, ambiguous, and paradoxical sentences, which apparently mean much more than they say. Of this kind of writing, Schelling's treatises on natural philosophy are a splendid instance. Or else they hold forth with a deluge of words and the most intolerable diffusiveness, as though no end of fuss were necessary to make the reader understand the deep meaning of their sentences, whereas it is some quite simple if not actually trivial idea, examples of which may be found in plenty in the popular works of Fichte, and the philosophical manuals of 100 other miserable dunces not worth mentioning. Or again, they try to write in some particular style which they have been pleased to take up and think very grand, a style, for example, par excellence profound and scientific, where the reader is tormented to death by the narcotic effect of long-spun periods without a single idea in them, such as are furnished in a special measure by those most impudent of all mortals, the Hegelians, in their Hegel Gazette, commonly known as the Jahrbucher der Wissenschaftlichen Literatur. Or it may be that it is an intellectual style they have striven after, where it seems as though their object were to go crazy altogether, and so on in many other cases. All these endeavors to put off the Nascetur ridiculus mus, to avoid showing the funny little creature that is born after such mighty throes, often make it difficult to know what it is that they really mean. And then, too, they write down words, nay, even whole sentences, without attaching any meaning to them themselves, but in the hope that someone else will get some sense out of them. And what is at the bottom of all this? Nothing but the untiring effort to sell words for thoughts, a mode of merchandise that is always trying to make fresh openings for itself, and by means of odd expressions, turns of phrase, and combinations of every sort, whether new or used in a new sense, to produce the appearance of intellect in order to make up for the very painfully felt lack of it. It is amusing to see how writers with this object in view will attempt first one mannerism and then another, as though they were putting on the mask of intellect. This mask may possibly deceive the inexperienced for a while, until it is seen to be a dead thing, with no life in it at all. It is then laughed at and exchanged for another. Such an author will at one moment write in a dithyrambic vein, as though he were tipsy. At another, nay, on the very next page, he will be pompous, severe, profoundly learned and prolix, stumbling on in the most cumbrous way, and chopping up everything very small, like the late Christian Wolff, only in a modern dress. Longest of all lasts the mask of unintelligibility, but this is only in Germany, whither it was introduced by Fichte, perfected by Schelling, and carried to its highest pitch in Hegel, always with the best results. And yet nothing is easier than to write so that no one can understand, just as contrarily, nothing is more difficult than to express deep things in such a way that everyone must necessarily grasp them. All the arts and tricks I have been mentioning are rendered superfluous if the author really has any brains, for that allows him to show himself as he is, and confirms to all time Horace's maxim that good sense is the source and origin of good style. Scribendi recte sapere est, et principium et fons. But those authors I have named are like certain workers in metal, who try 100 different compounds to take the place of gold, the only metal which can never have any substitute. Rather than do that, there is nothing against which a writer should be more upon his guard than the manifest endeavor to exhibit more intellect than he really has, because this makes the reader suspect that he possesses very little, since it is always the case that if a man affects anything, whatever it may be, it is just there that he is deficient. That is why it is praise to an author to say that he is naive. It means that he need not shrink from showing himself as he is. Generally speaking, to be naive is to be attractive, while lack of naturalness is everywhere repulsive. As a matter of fact, we find that every really great writer tries to express his thoughts as purely, clearly, definitely, and shortly as possible. Simplicity has always been held to be a mark of truth. It is also a mark of genius. Style receives its beauty from the thought it expresses, but with sham thinkers, the thoughts are supposed to be fine because of the style. Style is nothing but the mere silhouette of thought, and an obscure or bad style means a dull or confused brain. The first rule, then, for a good style is that the author should have something to say. Nay, this is in itself almost all that is necessary. Ah, how much it means! The neglect of this rule is a fundamental trait in the philosophical writing, and in fact in all the reflective literature of my country, more especially since Fichte. These writers all let it be seen that they want to appear as though they had something to say, whereas they have nothing to say. Writing of this kind was brought about by the pseudo-philosophers at the universities, and now it is current everywhere, even among the first literary notabilities of our age. It is the mother of that strained and vague style, where there seem to be two or even more meanings in the sentence, also of that prolix and cumbrous manner of expression called style imposé, again, of that mere waste of words which consists in pouring them out like a flood, finally, of that trick of concealing the direst poverty of thought under a farrago of never-ending chatter, which clacks away like a windmill and quite stupefies one, stuff which a man may read for hours together without getting hold of a single, clearly expressed and definite idea. Select examples of the art of writing in this style are to be found almost passim in the Jahrbucher published at Halle, afterwards called the Deutschen Jahrbucher. However, people are easygoing, and they have formed the habit of reading page upon page of all sorts of such verbiage, without having any particular idea of what the author really means. They fancy it is all as it should be, and fail to discover that he is writing simply for writing's sake. On the other hand, a good author, fertile in ideas, soon wins his reader's confidence that when he writes, he has really and truly something to say, and this gives the intelligent reader patience to follow him with attention. Such an author, just because he really has something to say, will never fail to express himself in the simplest and most straightforward manner, because his object is to awake the very same thought in the reader that he has in himself, and no other. So he will be able to affirm with Boileau that his thoughts are everywhere open to the light of day, and that his verse always says something, whether it says it well or ill. Ma pensée au grand jour partout s'offre et s'expose, et mon vers, bien ou mal, dit toujours quelque chose. My thoughts are open everywhere and clear as day, and my verse, bad or good, always has something to say. While of the writers previously described, it may be asserted, in the words of the same poet, that they talk much and never say anything at all. Qui parlent beaucoup et ne disent jamais rien. Among Schopenhauer's observations in this part, he notes that style is presents us with the kind of formal and unchanging aspect of a man's thoughts. Somebody who has a good style, this will, if it's clear, this will be reflective of clarity of thought and, I might say, sort of good content of his thought besides. But mediocre minds, knowing this in some implicit way, this is a little bit maybe sort of the early germ of slave morality here, mediocre minds, knowing their own mediocrity, almost instinctively seek to conceal it by throwing up this chaff of elaborate style verbiage, trying to mask their own inadequacy with this kind of compensation in the style in which they write. But that the thought, the quality of the thought of a profound thinker, of a true thinker, will flow naturally into a clear and easy style. This is in part both a matter of motivation, right? If I have something important to say, I will be very, very dedicated, sort of emotionally, and if I'd be motivated strongly to find the clearest possible way of expressing it, of giving you the same important thought that I have. If I have doubts about the quality of the thought that I have to communicate, I'm not going to be nearly so dedicated and hardworking in trying to make it happen and follow and flow into your mind. And I think in that Schopenhauer is largely correct. There are questions of technique, but technique is vastly overpowered by the actual quality of what is to be said. Schopenhauer here also, as we would expect him to do, attacks the obscurity of the Hegelians, of Fichte and Schelling and the like. He does seem to believe that bad writing is always a sign of low intelligence, that if somebody writes badly, I suppose you could say they do it out of habit, but in the overwhelming cases, it's because they don't want you to see them as they truly are. And this is what he praises as a kind of naivete in writing. It means that the author is unafraid to show himself in his mind as he truly is. That the more sort of, what's the opposite of naivete? The more affected, the more sort of showy an author is, the more he's trying to conceal something. Why? Schopenhauer suggested it's almost always because he can't bear for you to see him as he truly is, because then you would realize that his thoughts are half-baked, undeveloped, shallow, or just flat out wrong. So Schopenhauer here, very much an advocate of clarity of thought, clarity of style, that if you can't write your ideas clearly, you plainly need to think about them some more to find out if they genuinely have this quality. So simplicity, having something to say, is the key to being able to write well. In the next part of the essay, Schopenhauer is going to make some observations about bad writing. Bad writing tends towards being abstract rather than concrete, and it tends towards banality, towards just the repetition of memorized, trite phrases. Here's what Schopenhauer writes. Another characteristic of such writers is that they always avoid a positive assertion wherever they can possibly do so, in order to leave a loophole for escape in case of need. Hence, they never fail to choose the more abstract way of expressing themselves, whereas intelligent people use the more concrete, because the latter brings things more within the range of actual demonstration, which is the source of all evidence. There are many examples proving this preference for abstract expression, and a particularly ridiculous one is afforded by the use of the verb to condition in the sense of to cause or to produce. People say to condition something instead of to cause it, because being abstract and indefinite, it says less. It affirms that A cannot happen without B, instead of that A is caused by B. A back door is always left open, and this suits people whose secret knowledge of their own incapacity inspires them with a perpetual terror of all positive assertion. While with other people, it is merely the effect of that tendency by which everything that is stupid in literature or bad in life is immediately imitated, a fact proved in either case by the rapid way in which it spreads. The Englishman uses his own judgment in what he writes as well as in what he does, but there is no nation of which this eulogy is less true than of the Germans. The consequence of this state of things is that the word cause has of late almost disappeared from the language of literature, and people talk only of condition. The fact is worth mentioning because it is so characteristically ridiculous. The very fact that these commonplace authors are never more than half-conscious when they write would be enough to account for their dullness of mind and the tedious things they produce. I say they are only half-conscious because they really do not themselves understand the meaning of the words they use. They take words ready-made and commit them to memory. Hence, when they write, it is not so much words as whole phrases that they put together. Fres banala. This is the explanation of that palpable lack of clearly expressed thought in what they say. The fact is that they do not possess the dye to give this stamp to their writing. Clear thought of their own is just what they have not got. And what do we find in its place? A vague, enigmatical intermixture of words, current phrases, hackneyed terms, and fashionable expressions. The result is that the foggy stuff they write is like a page printed with very old type. On the other hand, an intelligent author really speaks to us when he writes, and that is why he is able to rouse our interest and commune with us. It is the intelligent author alone who puts individual words together with a full consciousness of their meaning and chooses them with deliberate design. Consequently, his discourse stands to that of the writer described above, much as a picture that has been really painted to one that has been produced by the use of a stencil. In the one case, every word, every touch of the brush has a special purpose. In the other, all is done mechanically. The same distinction may be observed in music. For just as Lichtenberg says that Garrick's soul seemed to be in every muscle of his body, so it is the omnipresence of intellect that always and everywhere characterizes the work of genius. Bad writing, Schopenhauer tells us, tends towards the abstract and the vague. It does this in part to avoid the realm of the concrete and the specific, the realm of experience, which is where evidence would be found. And an author who's afraid that the evidence about the world will betray what he's saying as being obviously false or dubious will avoid at all costs drawing the reader's attention to anything that is concrete in terms of an observation. He doesn't have the evidence on his side, and so he'll take refuge in vagueness and abstraction. I like the metaphors here towards the end of this section, that this is like something printed in old type, or we might say, in our own time, something that's been through many generations of photocopying. It's getting fuzzy. There's more and more sort of static and noise on the page. It looks bad. We think the idea here, I think, with the type is that the type printed in old type, the machine type stamping the ink onto the page, is not able to hold the ink very well, and so it looks vague. It looks it looks faded, and it's uneven in its overall quality. It's difficult for that reason to read and not pleasing. I think the other metaphor was the stencil, difference between a genuinely produced work of art and one that's simply been copied mechanically from it. And this idea that bad writing is mechanical, especially as it tries to imitate good writing or tries to just adopt phrases and expressions that have sort of a cliche or trite value, reminds me of the current crisis of people trying to write by LLMs, right? Of using large language models and other AI devices to do the work of generating words, of passages, even entire books, heaven help us, in place of actually doing the work of the intellectual work and allowing it to flow into language for the benefit of the audience. And I think Schopenhauer would take a very severe view of just that kind of cultural moment that we're living through right now. The next passage in here is a short observation about two ways in which a work can be tedious. It can be tedious, tiresome, either objectively or subjectively. Here's what he writes. I have alluded to the tediousness which marks the works of these writers. And in this connection, it is to be observed generally that tediousness is of two kinds, objective and subjective. A work is objectively tedious when it contains the defect in question, that is to say, when its author has no perfectly clear thought or knowledge to communicate. For if a man has any clear thought or knowledge in him, his aim will be to communicate it, and he will direct his energies to this end, so that the ideas he furnishes are everywhere clearly expressed. The result is that he is neither diffuse, nor unmeaning, nor confused, and consequently not tedious. In such a case, even though the author is at bottom in error, the error is at any rate clearly worked out and well thought over, so that it is at least formally correct, and thus some value always attaches to the work. But for the same reason, a work that is objectively tedious is at all times devoid of any value whatever. The other kind of tediousness is only relative. A reader may find a work dull because he has no interest in the question treated of in it, and this means that his intellect is restricted. The best work may therefore be tedious subjectively, tedious, I mean, to this or that particular person, just as, contrarily, the worst work may be subjectively engrossing to this or that particular person who has an interest in the question treated of or in the writer of the book. I like this short section here because it simply reminds us that there are two ways in which an author can be tedious or uninteresting. He might be objectively tedious and completely worthless because he's not thought clearly through what he has to say, and there's just nothing there to be found. No matter how much you like the author or want to find something there, there's nothing for the mind to close itself on, because the author doesn't have any thoughts or doesn't have any clear thoughts, hasn't clearly thought through the content of what he wants to say, and so his writing is just dull and boring and tedious. The other kind of tedium is subjective, and it comes from the lack of interest that a particular reader might have in a particular subject or a particular author. So it helps us to remember that there may be some works that are in themselves quite objectively meaningful and full of interest, but subjectively tedious or boring to this particular person, given their background and objectives in reading. So we ought to keep those things separated out. It would be enough, I think, for any of us to be a good writer to wish to be objectively interesting rather than tedious. So the next section of the work, Schopenhauer advises readers to, especially thinkers and people who have something important to say, to speak in common, ordinary language rather than to invent some alternate esoteric language in which to write. Here's what he says. It would generally serve writers in good stead if they would see that, whilst a man should, if possible, think like a great genius, he should talk the same language as everyone else. Authors should use common words to say uncommon things. But they do just the opposite. We find them trying to wrap up trivial ideas in grand words, and to clothe their very ordinary thoughts in the most extraordinary phrases, the most far-fetched, unnatural, and out-of-the-way expressions. Their sentences perpetually stalk about on stilts. They take so much pleasure in bombast and write in such a high-flown, bloated, affected, hyperbolical, and acrobatic style that their prototype is ancient Pistol, whom his friend Falstaff once impatiently told to say what he had to say like a man of this world. There is no expression in any other language exactly answering to the French style imposé. But the thing itself exists all the more often. When associated with affectation, it is in literature what assumption of dignity, grand airs, and primness are in society, and equally intolerable. Dullness of mind is fond of donning this dress, just as in ordinary life it is stupid people who like being demure and formal. An author who writes in the prim style resembles a man who dresses himself up in order to avoid being confounded or put on the same level with a mob, a risk never run by the gentleman, even in his worst clothes. The plebeian may be known by a certain showiness of attire and a wish to have everything spick and span, and in the same way the commonplace person is betrayed by his style. Nevertheless, an author follows a false aim if he tries to write exactly as he speaks. There is no style of writing but should have a certain trace of kinship with the epigraphic or monumental style, which is indeed the ancestor of all styles. For an author to write as he speaks is just as reprehensible as the opposite fault, to speak as he writes, for this gives a pedantic effect to what he says, and at the same time makes him hardly intelligible. An obscure and vague manner of expression is always and everywhere a very bad sign. In 99 cases out of 100, it comes from vagueness of thought, and this again almost always means that there is something radically wrong and incongruous about the thought itself. In a word, that it is incorrect. When a right thought springs up in the mind, it strives after expression and is not long in reaching it, for clear thought easily finds words to fit it. If a man is capable of thinking anything at all, he is also always able to express it in clear, intelligible, and unambiguous terms. Those writers who construct difficult, obscure, involved, and equivocal sentences most certainly do not know aright what it is that they want to say. They have only a dull consciousness of it, which is still in the stage of struggle to shape itself as thought. Often, indeed, their desire is to conceal from themselves and others that they really have nothing at all to say. They wish to appear to know what they do not know, to think what they do not think, to say what they do not say. If a man has some real communication to make, which will he choose, an indistinct or a clear way of expressing himself? Even Quintilian remarks that things which are said by a highly educated man are often easier to understand and much clearer, and that the less educated a man is, the more obscurely he will write. Plerumque accidit un facilora sint ad intelligendum et lucidiora multo, que ad doctissimo quoque dicuntur, erit ergo etiam obscuritor quo quisque deterior. It often happens that what is said by an expert is easier to understand and is far clearer. Thus, a man will speak more obscurely the more worthless he is. An author should avoid enigmatical phrases. He should know whether he wants to say a thing or does not want to say it. It is this indecision of style that makes so many writers insipid. The only case that offers an exception to this rule arises when it is necessary to make a remark that is in some way improper. Schopenhauer advises us to use common words. A man should think extraordinarily, but he should express himself in the language that everybody else uses. He's writing for other people, not simply for himself or for a fan club. And that seems to me to be good advice. I especially like the expression that a good thinker should use common words to say uncommon things rather than the reverse. The dullard, the pseudo-philosopher uses uncommon words to say common things. He sort of dresses up with style the poverty of his own thought. So again, he reminds us that dull minds, insipid minds, try to compensate for this by a kind of flowery and elaborate style. He does warn you, though, don't imitate your patterns of speech, right? Don't write exactly as you speak or speak exactly as you write. What you want for all writing is at least a tinge of this monumental style, the style that's a little bit more elevated and more important than the commonplace. One thing that I do doubt here, and I have my own concerns about, Schopenhauer's assertion that clarity of thought is always able to find the words to express itself clearly. This may just be a defect in me and my own process of thinking, but I have not found that to be my own experience. I don't think that the path from clarity of thought to clarity of expression is quite so clear and direct as Schopenhauer suggests. Perhaps it was for him, but for me it sometimes seems to be quite difficult and to involve a great deal of effort. Sometimes it even seems to be impossible. Maybe we should reverse that and say, if you're not able to express it clearly yet, you haven't yet thought it through clearly enough. The thought itself is not clear. The way you know it is because it does not yet have that clarity of expression. So perhaps that's the way we should go with it. I'll continue thinking about that myself. In the next section of the essay, Schopenhauer is going to recommend to us as writers an economy of words, a certain naivete, and he says even a chastity of style. Don't use too many words to say what you say, rather prefer to say a little bit less. And he'll explain why. Here's what he writes. As exaggeration generally produces an effect the opposite of that aimed at, so words, it is true, serve to make thought intelligible, but only up to a certain point. If words are heaped up beyond it, the thought becomes more and more obscure again. To find where the point lies is the problem of style, and the business of the critical faculty. For a word too much always defeats its purpose. This is what Voltaire means when he says that the adjective is the enemy of the substantive. But, as we have seen, many people try to conceal their poverty of thought under a flood of verbiage. Accordingly, let all redundancy be avoided, all stringing together of remarks which have no meaning and are not worth perusal. A writer must make a sparing use of the reader's time, patience, and attention, so as to lead him to believe that his author writes what is worth careful study, and will reward the time spent upon it. It is always better to omit something good than to add that which is not worth saying at all. This is the right application of Hesiod's maxim: the half is more than the whole. Le secret pour être ennuyeux, c'est de tout dire. The secret of being boring is to say everything. Therefore, if possible, the quintessence only, mere leading thoughts, nothing that the reader would think for himself. To use many words to communicate few thoughts is everywhere the unmistakable sign of mediocrity. To gather much thought into few words stamps the man of genius. Truth is most beautiful, undraped, and the impression it makes is deep in proportion as its expression has been simple. This is so, partly because it then takes unobstructed possession of the hearer's whole soul, and leaves him no by-thought to distract him. Partly also because he feels that here he is not being corrupted or cheated by the arts of rhetoric, but that all the effect of what is said comes from the thing itself. For instance, what declamation on the vanity of human existence could ever be more telling than the words of Job? Man that is born of a woman hath but a short time to live, and is full of misery. He cometh up, and is cut down like a flower. He fleeth, as it were a shadow, and never continueth in one stay. For the same reason, Goethe's naive poetry is incomparably greater than Schiller's rhetoric. It is this, again, that makes many popular songs so affecting. As in architecture an excess of decoration is to be avoided, so in the art of literature a writer must guard against all rhetorical finery, all useless amplification, and all superfluity of expression in general. In a word, he must strive after chastity of style. Every word that can be spared is hurtful if it remains. The law of simplicity and naivete holds good of all fine art, for it is quite possible to be at once simple and sublime. True brevity of expression consists in everywhere saying only what is worth saying, and in avoiding tedious detail about things which everyone can supply for himself. This involves correct discrimination between what is necessary and what is superfluous. A writer should never be brief at the expense of being clear, to say nothing of being grammatical. It shows lamentable want of judgment to weaken the expression of a thought or to stunt the meaning of a period for the sake of using a few words less. But this is the precise endeavor of that false brevity nowadays so much in vogue, which proceeds by leaving out useful words and even by sacrificing grammar and logic. It is not only that such writers spare a word by making a single verb or adjective do duty for several different periods, so that the reader, as it were, has to grope his way through them in the dark. They also practice, in many other respects, an unseemly economy of speech, in the effort to effect what they foolishly take to be brevity of expression and conciseness of style. By omitting something that might have thrown a light over the whole sentence, they turn it into a conundrum, which the reader tries to solve by going over it again and again. Translator's note. In the original, Schopenhauer here enters upon a lengthy examination of certain common errors in the writing and speaking of German. His remarks are addressed to his own countrymen and would lose all point, even if they were intelligible, in an English translation. But for those who practice their German by conversing or corresponding with Germans, let me recommend what he there says as a useful corrective to a slipshod style, such as can easily be contracted if it is assumed that the natives of a country always know their own language perfectly. It is wealth and weight of thought, and nothing else, that gives brevity to style, and makes it concise and pregnant. If a writer's ideas are important, luminous, and generally worth communicating, they will necessarily furnish matter and substance enough to fill out the periods which give them expression, and make these, in all their parts, both grammatically and verbally complete. And so much will this be the case that no one will ever find them hollow, empty, or feeble. The diction will everywhere be brief and pregnant, and allow the thought to find intelligible and easy expression, and even unfold and move about with grace. Therefore, instead of contracting his words and forms of speech, let a writer enlarge his thoughts. If a man has been thinned by illness and finds his clothes too big, it is not by cutting them down, but by recovering his usual bodily condition, that he ought to make them fit him again. Here Schopenhauer recommends to us a certain chastity of style, a certain kind of restraint and self-control, and by this he means, at the very least, eliminating superfluous words, right? If you find that what you're saying can be said just as clearly in fewer words, or to be more specific, if you find that a word is not pulling its weight in the sentence, it's not needed to do what the sentence needs to do, cut it out, eliminate it. Use fewer words rather than more. And I do strongly agree with this. I found this to be a very valuable principle of economy in my own writing. Even things that I've written very carefully, I will go back over later on and find that I can easily cut out half a dozen words out of a paragraph without changing the meaning at all. I've adopted manners of expression which are maybe a little bit too close to my vocal style, or a little bit more elaborate and drawn out, that can be really punched up. I can replace an expression with just a single verb that does what I want to do even better. And I think if these are extended to a proper degree, I think they're marks of a good writer. He also advises us not to over-explain, right? You don't want to be sort of tediously walking your reader through everything. You need to let the reader do some of the work. In fact, you even need to challenge the reader to do some of the work, some of the pleasure that the reader will get from your writing, of whatever style, of whatever genre it is, will be in completing some of the thoughts that you've set up for him. So the reader should be able to actively engage in this rather than sort of be a sort of consumer from a buffet of your words and your ideas. So I suppose this would also fall into the category that a good author knows his audience, and the audience can sort of recognize, this author is writing for me because I can complete what he has set up and indicated. So that's going to require careful judgment on both sides, of course. I think that this metaphor at the end, that if one is ill and your clothes are baggy on you, you should strive to fill out the clothes again rather than having them cut down to your smaller size. And that's a good reminder for any author as well. In the next section, Schopenhauer will explore and warn us against what he calls this chief error, the error of subjectivity in writing. Here's what he writes. Let me here mention an error of style very prevalent nowadays, and, in the degraded state of literature and the neglect of ancient languages, always on the increase. I mean subjectivity. A writer commits this error when he thinks it enough if he himself knows what he means and wants to say, and takes no thought for the reader, who is left to get at the bottom of it as best he can. This is as though the author were holding a monologue, whereas it ought to be a dialogue, and a dialogue, too, in which he must express himself all the more clearly inasmuch as he cannot hear the questions of his interlocutor. Style should, for this very reason, never be subjective, but objective, and it will not be objective unless the words are so set down that they directly force the reader to think precisely the same thing as the author thought when he wrote them. Nor will this result be obtained unless the author has always been careful to remember that thought so far follows the law of gravity that it travels from head to paper much more easily than from paper to head, so that he must assist the latter passage by every means in his power. If he does this, a writer's words will have a purely objective effect, like that of a finished picture in oils, whilst the subjective style is not much more certain in its working than spots on the wall, which look like figures only to one whose fantasy has been accidentally aroused by them. Other people see nothing but spots and blurs. The difference in question applies to literary method as a whole, but it is often established also in particular instances. For example, in a recently published work, I found the following sentence: "I have not written in order to increase the number of existing books." This means just the opposite of what the writer wanted to say, and is nonsense as well. He who writes carelessly confesses thereby, at the very outset, that he does not attach much importance to his own thoughts. For it is only where a man is convinced of the truth and importance of his thoughts that he feels the enthusiasm necessary for an untiring and assiduous effort to find the clearest, finest, and strongest expression for them. Just as for sacred relics or priceless works of art there are provided silvern or golden receptacles. It was this feeling that led ancient authors, whose thoughts, expressed in their own words, have lived thousands of years, and therefore bear the honored title of classics, always to write with care. Plato, indeed, is said to have written the introduction to his Republic 7 times over, in different ways. Translator's note: it is a fact worth mentioning that the first 12 words of the Republic are placed in the exact order which would be natural in English. As neglect of dress betrays want of respect for the company a man meets, so a hasty, careless, bad style shows an outrageous lack of regard for the reader, who then rightly punishes it by refusing to read the book. It is especially amusing to see reviewers criticizing the works of others in their own most careless style, the style of a hireling. It is as though a judge were to come into court in a dressing gown and slippers. If I see a man badly and dirtily dressed, I feel some hesitation, at first, in entering into conversation with him, and when, on taking up a book, I am struck at once by the negligence of its style, I put it away. The error of subjectivity in writing, then, seems to be the error of the author supposing that, in a sense, the writing, that the text belongs to him, and it's the job of the reader to figure out how to penetrate the meaning of the text and then get at the author's thoughts. This amounts to, I think of it as kind of building a fence around this and challenging the reader. Well, if you're willing to do the work, reader, come on over here and try to figure out what I meant. This is the error of writing for yourself, or for people with your own mindset, people who think like you think and know what you know. A true writer should write objectively. He should write for the reader. He should write in a language which, a very powerful expression of Schopenhauer's, should force the reader to think exactly the thought that the author has, that the author wishes him to think. And this, stylistically, this is better, but it also, I think, is a matter of excellence, right? It is the correct use of language. It's the efficient and powerful use of language. A good writer can write in such a way that the reader thinks, based upon the words, what the writer wants to think. I think throughout, his enemy is Hegel and the Hegelians, who he thinks write with this kind of obscurantist mode of expression that challenges the reader. Well, you figure out, it's a mystery. Here's a mystery box of my philosophy. See how much of it you can figure out. Maybe I'll let you in on it at some point in the future. This is, at the very best, a kind of abuse of the reader and the sort of implicit contract that language forms between the writer and the reader. So avoid this error of subjectivity, he says, which is becoming more and more common as the world gets worse and stupider. I do like his metaphor towards the end, that just as a man who's just careless about the way he dresses is showing a sort of lack of respect for for the people around him, the people who have to engage with him socially. Just so the person who writes badly is indicating to the reader a certain kind of, if not sort of active contempt, at least a certain kind of indifference. Like, well, reader, you figure it out. It says, yep, I set that book down. Life's too short to read books that have been written in that way. In the final section of the essay, Schopenhauer is going to articulate, I think, a very helpful rule for writers, which is present your reader with one thought at a time rather than many. And here's what he says. Good writing should be governed by the rule that a man can think only one thing clearly at a time, and therefore that he should not be expected to think two or even more things in one and the same moment. But this is what is done when a writer breaks up his principal sentence into little pieces for the purpose of pushing into the gaps thus made 2 or 3 other thoughts by way of parentheses, thereby unnecessarily and wantonly confusing the reader. And here it is again my own countrymen who are chiefly at fault. That German lends itself to this way of writing makes the thing possible, but does not justify it. No prose reads more easily or pleasantly than French, because, as a rule, it is free from the error in question. The Frenchman strings his thoughts together as far as he can in the most logical and natural order, and so lays them before his reader one after the other for convenient deliberation, so that every one of them may receive undivided attention. The German, on the other hand, weaves them together into a sentence which he twists and crosses and twists again, because he wants to say 6 things all at once instead of advancing them one by one. His aim should be to attract and hold the reader's attention, but above and beyond neglect of this aim, he demands from the reader that he shall set the above-mentioned rule at defiance, and think 3 or 4 different thoughts at one and the same time, or, since that is impossible, that his thoughts shall succeed each other as quickly as the vibrations of a chord. In this way, an author lays the foundation of his style imposé, which is then carried to perfection by the use of high-flown, pompous expressions to communicate the simplest things, and other artifices of the same kind. In those long sentences rich in involved parentheses, like a box of boxes one within another, and padded out like roast geese stuffed with apples, it is really the memory that is chiefly taxed, while it is the understanding and the judgment which should be called into play, instead of having their activity thereby actually hindered and weakened. Translator's note. This sentence in the original is obviously meant to illustrate the fault of which it speaks. It does so by the use of a construction very common in German, but happily unknown in English, where, however, the fault itself exists nonetheless, though in different form. For those of you who know German, I've reproduced this long sentence in German on the screen here. This kind of sentence furnishes the reader with mere half-phrases, which he is then called upon to collect carefully and store up in his memory, as though they were the pieces of a torn letter, afterwards to be completed and made sense of by the other halves to which they respectively belong. He is expected to go on reading for a little without exercising any thought, nay, exerting only his memory, in the hopes that when he comes to the end of the sentence he may see its meaning and so receive something to think about, and he is thus given a great deal to learn by heart before obtaining anything to understand. This is manifestly wrong and an abuse of the reader's patience. The ordinary writer has an unmistakable preference for this style, because it causes the reader to spend time and trouble in understanding that which he would have understood in a moment without it, and this makes it look as though the writer had more depth and intelligence than the reader. This is indeed one of those artifices referred to above, by means of which mediocre authors unconsciously, and as it were by instinct, strive to conceal their poverty of thought and give an appearance of the opposite. Their ingenuity in this respect is really astounding. It is manifestly against all sound reason to put one thought obliquely on top of another, as though both together formed a wooden cross. But this is what is done where a writer interrupts what he has begun to say for the purpose of inserting some quite alien matter, thus depositing with the reader a meaningless half-sentence and bidding him keep it until the completion comes. It is much as though a man were to treat his guests by handing them an empty plate in the hope of something appearing upon it. And commas used for a similar purpose belong to the same family as notes at the foot of the page and parentheses in the middle of the text. Nay, all three differ only in degree. If Demosthenes and Cicero occasionally inserted words by way of parentheses, they would have done better to have refrained. But this style of writing becomes the height of absurdity when the parentheses are not even fitted into the frame of the sentence, but wedged in so as directly to shatter it. If, for instance, it is an impertinent thing to interrupt another person when he is speaking, it is no less impertinent to interrupt oneself. But all bad, careless, and hasty authors who scribble with the bread actually before their eyes use this style of writing 6 times on a page and rejoice in it. It consists in, it is advisable to give rule and example together wherever it is possible, breaking up one phrase in order to glue in another. Nor is it merely out of laziness that they write thus. They do it out of stupidity. They think there is a charming légèreté about it, that it gives life to what they say. No doubt there are a few rare cases where such a form of sentence may be pardonable. Few write in the way in which an architect builds, who, before he sets to work, sketches out his plan and thinks it over down to its smallest details. Nay, most people write only as though they were playing dominoes, and, as in this game, the pieces are arranged half by design, half by chance. So it is with the sequence and connection of their sentences. They only have an idea of what the general shape of their work will be, and of the aim they set before themselves. Many are ignorant even of this, and write as the coral insects build. Period joins to period, and the Lord only knows what the author means. Life nowadays goes at a gallop, and the way in which this affects literature is to make it extremely superficial and slovenly. Because the human mind can only think through one thought at a time, the writer ought to respect this and present the reader with, we might say, a string, a chain of ideas connected together and leading towards a coherent whole. What one shouldn't do is to mix together multiple ideas, give them sort of stacked up like a gigantic tall sandwich, or pry them apart and sort of stick little fragments of other ideas and thoughts in between the crevices. And he suggests this can happen grammatically in German by means of some of these expressions. Saunders has pointed some of this out, and I included in this section, as you saw, a one of these long sentences that's meant to illustrate this parenthetical, this error of the multiple parentheses. I think this is very good advice, and Schopenhauer says this is why the French style is so much superior and clearer to the German style. The French grammar, the French maybe sort of mode of thinking works in this clear logical order, one idea leading into the next so that one can follow it. The German style, if it's undisciplined, following the sort of vagaries and possibilities of the German language, can give you this kind of unholy mess. So be more like the French and less like the Germans in your composition style. Schopenhauer was fluent in English. I do not know why he doesn't speak of the English writing style. Perhaps it's not notable enough to deserve his attention in contrast to the French or the German. I do like as well his closing ideas here at the end, that people don't write, very few people write the way that an architect builds, and that is by planning it out, by thinking through the whole thing. Instead, people tend to just sort of come running at the task with their ideas half formed, and as a result, their writing is maybe at best only half worth reading. So life today moves fast, and the result of this in literature is that it's just becoming worse and worse and more insipid. So that is Schopenhauer's long essay on style in the art of literature. The next essay in the art of literature is on the study of Latin. It's very, very good, not just about Latin, but about the study of languages in general. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. That's the subject of the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. On the study of Latin. Hi. The fourth essay in the art of literature is Schopenhauer's reflections on the study of Latin. And this is a short essay, but it is one of my favorites in this volume. I think Schopenhauer gives a type of advice and judgments that are very clear, and some of which may be somewhat surprising to us in the 21st century. I think this is in part because the place of Latin in our culture, both in popular culture or in academic culture and in non-academic culture, is quite different from in Schopenhauer's time. Here's how the essay begins. The abolition of Latin as the universal language of learned men, together with the rise of that provincialism which attaches to national literatures, has been a real misfortune for the cause of knowledge in Europe, for it was chiefly through the medium of the Latin language that a learned public existed in Europe at all, a public to which every book as it came out directly appealed. The number of minds in the whole of Europe that are capable of thinking and judging is small, as it is, but when that audience is broken up and severed by differences of language, the good these minds can do is very much weakened. This is a great disadvantage, but a second and worse one will follow, namely, that the ancient languages will cease to be taught at all. The neglect of them is rapidly gaining ground, both in France and Germany. If it should really come to this, then farewell humanity, farewell noble taste and high thinking. The age of barbarism will return in spite of railways, telegraphs, and balloons. We shall thus, in the end, lose one more advantage possessed by all our ancestors. For Latin is not only the key to the knowledge of Roman antiquity, it also directly opens up to us the Middle Age in every country of Europe, and modern times as well, down to about the year 1750. Erigena, for example, in the 9th century, John of Salisbury in the 12th, Raymond Lully in the 13th, with 100 others, speak straight to us in the very language that they naturally adopted in thinking of learned matters. They thus come quite close to us even at this distance of time. We are in direct contact with them and really come to know them. How would it have been if every one of them spoke in the language that was peculiar to his time and country? We should not understand even the half of what they said. A real intellectual contact with them would be impossible. We should see them like shadows on the farthest horizon, or maybe through the translator's telescope. It was with an eye to the advantage of writing in Latin that Bacon, as he himself expressly states, proceeded to translate his essays into that language, under the title Sermones Fideles, at which work Hobbes assisted him. Schopenhauer tells us that there are two advantages, at least, to studying the Latin language, and the first is unity. There's a certain advantage that is had by the men of the past ages in being able to speak directly to each other without translators in the language in which they were thinking. And he says, since there really are so very few men in each generation that have truly great intellects, this is a tremendous advantage. We don't have to require a great intellect on the part of their translators as well in order for them to sort of try to figure out what each other means. The second advantage is that we as readers now can encounter the ancients, from Cicero all the way to the Middle Ages, or perhaps even up into the 18th century. We can read them in the same language they were thinking in, so we can have direct access to their minds in the way that we wouldn't if we were having to work through a translator or through multiple different translators coming from Greek to Latin to French to German to English. And I think he's largely correct about this. It seems to me there is a great value to be had in the understanding that we can have by reading somebody in the language in which they were writing, and therefore in the language in which they were thinking. So in the next section, Schopenhauer is going to talk about the difficulties of national prejudice and the ways in which it would affect and distort our understanding of people's thoughts. Here's what he writes. Here let me observe, by way of parentheses, that when patriotism tries to urge its claims in the domain of knowledge, it commits an offense which should not be tolerated. For in those purely human questions which interest all men alike, where truth, insight, beauty should be of sole account, what can be more impertinent than to let preference for the nation to which a man's precious self happens to belong affect the balance of judgment, and thus supply a reason for doing violence to truth and being unjust to the great minds of a foreign country in order to make much of the smaller minds of one's own? Still, there are writers in every nation in Europe who afford examples of this vulgar feeling. It is this which led Yrarte to caricature them in the 33rd of his charming literary fables. Translator's note. Tomás de Yrarte, 1750 to 1791, a Spanish poet and keeper of the archives in the War Office at Madrid. His two best-known works are a didactic poem entitled La Música and the Fables here quoted, which satirize the peculiar foibles of literary men. They have been translated into many languages, into English by Rockcliffe, 3rd edition, 1866. The fable in question describes how, at a picnic of the animals, a discussion arose as to which of them carried off the palm for superiority of talent. The praises of the ant, the dog, the bee, and the parrot were sung in turn. But at last the ostrich stood up and declared for the dromedary, whereupon the dromedary stood up and declared for the ostrich. No one could discover the reason for this mutual compliment. Was it because both were such uncouth beasts, or had such long necks, or were neither of them particularly clever or beautiful? Or was it because each had a hump? No, said the fox, you are all wrong. Don't you see they are both foreigners? Cannot the same be said of many men of learning? So, patriotism, he tells us, is out of place in intellectual life. We should not lower ourselves by degrading and criticizing great minds and elevating mediocre minds merely because of group membership. It seems that as an intellectual, our first loyalty is to be a citizen of the Republic of Letters. We need to be interested in the truth and in excellence in thought, not in whether this particular person happens to come from the same country as our own precious self. And I'd note as well, though Schopenhauer doesn't say it, this also applies to other group loyalties and affinities, to religious membership or identification with some kind of social group. That if we're willing to elevate to overpraise the mediocre intellects on our own side and to disdain or tear down superior intellects on the other side, there's a sense in which we really ought not be even calling what we do intellectual life or thinking or writing at all. And of course, the great amusing dramatization of this brought to us by Saunders, the translator, in his footnote, is the Spanish writer Yrarte's Fable of the Animals, which highlights the absurdity of thinking of a group of people as being collectively foreigners, therefore having this kind of interest and solidarity as foreigners, right? The ostrich, etc., etc. So in the next section, Schopenhauer will talk to us about the way in which learning a language is going to develop new patterns of thought in our minds. Here's what he writes. In learning a language, the chief difficulty consists in making acquaintance with every idea which it expresses, even though it should use words for which there is no exact equivalent in the mother tongue. And this often happens. In learning a new language, a man has, as it were, to mark out in his mind the boundaries of quite new spheres of ideas, with the result that spheres of ideas arise where none were before. Thus, he not only learns words, he gains ideas too. This is nowhere so much the case as in learning ancient languages, for the differences they present in their mode of expression, as compared with modern languages, is greater than can be found amongst modern languages as compared with one another. This is shown by the fact that in translating into Latin, recourse must be had to quite other turns of phrase than are used in the original. The thought that is to be translated has to be melted down and recast. In other words, it must be analyzed and then recomposed. It is just this process which makes the study of the ancient languages contribute so much to the education of the mind. It follows from this that a man's thought varies according to the language in which he speaks. His ideas undergo a fresh modification, a different shading, as it were, in the study of every new language. Hence, an acquaintance with many languages is not only of much indirect advantage, but it is also a direct means of mental culture, in that it corrects and matures ideas by giving prominence to their many-sided nature and their different varieties of meaning, as also that it increases dexterity of thought. For in the process of learning many languages, ideas become more and more independent of words. The ancient languages effect this to a greater degree than the modern, in virtue of the difference to which I have alluded. To learn a new language means to learn to think differently. It's to acquire new boundaries. It's sort of to explore unexplored territory in our minds and to acquire new ideas. And Schopenhauer says this effect is even greater when we, as native speakers of modern languages, are studying ancient languages. We're unlocking patterns of thought and types of ideas and modes of expression which are not available to us in any other way. He also has a great metaphor here of melting down and recasting ideas. This is the great value, he thinks, of translating into Latin things that are written in our own language. Why? Because it requires us to analyze and then to recompose the idea in a different idiom, with different turns of phrase, different modes of expression. And this is itself a way of guaranteeing that we acquire a certain level of understanding. So he thinks translating into Latin can be a tremendous benefit to us for our understanding of what we're talking about in our own language. And of course, then the more languages you learn and speak, the wider your range of ideas becomes. And I think he thinks the more independent you become of the limits of any single language. There's a way in which if you only speak your own language, you only think the way that your own language encourages you to think. And so to expand beyond that, to acquire not just maybe one foreign language, but multiple foreign languages, your thought is acquiring a certain amount of independence and ability to move between the different thought patterns and horizons that are available to speakers of each of these different languages. In the next section, Schopenhauer is going to talk about the value of Latin for becoming a good writer in your own language. Here's what he says. From what I have said, it is obvious that to imitate the style of the ancients in their own language, which is so very much superior to ours in point of grammatical perfection, is the best way of preparing for a skillful and finished expression of thought in the mother tongue. Nay, if a man wants to be a great writer, he must not omit to do this, just as, in the case of sculpture or painting, the student must educate himself by copying the great masterpieces of the past before proceeding to original work. It is only by learning to write Latin that a man comes to treat diction as an art. The material in this art is language, which must therefore be handled with the greatest care and delicacy. The result of such study is that a writer will pay keen attention to the meaning and value of words, their order and connection, their grammatical forms. He will learn how to weigh them with precision, and so become an expert in the use of that precious instrument which is meant not only to express valuable thought, but to preserve it as well. Further, he will learn to feel respect for the language in which he writes, and thus be saved from any attempt to remodel it by arbitrary and capricious treatment. Without this schooling, a man's writing may easily degenerate into mere chatter. The best way to become a writer in your native language, says Schopenhauer, is to learn Latin, because there is a certain amount of artistry involved in language. So just as we would tell a sculptor to imitate the great masters of the past, not because you will become their equal, but because struggling to do what they did will be a good instruction for you in the basics of the material. The basics of the material here that we're speaking about in writing is language, the way to use language and idioms well to communicate meaning, but also, as we've been talking about before, thought, to learn to think well, to think clearly, and to be able to say and express precisely what you mean. In the next and final section of this essay, Schopenhauer is going to speak about the dangers of remaining ignorant of Latin. Here's what he writes. To be entirely ignorant of the Latin language is like being in a fine country on a misty day. The horizon is extremely limited. Nothing can be seen clearly except that which is quite close. A few steps beyond, everything is buried in obscurity. But the Latinist has a wide view, embracing modern times, the Middle Age, and antiquity, and his mental horizon is still further enlarged if he studies Greek, or even Sanskrit. If a man knows no Latin, he belongs to the vulgar, even though he be a great virtuoso on the electrical machine and have the base of hydrofluoric acid in his crucible. There is no better recreation for the mind than the study of the ancient classics. Take any one of them into your hand, be it only for half an hour, and you will feel yourself refreshed, relieved, purified, ennobled, strengthened, just as though you had quenched your thirst at some pure spring. Is this the effect of the old language and its perfect expression, or is it the greatness of the minds whose works remain unharmed and unweakened by the lapse of 1,000 years? Perhaps both together. But this I know, if the threatened calamity should ever come, and the ancient languages cease to be taught, a new literature will arise of such barbarous, shallow, and worthless stuff as was never seen before. Schopenhauer tells us that the person who is ignorant of language is like a man moving around on a misty day. Everything, the horizon closes in on him. He's surrounded by mist or fog. What he can see, he sees in a sort of fuzzy way. You can't really make out the details or the colors. And inevitably, he cannot see very far, not nearly as far as he could if the fog were lifted. He is vulgar or low, even if he has many great scientific achievements, or we might say in our own time, tremendous technological marvels at his command. If he can't speak, read, and think in Latin, he is always going to live this kind of limited horizon, as he's always got kind of a fog bank just at the edge of his field of vision. Schopenhauer here also praises reading Latin as a form of recreation. It provides a kind of emotional lift. We might even say it's therapeutic. It will allow us to overcome, it will lift us up when we're low and allow us to overcome some of the misery of this life. And of course, at the end here, Schopenhauer gives this marvelous prophecy that if the study of Latin and Greek should ever fade away completely, they will be replaced by a barbarous, shallow, worthless literature of the kind the world has never seen before. I'll leave it to the judgment of each of you whether this has come to pass in our own time or perhaps in some time prior to today that we're living through right now. So those are Schopenhauer's thoughts on the study of Latin. He's in favor of it, but not for perhaps the reasons one might have supposed, not for nostalgic reasons, but because it feeds into a certain kind of excellence of thought and expression or writing in this book on the art of literature. Those are my comments on Schopenhauer's essay on the study of Latin. The next essay in this volume is titled On Men of Learning, and we'll look at that one in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. On Men of Learning. Hi. The fifth essay in the art of literature is titled On Men of Learning, and it contains Schopenhauer's sustained critique of the learned men of his time, the wise men, the university professors and students, the Hegelians, among others. And along the way, Schopenhauer gives us some idea of his vision of what education is and how it should be done, the proper methods and ends of education, and gives us, by those means, some advice for how we should think about our own life of the mind and process of education, and how we should think about the role of education in society. I'm going to take this essay in 4 parts. In the first part, Schopenhauer enumerates the vices of the modern university, both faculty and students. Keep in mind, for him, modern means the 1840s and 1850s. In the second section, he talks about the difference between treating knowledge as an end and treating knowledge as a means. In the third section, he goes over some popular errors about learning and the life of the mind, and he has some really fantastic metaphors in this part to put across his point of view. I think you'll enjoy them. And in the final section, he contrasts the specialist with the generalist and talks about both the nature and the necessity of specialization in modern learning and knowledge, but also the remaining necessity for certain men of genius who will, by their very nature, by the very task that they perform, have to be generalists. And so I think you'll enjoy that concluding reflection that Schopenhauer ends this essay with, or that I should say that Saunders ends this assembled essay of Schopenhauer's with. So I said the first section would be his attack upon the modern university, and here it is. When one sees the number and variety of institutions which exist for the purposes of education, and the vast throng of scholars and masters, one might fancy the human race to be very much concerned about truth and wisdom. But here, too, appearances are deceptive. The masters teach in order to gain money, and strive not after wisdom, but the outward show and reputation of it. And the scholars learn not for the sake of knowledge and insight, but to be able to chatter and give themselves airs. Every 30 years a new race comes into the world, a youngster that knows nothing about anything, and after summarily devouring in all haste the results of human knowledge as they have been accumulated for thousands of years, aspires to be thought cleverer than the whole of the past. For this purpose he goes to the university, and takes to reading books, new books, as being of his own age and standing. Everything he reads must be briefly put, must be new. He is new himself. Then he falls to and criticizes. And here I am not taking the slightest account of studies pursued for the sole object of making a living. Students, and learned persons of all sorts and every age, aim, as a rule, at acquiring information rather than insight. They pique themselves upon knowing about everything, stones, plants, battles, experiments, and all the books in existence. It never occurs to them that information is only a means of insight, and in itself of little or no value, that it is his way of thinking that makes a man a philosopher. When I hear of those portents of education and of their imposing erudition, I sometimes say to myself, "Ah, how little they must have had to think about, to have been able to read so much." And when I actually find it reported of the elder Pliny that he was continually reading or being read to, at table, on a journey, or in his bath, the question forces itself upon my mind whether the man was so very lacking in thought of his own that he had to have alien thought incessantly instilled into him, as though he were a consumptive patient taking jellies to keep himself alive. And neither his undiscerning credulity nor his inexpressibly repulsive and barely intelligible style, which seems like of a man taking notes and very economical of paper, is of a kind to give me a high opinion of his power of independent thought. We have seen that much reading and learning is prejudicial to thinking for oneself. And in the same way, through much writing and teaching, a man loses the habit of being quite clear, and therefore thorough, in regard to the things he knows and understands, simply because he has left himself no time to acquire clearness or thoroughness. And so, When clear knowledge fails him in his utterances, he is forced to fill out the gaps with words and phrases. It is this, and not the dryness of the subject matter, that makes most books such tedious reading. There is a saying that a good cook can make a palatable dish even out of an old shoe, and a good writer can make the driest things interesting. Schopenhauer tells us here that part of the problem with men of learning and with institutions of learning and the people who occupy them is their vanity, their obsession with show, with making an appearance, with cutting a figure, with the appearance of wisdom as opposed to the actuality, the possession of wisdom. This, he thinks, disfigures the entire process. The masters, the teachers, are vain and showy. The students themselves are there for the wrong purpose and are pursuing the wrong kinds of activities and methods. I think he makes a nice observation here as well about the cult of the new. Right? The student comes in. The student is new. He doesn't know anything yet. He's committed to, he's sort of the product of the current generation. And there's a certain kind of educator who will appeal to the student by saying, you are new and good, and here are some other new ideas, new things that are also new and also good for you. So that the student seeks out something that is new like himself. And this leads to his neglect of things that are old, things that are tested, things that are traditional, leads to a neglect of the study of Greek and Latin, which Schopenhauer has already lamented in the previous essay. So this sort of feeding into, this almost feels like a kind of 19th century version of the customer service, customer satisfaction model of higher education that Schopenhauer's identified, but especially this emphasis upon, insistence upon having what is new and cutting edge. He also makes an observation, which I've heard made quite recently in a podcast I recorded a week or so ago, about the contrast between gathering information and seeking insight. In my podcast, R.J. Matava noted that it's not simply a matter of manipulating information. Students who want to master a certain kind of skill set, they're doing something there, but they're not doing philosophy. Philosophy in the deepest sense is about wisdom, is about formation of the self, is about insight in Schopenhauer's terms. And so there's this difference between an education where you merely want to stuff your mind full of facts and knowing as many things as you can. You can sort of say, here's all the things that I know. Look at how smart I am. And the person who's able to develop a faculty of insight, but also, this means, of course, crucially, developing the self, elevating the self. You can see some themes here about education that are picked up by Nietzsche later on in the 19th century in his critique of the German university system, especially in Twilight of the Idols. Schopenhauer here also attacks what I'd call the vice of reading too much. A person who reads so much has little time left over for thinking or for independent thought. We'll have some metaphors about that in the third section of this essay. But he has his attack upon Pliny, the ancient author, who is always having things read to him. He's reading when he could. He was having people read aloud to him when he couldn't read himself, when he was in the bath, for example. And this strikes Schopenhauer as absurd and as the mark of a deficient intellect, right? Deficient in clarity as well as in original thought, because he's always thinking about what he's reading or what's being read to him. He's thinking about other people's thoughts. The content of his mind is not his own. And this suggests to me that a genuine thinker will read but also think. Will have to take time off, to take sort of leisure time away from reading in order to process, to think, to arrive at his own insights that would be worth then sharing and perhaps worth other people reading. But a person who stops at reading and sort of maxes out his reading time is behaving foolishly, Schopenhauer seems to suggest. And then at the end of this section, there's a discussion of style. A person who reads too much has no time to develop a good style. I'm sorry, he says a person who is devoted to teaching all the time other people, who is always presenting his ideas in a form that other people can absorb. And he's thinking here, I think, especially of the university faculty. Such a person has no time to develop a clear style. And this accounts for the dullness of many books. Not that they're about a dull subject matter which cannot be made clear and exciting, but that the people teaching it are the kind of people who are not able to acquire a clear and a clear and exciting style, dynamic style in which to present the material. So just as an excellent cook can make a great meal out of modest ingredients, right, something similar may hold here in the life of the mind. And a boring topic can be really, with an excellent teacher, an excellent mind, with a clear understanding of a style, it will be able to, a possession of a clear style of presentation, will be able to make even a dull topic interesting. And I think many of us have had experiences like that. Perhaps you have as well. In the second section of this book, Schopenhauer will introduce the idea of means and ends in knowledge. We won't be surprised to hear that knowledge ought to be treated as an end, but the way in which he presents it, I think, will be quite interesting. Here's what he writes. With by far the largest number of learned men, knowledge is a means, not an end. That is why they will never achieve any great work, because to do that, he who pursues knowledge must pursue it as an end, and treat everything else, even existence itself, as only a means. For everything which a man fails to pursue for its own sake is but half pursued, and true excellence, no matter in what sphere, can be attained only where the work has been produced for its own sake alone, and not as a means to further ends. And so, too, no one will ever succeed in doing anything really great and original in the way of thought, who does not seek to acquire knowledge for himself, and making this the immediate object of his studies, decline to trouble himself about the knowledge of others. But the average man of learning studies for the purpose of being able to teach and write. His head is like a stomach and intestines which let the food pass through them undigested. That is just why his teaching and writing is of so little use. For it is not upon undigested refuse that people can be nourished, but solely upon the milk which secretes from the very blood itself. The wig is the appropriate symbol of the man of learning, pure and simple. It adorns the head with a copious quantity of false hair in lack of one's own, just as erudition means endowing it with a great mass of alien thought. This, to be sure, does not clothe the head so well and naturally, nor is it so generally useful, nor so suited for all purposes, nor so firmly rooted, nor when alien thought is used up can it be immediately replaced by more from the same source, as is the case with that which springs from soil of one's own. So we find Sterne in his Tristram Shandy boldly asserting that an ounce of a man's own wit is worth a ton of other people's. And in fact, the most profound erudition is no more akin to genius than a collection of dried plants is like nature, with its constant flow of new life, ever fresh, ever young, ever changing. There are no two things more opposed than the childish naivete of an ancient author and the learning of his commentator. So, to treat knowledge as an end is rather different from treating knowledge as a means. Certain kinds of thinkers, men of learning today, he's writing this, of course, around 1850, are never going to do anything truly great because they treat knowledge as a means for, let's say, teaching or writing or presenting or making a living, making money. That there's something wrong with this. And he says the one who pursues knowledge truly must pursue it as an end to which everything else, even existence itself, is merely a means. That impresses me for the radicalness of his expression, that even my own existence ought to be, in a sense, subordinated to this pursuit of knowledge. Knowledge is that important that I continue to live and to exist for the sake of that kind of acquisition. You need, he thinks, for the highest levels of learning, that kind of single-mindedness, not driven by utility, but by true concern for excellence. And so we also have here these metaphors, right? That one must act. First he says one must seek knowledge for oneself. What does he mean for that? Not sort of utility, right? Not for money and my own comfort, but in order to develop myself. I want to gain knowledge for me becoming a wiser, more knowledgeable person, not for what I can then do for other people, teach them, for money or for free, or write books that they will read and praise. It's solely for me. That seems to be where he's getting at. So there's this kind of selfishness that goes along with this treating knowledge as an end in itself, and perhaps the sole end to which all else is subordinated. And then we have, Schopenhauer goes on a tear here with a couple of really fantastic metaphors. I think a trio, in fact. A person who reads other people's thoughts has a mind like a stomach. All things are always passing through it. Some digested, and some sort of leave the other end undigested. Okay, a very earthy metaphor. But the idea that you should treat your brain as this kind of dynamic organ which takes in but also transforms and creates something new out of what you've read, rather than simply passing it through as kind of nourishment. I don't know what to make of this metaphor about the milk that secretes from the blood. I think something must have been lost in translation there, but I'm not going to take the time to look up the original German just now. And then my favorite metaphor, I think, of this whole essay, the wig. The wig is the perfect symbol for the man of learning. It adorns the head with a copious amount of false hair to make up for the lack of one's own. So I have more hair when I'm wearing a wig. I look like I have more. Erudition endows the mind, replaces creativity in the inferior mind. It doesn't clothe the head so well and naturally, nor is it generally so useful or suited to the purpose as the original would have been, as having original thoughts would obviously be best, but you can get by being just very knowledgeable and erudite. Nor so firmly rooted. That's a nice use of the wig metaphor, right? That the hair comes off when you pull it. Nor when alien thought is used up can it be immediately replaced, right? You can grow. You cut your hair, it grows back. You cut the wig, that's it, right? It's static in a way that the mind should not be, and the mind's knowledge springs from a soil that is one of one's own. And so this quote from Tristram Shandy, an ounce of one man's own wit is worth a ton of other people's wit. You don't want to get by on borrowed wit, on borrowed wisdom and knowledge. You might think this would be thinking like or speaking like an LLM, right? An AI model, right? Somebody asks you a question and you sort of are able to consult your data banks and to pull out the best answer from all the ones that you've memorized, that you have access to. Well, this may be admirable in its own way, but it's certainly not thinking, it's not producing, it's not insight, it's not wisdom of the kind that I think Schopenhauer is speaking about here. And then finally, this metaphor of the dried plants, right? That the most profound erudition is no more akin to than a collection of dried plants is like nature with its constant flow. So imagine, an oregano plant, a basil plant, okay, growing, producing fresh leaves out of the earth in nature versus, a jar of dried, crushed oregano. It's quite fine and maybe even more useful for some purposes, but once you've used it up, it's gone, no more grows, etc., etc. So I like that metaphor as well. I think overall the theme of this section is that erudition, by which the translator, I think, here means the acquisition of knowledge and the ability to master a large body of thought and to pull it up at will, is not the same as genius. We'll be hearing more about genius in the remainder of this essay, in fact, in the remainder of this whole collection of essays, as we go along. The next section, I said, will be about popular errors concerning the process of learning, the life of the mind, and the right attitude to take towards men of learning. Here it is. Dilettanti, dilettanti. This is the slighting way in which those who pursue any branch of art or learning for the love and enjoyment of the thing, per il loro diletto, are spoken of by those who have taken it up for the sake of gain, attracted solely by the prospect of money. This contempt of theirs comes from the base belief that no man will seriously devote himself to a subject unless he is spurred on to it by want, hunger, or else some form of greed. The public is of the same way of thinking, and hence its general respect for professionals and its distrust of dilettanti. But the truth is that the dilettante treats his subject as an end, whereas the professional, pure and simple, treats it merely as a means. He alone will be really in earnest about a matter who has a direct interest therein, takes to it because he likes it, and pursues it con amore. It is these, and not hirelings, that have always done the greatest work. In the Republic of Letters, it is as in other republics. Favor is shown to the plain man, he who goes his way in silence and does not set up to be cleverer than others. But the abnormal man is looked upon as threatening danger. People band together against him and have, oh, such a majority on their side. The condition of this republic is much like that of a small state in America, where every man is intent only upon his own advantage and seeks reputation and power for himself, quite heedless of the general weal, which then goes to ruin. So it is in the Republic of Letters. It is himself and himself alone that a man puts forward because he wants to gain fame. The only thing in which all agree is in trying to keep down a really eminent man, if he should chance to show himself, as one who would be a common peril. From this it is easy to see how it fares with knowledge as a whole. Between professors and independent men of learning, there has always been, from of old, a certain antagonism, which may perhaps be likened to that existing between dogs and wolves. In virtue of their position, professors enjoy great facilities for becoming known to their contemporaries. Contrarily, independent men of learning enjoy, by their position, certain facilities for becoming known to posterity, to which it is necessary that, amongst other and much rarer gifts, a man should have a certain leisure and freedom. As mankind takes a long time in finding out on whom to bestow its attention, they may both work together side by side. He who holds a professorship may be said to receive his food in the stall, and this is the best way with ruminant animals. But he who finds his food for himself at the hands of nature is better off in the open field. So what are the popular errors about the life of the mind? Well, we begin with the charge dilettanti or dilettante, or sort of amateur, somebody who just dips their toes in and is not serious about, is not a professional, not a specialist, about whom we'll hear more in the next section. This is the slighting way in which those who pursue learning for the love of it are treated, both by the specialists and by the general public. The public has a great respect for specialists and a great contempt for the dilettanti. But the truth is, he says, that the dilettante treats his subject as an end, whereas the professional treats it as a means to social respectability, a means to money, etc., etc. It is these, and not the hirelings, who have always done the greatest work, an overall theme of this essay. Then we have some discussion of the metaphor here in the Republic of Letters. Think of the sort of the state that corresponds to the literary world. Favor is shown to the plain man, the ordinary man, the one who doesn't rock the boat. It's the extraordinary man who is pulled down. People band together against him. Obviously, Nietzsche will develop an idea very much like this when he speaks about master morality and slave morality much later in the 19th century. But the metaphor I think of here is the crab bucket. The crabs can't get out of the bucket, but they can stop other crabs from getting out. So they see somebody getting up a little bit too high, close to the edge. They can pull him back down to ensure that we all go down together. That seems to be the spirit of the social attitude towards men of genius that Schopenhauer is attacking in this essay. And then, based upon his knowledge, keep in mind, of course, 1850 or so, pre-Civil War, this is like a small state in America where every man looks out for himself. Think of maybe a state on the frontier, acquires a reputation for power for himself, quite heedless of the common good, which then generally goes to ruin. I don't know what stories Schopenhauer was receiving in Germany about the state of frontier life in America, but I think it's reflecting something like the reputation for the sort of solitary, go-it-alone frontiersman who couldn't give a hang about the public good that everyone else is devoted to. The only thing that all agree on is in trying to keep down a really eminent man, if he should show himself. Again, the idea of slave morality, I think in a sort of early form here, we see being related to it. And then there are a few paragraphs that end this section attacking the professor, contrasting the professors with men of independent learning. Obviously here we should think of the rivalry between Schopenhauer and Hegel, between the Hegelians and university faculty, and Schopenhauer as a man of independent learning, publishing his books and working outside of the teaching and writing system. So this great suggestion, I think, meant to be rather pointed, that professors have a great deal of resources available to them for becoming famous in their own time. The man of genius, the man of independent thought, has resources for becoming famous to posterity, so people will remember him much further along. And I think then the kind of crueler metaphor of the man who holds a professorship receives his food at the stall, right? Like an animal, like a ruminant, like a cow or a horse. People put things in the trough for this kind of animal to eat. But the man he who finds food for himself at the hands of nature is better off in the open field. The comparison here is an independent scholar like Schopenhauer is more like a predator out hunting for his own food, earning it by his own effort. This being then a much more dignified and, we might say, kind of fulfilling way of being an intellectual than sort of going to work, drawing a paycheck, teaching people who are paying to learn from you in a more formal setting. So I think Schopenhauer, maybe a little bit of bitterness here, but also a sort of pulling out the knives for Hegel and the Hegelians, and just university life generally, from which he's excluded, from which he is on the outside. In the final section of this essay, we're going to see a contrast between the generalist and the specialist. I think you'll really like it. Here it is. Of human knowledge as a whole, and in every branch of it, by far the largest part exists nowhere but on paper. I mean in books, that paper memory of mankind. Only a small part of it is, at any given period, really active in the minds of particular persons. This is due, in the main, to the brevity and uncertainty of life, but it also comes from the fact that men are lazy and bent on pleasure. Every generation attains, on its hasty passage through existence, just so much of human knowledge as it needs, and then soon disappears. Most men of learning are very superficial. Then follows a new generation, full of hope but ignorant, and with everything to learn from the beginning. It seizes in its turn just so much as it can grasp and find useful on its brief journey, and then, too, goes its way. How badly it would fare with human knowledge if it were not for the art of writing and printing. This it is that makes libraries the only sure and lasting memory of the human race. For its individual members have, all of them, but a very limited and imperfect one. Hence most men of learning are as loth to have their knowledge examined as merchants to lay bare their books. Human knowledge extends on all sides, farther than the eye can reach, and of that which would be generally worth knowing, no one man can possess even the 1,000th part. All branches of learning have thus been so much enlarged that he who would do something has to pursue no more than one subject and disregard all others. In his own subject he will then, it is true, be superior to the vulgar, but in all else he will belong to it. If we add to this the neglect of the ancient languages, which is nowadays on the increase and is doing away with all general education in the humanities, for a mere smattering of Latin and Greek is of no use, we shall come to have men of learning who, outside their own subject, display an ignorance truly bovine. An exclusive specialist of this kind stands on a par with a workman in a factory, whose whole life is spent in making one particular kind of screw, or catch, or handle, for some particular instrument or machine, in which indeed he attains incredible dexterity. The specialist may also be likened to a man who lives in his own house and never leaves it. There he is perfectly familiar with everything, every little step, corner, or board, much as Quasimodo in Victor Hugo's Notre Dame knows the cathedral, but outside it all is strange and unknown. For true culture in the humanities, it is absolutely necessary that a man should be many-sided and take large views. And for a man of learning in the higher sense of the word, an extensive acquaintance with history is needful. He, however, who wishes to be a complete philosopher must gather into his head the remotest ends of human knowledge, for where else could they ever come together? It is precisely minds of the first order that will never be specialists, for their very nature is to make the whole of existence their problem. And this is a subject upon which they will, every one of them, in some form, provide mankind with a new revelation. For he alone can deserve the name of genius who takes the all, the essential, the universal, for the theme of his achievements, not he who spends his life in explaining some special relation of things one to another. In this final section, I think Schopenhauer really outdoes himself in terms of his description of what he thinks is the life of mind of the genius, the kind of learning and education and attitude towards the world that is characteristic of the true philosopher. So he begins by noting the vastness of human knowledge. Human knowledge written, the memory of the human race is on paper, is in books. We've already spoken about the difficulty of reading many, many books and of acquiring it all. A person can only acquire a certain amount of familiarity with it. What we have then is this. I think the key insight of this final section. Where does all of this learning go to? Well, it comes together in the head of the person who's read it. This sort of dynamic processing of, and I might say synthesizing, if I can be allowed the word, of all of these strains of thought into something new and brilliant, something that is worthwhile. And this is really where we need to have at least some people, men of genius, true philosophers, working on behalf of the human race. If we lose these, we lose something that is vital. I don't know if we all become last men, as Nietzsche might have said, but something important is lost. So there's this contrast between there's this necessity given the vastness of human knowledge. There's a necessity given the vastness of human knowledge that some people should become specialists, should become experts in a small area, but to be an expert in one area is to be an amateur. It is to be ignorant in every other area. And so if we have nothing but specialists in different areas, what we have is a kind of almost total ignorance. We've got every person who's 1% wise in his area and 99% ignorant in every other area. We need something more than that. Otherwise, we're all like the hunchback character in The Hunchback of Notre Dame, right? We know our own particular spot. We don't know the whole. How do we come to know the whole? How does that kind of knowledge enter into the human race? No one can specialize in the whole. This is a lesson I try to teach to my students when I teach Plato's Republic. The whole is not a specialty. Where does it come from? It comes from men of genius. For culture in the humanities, it is necessary that a man should be many-sided and take large views. I might even say an expert can do this. I can be an expert in my area, but I can also devote a good, maybe even a substantial portion of my intellectual effort to being well-rounded. So this is sort of I think of this as akin to a defense of the liberal arts. He who wishes to be a complete philosopher must gather into his head the remotest ends of human knowledge, for where else would they, the ends of human knowledge, come together? In the head of a profound thinker, somebody who's willing to do that kind of synthetic work. It is precisely the minds of the first order that will never be specialists. So here's a defense of the position of the generalist in the category of men of learning, in the life of the mind. The generalist cannot be a specialist in anything. I guess he's contradicting what I just suggested a moment ago. For their very nature is to make the whole of existence their problem, and this is a subject upon every which one of them will in some form provide mankind with a new revelation. So maybe we might say that the product of their thought is going to be something more like a poetic wisdom than a scientific or a useful wisdom. He alone can deserve the name of the genius who takes the universal for the theme of his achievements, not he who spends his life in explaining some special relation of things one to another. And I've read that before, but what is the virtue of the generalist that the specialist cannot duplicate? It's in speaking to us about the whole of reality, the all, the essential, the universal. Those sound useless from the perspective of utility, specialization, and the like, but that form of knowledge, I like these final words, explaining some special relation of things to one another. If all I ever do, and all that any of us ever does, is explain how things are related to other things, we've not yet risen to the level of actually confronting and answering, trying to answer, even fitfully, these philosophical questions about the nature of the whole. Why is there something rather than nothing, etc., etc. That's the role for the generalist. That's the role for the man of genius. And I think part of the purpose of this essay, as Bailey Saunders has constructed it from Schopenhauer's writings, is to make a brief for the place of the generalist and for the value of this work in a modern arrangement of knowledge in which there must, of necessity, be a great deal of specialization. Specialization and expertise, yes, but also generalists who in some way are doing the most important work of all. So that's my commentary on the essay on Men of Learning. The next essay in the volume is called On Thinking for Oneself, and we'll look at that one in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. On Thinking for Oneself. Hi. The sixth section of The Art of Literature is an essay titled On Thinking for Oneself. This comes from a section of Pererga, Schopenhauer's later writings, titled Selbstdenken, literally self-thinking, thinking for and through oneself. Here we will see Schopenhauer contrast the man of letters, the man of learning, about whom he's spoken so disdainfully in the previous essay, with the true thinker, the true philosopher, the man of genius. He introduces here as well the additional vocabulary of the book philosopher versus the genuine philosopher. He also catalogues the harms of reading too much or reading for the wrong reasons. And towards the end, he makes a number of really striking comparisons, including one comparing the independent thinker to a monarch who possesses a certain kind of authority from within rather than from without. So watch for that. I think that's very valuable. In this first part of the essay, Schopenhauer will begin with the observation that knowledge requires organization. Here's what he writes. A library may be very large, but if it is in disorder, it is not so useful as one that is small but well arranged. In the same way, a man may have a great mass of knowledge, but if he has not worked it up by thinking it over for himself, it has much less value than a far smaller amount which he has thoroughly pondered. For it is only when a man looks at his knowledge from all sides and combines the things he knows by comparing truth with truth that he obtains a complete hold over it and gets it into his power. A man cannot turn over anything in his mind unless he knows it. He should, therefore, learn something, but it is only when he has turned it over that he can be said to know it. Reading and learning are things that anyone can do of his own free will, but not so thinking. Thinking must be kindled like a fire by a draught. It must be sustained by some interest in the matter at hand. This interest may be of a purely objective kind or merely subjective. The latter comes into play only in things that concern us personally. Objective interest is confined to heads that think by nature, to whom thinking is as natural as breathing, and they are very rare. This is why most men of learning show so little of it. So just like a library, our thoughts require organization in order to be useful to us. It's not enough merely to pile up facts, no matter how many facts we acquire, if we don't have them well organized and cataloged and available to us. And I'll add as well, I think it's more than just a huge number of facts plus pattern recognition, which is something that an LLM can do. What's really needed here is an act of synthesis by a living intellect. This is the means by which your knowledge, your thoughts become a genuine part of you. They're sort of grafted onto your living being, to your mind. So the idea, the metaphor of data collection, of just putting more and more lines in a spreadsheet, is really the wrong way to think about knowing. It's something much more organic and more genuinely human. Schopenhauer also observes here that thinking is not a voluntary act. We can't force ourselves to think at will. And it also requires a certain kind of fuel to sustain it. And Schopenhauer observes this fuel can be objective in the relatively rare true thinker who just has a drive to know and is also attracted by the inherent interest of reality, of what he seeks to study. That's the sort of spark, the fuel that drives that sort of thinker. Or the fuel can be subjective. It can be the personal interest that the thinker takes in the outcome, seeking something useful, perhaps. And already we can see that there are two kinds, but there's also, we can sort of sense that the objective kind is going to have a certain kind of a greater nobility and completeness to it. In the next part, Schopenhauer will contrast thinking with reading, and also thinkers, as a type of person, with readers. Here's what he writes. It is incredible what a different effect is produced upon the mind by thinking for oneself, as compared with reading. It carries on and intensifies that original difference in the nature of two minds which leads the one to think and the other to read. What I mean is that reading forces alien thoughts upon the mind, thoughts which are as foreign to the drift and temper in which it may be for the moment, as the seal is to the wax on which it stamps its imprint. The mind is thus entirely under compulsion from without. It is driven to think this or that, though for the moment it may not have the slightest impulse or inclination to do so. But when a man thinks for himself, he follows the impulse of his own mind, which is determined for him at the time, either by his environment or some particular recollection. The visible world of a man's surroundings does not, as reading does, impress a single definite thought upon his mind, but merely gives the matter and occasion which lead him to think what is appropriate to his nature and present temper. So it is that much reading deprives the mind of all elasticity. It is like keeping a spring continually under pressure. The safest way of having no thoughts of one's own is to take up a book every moment one has nothing else to do. It is this practice which explains why erudition makes most men more stupid and silly than they are by nature, and prevents their writings obtaining any measure of success. They remain, in Pope's words, forever reading, never to be read. Men of learning are those who have done their reading in the pages of a book. Thinkers and men of genius are those who have gone straight to the book of nature. It is they who have enlightened the world and carried humanity further on its way. If a man's thoughts are to have truth and life in them, they must, after all, be his own fundamental thoughts, for these are the only ones that he can fully and wholly understand. So what's the problem with reading? Well, one who reads gets his thoughts from outside of his own mind. He ends up thinking alien thoughts. He is, to use a new metaphor, like a blank book that's written in by someone else. Right? I have blank pages. Somebody else writes in the blank pages of my mind. Why? Because I don't have a pen of my own. The contrast here is with what we might call more homegrown, organic thoughts, which have a certain kind of elasticity to them. Schopenhauer says, the world inspires the thinker to have thoughts of his own that are in accord with his own nature and temperament. And this reminds me very much of Nietzsche, later on, what he'll say about a certain kind of person, that there are people who receive thoughts and values from outside of themselves, and there are people who are not overwhelmed and dominated by what they receive, but are able to process it and produce something new and genuine. And I think that's the root of that idea in Nietzsche, is I think here in Schopenhauer in a certain form. We're told here as well that erudition, learning, can be a hazard to originality, that a true genius, a true thinker, reads not other people's books merely, but the book of nature, draws from experience. And we can think of examples of this from our own time, for example, bad fan fiction, or very derivative entertainment, movies that seem like they're simply copying the plot beats and structures from much better movies from the past. We're familiar with this, and I think this is part of what Schopenhauer is getting onto, that there's a certain kind of lacking in originality, derivative thinking that goes on out there. In the next part of the essay, Schopenhauer will catalog the many hazards of reading, and here they are. To read another's thoughts is like taking the leavings of a meal to which we have not been invited, or putting on the clothes which some unknown visitor has laid aside. The thought we read is related to the thought which springs up in ourselves as the fossil impress of some prehistoric plant to a plant as it buds forth in springtime. Reading is nothing more than a substitute for thought of one's own. It means putting the mind into leading strings. The multitude of books serves only to show how many false paths there are, and how widely astray a man may wander if he follows any of them. But he who is guided by his genius, he who thinks for himself, who thinks spontaneously and exactly, possesses the only compass by which he can steer aright. A man should read only when his own thoughts stagnate at their source, which will happen often enough even with the best of minds. On the other hand, to take up a book for the purpose of scaring away one's own original thoughts is a sin against the Holy Spirit. It is like running away from nature to look at a museum of dried plants, or gaze at a landscape in copperplate. A man may have discovered some portion of truth or wisdom after spending a great deal of time and trouble in thinking it over for himself and adding thought to thought. And it may sometimes happen that he could have found it all ready to hand in a book and spared himself the trouble. But even so, it is 100 times more valuable if he has acquired it by thinking it out for himself. For it is only when we gain our knowledge in this way that it enters as an integral part, a living member, into the whole system of our thought, that it stands in complete and firm relation with what we know, that it is understood with all that underlies it and follows from it, that it wears the color, the precise shade, that distinguishing mark of our own way of thinking, that it comes exactly at the right time, just as we felt the necessity of it, that it stands fast and cannot be forgotten. This is the perfect application, nay, the interpretation of Goethe's advice to earn our inheritance for ourselves so that we may really possess it. Was du ererbt von deinen Vätern hast, erwirb es, es zu besitzen. He tells us that reading can serve as a substitute for original thought, and this is contrasted with the inner compass of the thinker who looks within himself, finds in his thoughts and his processing of reality a sure guide for his action. There is a term of art that's used here by Schopenhauer, by the translator, the sin versus the Holy Spirit. You should know, if you don't know that scriptural reference already, that is the one unforgivable sin. It's said in the Bible, that's the one sin that God will not forgive, is the sin versus the Holy Spirit. Schopenhauer's version of this here, the unforgivable sin of the intellectual life, is reading in order to avoid thinking one's own thoughts. If I feel myself starting to have a thought and I go seek out something to read quickly so I can sort of put that fire out before it starts, quell that. That seems to be the ultimate kind of betrayal of one's own intellectual nature. It is like, he says, preferring the copy or the artificial museum plant to the real thing that you can have in nature. It's absurd, and it's a sort of inversion of a proper valuing of reality. Even if getting knowledge from a book is faster and more efficient, thinking this through and discovering the truth for yourself is more valuable, because in that way, the truth that we know, the thought that we think, becomes an integral part of our knowledge. It becomes a living member of our mind. We can know it, he says, precisely, and we are able then to deploy it at the right time with prudence. There's a way in which it is genuinely ours when we have it for ourselves, when we discover it this way through our own thinking, versus looking it up in a book, which gives it to us, if at all, in a much, much lower register. In the next part of the essay, Schopenhauer is going to give us a number of analogies and draw out some of the implications of this contrast that he's introduced. Here's what he writes. The man who thinks for himself forms his own opinions and learns the authorities for them only later on, when they serve but to strengthen his belief in them and in himself. But the book philosopher starts from the authorities. He reads other people's books, collects their opinions, and so forms a whole for himself, which resembles an automaton made up of anything but flesh and blood. Contrarily, he who thinks for himself creates a work like a living man as made by nature. For the work comes into being as a man does. The thinking mind is impregnated from without, and then it forms and bears its child. Truth that has been merely learned is like an artificial limb, a false tooth, a waxen nose. At best, like a nose made out of another's flesh. It adheres to us only because it is put on. But truth acquired by thinking of our own is like a natural limb. It alone really belongs to us. This is the fundamental difference between the thinker and the mere man of learning. The intellectual attainments of a man who thinks for himself resemble a fine painting, where the light and shade are correct, the tone sustained, the color perfectly harmonized. It is true to life. On the other hand, the intellectual attainments of the mere man of learning are like a large palette full of all sorts of colors, which at most are systematically arranged, but devoid of harmony, connection, and meaning. Reading is thinking with someone else's head instead of one's own. To think with one's own head is always to aim at developing a coherent whole, a system, even though it be not a strictly complete one, and nothing hinders this so much as too strong a current of others' thoughts, such as comes of continual reading. These thoughts, springing every one of them from different minds, belonging to different systems, and tinged with different colors, never of themselves flow together into an intellectual whole. They never form a unity of knowledge, or insight, or conviction, but rather fill the head with a Babylonian confusion of tongues. The mind that is overloaded with alien thought is thus deprived of all clear insight, and is well nigh disorganized. This is a state of things observable in many men of learning, and it makes them inferior in sound sense, correct judgment, and practical tact, to many illiterate persons who, after obtaining a little knowledge from without, by means of experience, intercourse with others, and a small amount of reading, have always subordinated it to and embodied it with their own thought. The really scientific thinker does the same thing as these illiterate persons, but on a larger scale. Although he has need of much knowledge, and so must read a great deal, his mind is nevertheless strong enough to master it all, to assimilate and incorporate it with the system of his thoughts, and so to make it fit in with the organic unity of his insight, which, though vast, is always growing. And in the process, his own thought, like the bass in an organ, always dominates everything and is never drowned by other tones, as happens with minds which are full of mere antiquarian lore, where shreds of music, as it were, in every key, mingle confusedly, and no fundamental note is heard at all. Those who have spent their lives in reading and taken their wisdom from books are like people who have obtained precise information about a country from the descriptions of many travelers. Such people can tell a great deal about it, but after all they have no connected, clear, and profound knowledge of its real condition. But those who have spent their lives in thinking resemble the travelers themselves. They alone really know what they are talking about. They are acquainted with the actual state of affairs, and are quite at home in the subject. The thinker stands in the same relation to the ordinary book philosopher as an eyewitness does to the historian. He speaks from direct knowledge of his own. That is why all those who think for themselves come at bottom to much the same conclusion. The differences they present are due to their different points of view, and when these do not affect the matter, they all speak alike. They merely express the result of their own objective perception of things. There are many passages in my works which I have given to the public only after some hesitation, because of their paradoxical nature, and afterwards I have experienced a pleasant surprise in finding the same opinion recorded in the works of great men who lived long ago. There are some great comparisons here. One of my favorites is that thinking is a natural growth of thought, of ideas within the mind, like the growth of a child gestating in the womb, versus reading, which he compares to being a kind of a robot or a zombie, an automaton, right? There's something unnatural about it. It's like a false nose or a nose made of someone else's flesh. It's not genuinely your own. He also, a great image here of to read is to think with someone else's head, or it's like having knowledge of a foreign land only from travelers' reports rather than from firsthand experience, or the historian reconstructing a scene versus the eyewitness to the scene. There's something valuable about the person who's present and fully engaged with the reality, the experience, the object of knowledge that they are encountering. I'm especially appreciative of Schopenhauer's contrast here between men of learning, these book philosophers we'll see later on, and the relative illiterates who are able to work properly with their own limited experience and limited knowledge. I think of a man who knows relatively little, but what he knows well, and what he knows thoroughly. He's applied his mind to it, he's drawn lessons from his experience, and he's able, within that fairly small scope, to be wise and prudent. Schopenhauer says, such a person shows more sense, judgment, and prudence and tact than these men of great learning who can boast of tremendous amounts of knowledge that they possess. And the ideal then for any of us, for the true thinker, for the true philosopher, is to be like those illiterate persons, but on a large scale, which means to have a certain kind of capacity and strength of mind to master not just a narrow area, but many more areas, a larger area than the whole. So there's a suggestion here of a kind of magnificence that's required on the intellectual scale to do not what the man of learning does, which is absurd and a dead end, but to do what the wise illiterate does. Perhaps I'll put it that way. But simply expand it with greater and greater power of mind. In the next section of the essay, Schopenhauer is going to give us some insight into the value of waiting on our thoughts, waiting on our insights, rather than forcing them. And here's what he writes. The book philosopher merely reports what one person has said and another meant, or the objections raised by a third, and so on. He compares different opinions, ponders, criticizes, and tries to get at the truth of the matter, herein on a par with the critical historian. For instance, he will set out to inquire whether Leibniz was not for some time a follower of Spinoza, and questions of a like nature. The curious student of such matters may find conspicuous examples of what I mean in Herbart's Analytical Elucidation of Morality and Natural Right, and in the same author's Letters on Freedom. Surprise may be felt that a man of the kind should put himself to so much trouble, for, on the face of it, if he would only examine the matter for himself, he would speedily attain his object by the exercise of a little thought. But there is a small difficulty in the way. It does not depend upon his own will. A man can always sit down and read, but not think. It is with thoughts as with men. They cannot always be summoned at pleasure. We must wait for them to come. Thought about a subject must appear of itself, by a happy and harmonious combination of external stimulus with mental temper and attention, and it is just that which never seems to come to these people. This truth may be illustrated by what happens in the case of matters affecting our own personal interest. When it is necessary to come to some resolution in any matter of that kind, we cannot well sit down at any given moment and think over the merits of the case and make up our mind, for if we try to do so, we often find ourselves unable at that particular moment to keep our mind fixed upon the subject. It wanders off to other things. Aversion to the matter in question is sometimes to blame for this. In such a case, we should not use force, but wait for the proper frame of mind to come of itself. It often comes unexpectedly and returns again and again, and the variety of temper in which we approach it at different moments puts the matter always in a fresh light. It is this long process which is understood by the term a ripe resolution. For the work of coming to a resolution must be distributed, and in the process much that is overlooked at one moment occurs to us at another, and the repugnance vanishes when we find, as we usually do, on a closer inspection, that things are not so bad as they seemed. This rule applies to the life of the intellect as well as to matters of practice. A man must wait for the right moment. Not even the greatest mind is capable of thinking for itself at all times. Hence, a great mind does well to spend its leisure in reading, which, as I have said, is a substitute for thought. It brings stuff to the mind by letting another person do the thinking, although that is always done in a manner not our own. Therefore, a man should not read too much, in order that his mind may not become accustomed to the substitute and thereby forget the reality, that it may not form the habit of walking in well-worn paths, nor by following an alien course of thought grow a stranger to its own. Least of all should a man quite withdraw his gaze from the real world for the mere sake of reading, as the impulse and the temper which prompt to thought of one's own come far oftener from the world of reality than from the world of books. The real life that a man sees before him is the natural subject of thought, and in its strength as the primary element of existence, it can more easily than anything else rouse and influence the thinking mind. Thoughts don't come when called, so what we can do instead of demanding that they come to us is simply to prepare ourselves to receive them. So the example that Schopenhauer works out at length here is when we're making a difficult decision, one that's quite significant for our future, we need time. We need time to stew over it, to think it over, both, might say, consciously and also subconsciously. And what any of us finds, if you think back on occasions like this in your own life, is that the decision in your mind emerges gradually, this resolution. And one day I'm simply aware that, yeah, I've made up my mind now, and I'm fully confident in it and ready to act on it. What's been happening is that my subconscious mind, we would say in our language, has been working on it sort of in the background while I've been doing other things. Over the course of many days and weeks, I've been also, with another part of my mind, considering and processing what goes into this decision that I need to make. And this is what Saunders translates here as a ripe resolution. More recent translation gives this as a ripening of decisions. No doubt this is a kind of German expression. And this, Schopenhauer says, is the proper place for reading in the life of a thinker. It's not that you never read, but that you read in order to give your brain the downtime that it requires in order to arrive at these decisions. I like very much the quote from the very end of this section where Schopenhauer says, the real life that is before him is the natural subject of thought for the thinker, and that we should never forget this. You're here to think not about the writings of other people, but about real life, about the world as you are encountering it and experiencing it. And reading can be an asset to that, but it can't take the place of it. In the next section of the essay, Schopenhauer will tell us how to recognize a book philosopher and to tell him from the real thing. Here's what he writes. After these considerations, it will not be matter for surprise that a man who thinks for himself can easily be distinguished from the book philosopher by the very way in which he talks, by his marked earnestness and originality, directness, and personal conviction that stamp all his thoughts and expressions. The book philosopher, on the other hand, lets it be seen that everything he has is second-hand, that his ideas are like the number and trash of an old furniture shop, collected together from all quarters. Mentally, he is dull and pointless, a copy of a copy. His literary style is made up of conventional, nay, vulgar phrases and terms that happen to be current. In this respect, much like a small state where all the money that circulates is foreign because it has no coinage of its own. Mere experience can, as little as reading, supply the place of thought. It stands to thinking in the same relation in which eating stands to digestion and assimilation. When experience boasts that to its discoveries alone is due the advancement of the human race, it is as though the mouth were to claim the whole credit of maintaining the body in health. The works of all truly capable minds are distinguished by a character of decision and definiteness, which means that they are clear and free from obscurity. A truly capable mind always knows definitely and clearly what it is that it wants to express, whether its medium is prose, verse, or music. Other minds are not decisive and not definite, and by this they may be known for what they are. The characteristic sign of a mind of the highest order is that it always judges at first hand. Everything it advances is the result of thinking for itself, and this is everywhere evident by the way in which it gives its thoughts utterance. Such a mind is like a prince. In the realm of intellect, its authority is imperial, whereas the authority of minds of a lower grade is delegated only, as may be seen in their style, which has no independent stamp of its own. Everyone who really thinks for himself is so far like a monarch. His position is undelegated and supreme. His judgments, like royal decrees, spring from his own sovereign power and proceed directly from himself. He acknowledges authority as little as a monarch admits a command. He subscribes to nothing but what he has himself authorized. The multitude of common minds, laboring under all sorts of current opinions, authorities, prejudices, is like the people, which silently obeys the law and accepts orders from above. So the book philosopher has everything secondhand. His mind is a copy of a copy. Think of a photocopy that you've run through multiple generations of copying. It's distorted, you've lost quality with each succeeding generation. And there's no really way of getting it back. The fuzzy copy that you have is the best you're ever going to get. Or, another great metaphor, it's like a small nation which tends to rely upon another nation's currency to circulate within it because it can't sustain or defend its own. There's something uniquely humiliating, perhaps, in Schopenhauer's Place and Time especially, about being unable to really get your people to use your own national currency. Instead, they trade in the currency of your much larger neighboring partner. So something like that's supposed to sting a little bit, right? A person who is a book philosopher is, trading, but he's trading with, dollars or marks or euros from some neighboring state. He does take a shot here at the role of experience, and especially at the empiricists. And he says to say that experience is the source of all knowledge and the most important thing is like the mouth claiming credit for the health of the body. And we would say, yes, there's a role for it, but it's the role is kind of as an entry point for the kind of thought that will be going later on. There will be the real genuine sustaining thought that will happen after we've had the experience, when we've begun to reflect upon the lessons of it. I think here Schopenhauer, we should remember, is telling us of the need for metaphysics, which is going to be a product of thought. We're not going to be sort of bare empiricists here. We're going to need to actually appropriate for ourselves at a higher level of abstraction the lessons that we draw out of experience. So Schopenhauer is still in the tradition of German idealism. The best minds, he says, have these qualities of decision and definiteness. The man of genius knows what he wants to say. And that's interesting because we might think, how can anybody not know what he wants to say? You might listen to a politician sometimes sort of blather on, and you realize he's sort of, the wheels are spinning as fast as the mouth is moving. He's trying to think of what to say. That's the opposite quality of the best sort of thinking mind. It's a person who's able to think before he speaks. We've heard, I think, something like that before in regards to writing. But there's a certain quality of ownership of thought, that what comes out of his mouth is just what he wants to come out, rather than sort of blathering on, discovering, trading in cliches and the like. There's here also the comparison to the monarch or the prince. There's a sort of way in which the thinking mind is, sits on a throne and acts and speaks with confidence out of its own authority, rather than the delegated authority that's gotten from someone else, right? So the messenger of the king who has to present the royal seal. Here is the artifact which entitles me to speak on behalf of His Majesty. So now you may pay attention to me because of this higher authority that I represent. Or like the proles, like the common people who obey silently what's given to them. Again, we see here perhaps the roots of an idea that we see developed in a different way in Nietzsche, the idea of slave morality, of people who receive what is given to them, or maybe this is the progenitors of slave morality, perhaps, not slave morality itself. What we're going to see in the next section are various practical issues and observations regarding people who rely upon authorities and attempt to sort of beat us into submission by with their claims of expertise and authority. Here's what Schopenhauer writes. Those who are so zealous and eager to settle debated questions by citing authorities are really glad when they are able to put the understanding and the insight of others into the field in place of their own, which are wanting. their number is legion. For, as Seneca says, there is no man but prefers belief to the exercise of judgment. Un usquisque mavult credere quam judicare. In their controversies, such people make a promiscuous use of the weapon of authority, and strike out at one another with it. If anyone chances to become involved in such a contest, he will do well not to try reason and argument as a mode of defense. For against a weapon of that kind, these people are like Siegfrieds, with a skin of horn, and dipped in the flood of incapacity for thinking and judging. They will meet his attack by bringing up their authorities as a way of abashing him, argumentum ad verecundiam, and then cry out that they have won the battle. In the real world, be it never so fair, favorable, and pleasant, we always live subject to the law of gravity, which we have to be constantly overcoming. But in the world of intellect, we are disembodied spirits held in bondage to no such law, and free from penury and distress. Thus it is that there exists no happiness on earth like that which, at the auspicious moment, a fine and fruitful mind finds in itself. The presence of a thought is like the presence of a woman we love. We fancy we shall never forget the thought, nor become indifferent to the dear one. But, out of sight, out of mind. The finest thought runs the risk of being irrevocably forgotten if we do not write it down, and the darling of being deserted if we do not marry her. There are plenty of thoughts which are valuable to the man who thinks them, but only few of them which have enough strength to produce repercussive or reflect action. I mean, to win the reader's sympathy after they have been put on paper. But still, it must not be forgotten that a true value attaches only to what a man has thought in the first instance for his own case. Thinkers may be classed according as they think chiefly for their own case or for that of others. The former are the genuine independent thinkers. They really think and are really independent. They are the true philosophers. They alone are in earnest. The pleasure and the happiness of their existence consists in thinking. The others are the sophists. They want to seem that which they are not, and seek their happiness in what they hope to get from the world. They are in earnest about nothing else. To which of these two classes a man belongs may be seen by his whole style and manner. Lichtenberg is an example of the former class. Herder, there can be no doubt, belongs to the second. When one considers how vast and how close to us is the problem of existence, this equivocal, tortured, fleeting, dreamlike existence of ours, so vast and so close that a man no sooner discovers it than it overshadows and obscures all other problems and aims. And when one sees how all men, with few and rare exceptions, have no clear consciousness of the problem, nay, seem to be quite unaware of its presence, but busy themselves with everything rather than with this, and live on, taking no thought but for the passing day, and the hardly longer span of their own personal future, either expressly discarding the problem, or else over-ready to come to terms with it by adopting some system of popular metaphysics and letting it satisfy them. When I say one takes all this to heart, one may come to the opinion that man may be said to be a thinking being only in a very remote sense, and henceforth feel no special surprise at any trait of human thoughtlessness or folly, but know rather that the normal man's intellectual range of vision does indeed extend beyond that of the brute, whose whole existence is, as it were, a continual present, with no consciousness of the past or the future, but not such an immeasurable distance as is generally supposed. This is in fact corroborated by the way in which most men converse, where their thoughts are found to be chopped up fine like chaff, so that for them to spin out a discourse of any length is impossible. If this world were peopled by really thinking beings, it could not be that noise of every kind would be allowed such generous limits, as is the case with the most horrible and at the same time aimless form of it. Translator's note. Schopenhauer refers to the cracking of whips. See the essay On Noise in Studies in Pessimism. If nature had meant man to think, she would not have given him ears, or at any rate, she would have furnished them with airtight flaps, such as are the enviable possession of the bat. But in truth, man is a poor animal like the rest, and his powers are meant only to maintain him in the struggle for existence. So he must need keep his ears always open to announce of themselves, by night as by day, the approach of the pursuer. Schopenhauer tells us that when dealing with these citers of authority, don't bother to argue, it's wasted on them. They're not going to be moved by it. He has an interesting paragraph here about the supreme happiness of the thinking, self-knowing mind. He suggests this is the best kind of experience possible for human beings, and it's found within, and it's also intellectual. It's this kind of discovery of thought. We've got something here very close to Schopenhauer's ideal for this lifetime. He has a comparison also to the presence of a thought, like activating the longing for a woman we love. And in order to keep her near us, we marry her. In order to keep our thought, we must write it down to preserve it. We have a contrast here between the philosopher and the sophist as well. The word that Saunders translates as genuine independent thinkers in German is Selbstdenker, that is, thinkers for themselves, but those are the people who do the act which is the title of this essay, right? People who think for themselves. That title that title came from both from Schopenhauer and from not just from Saunders. The contrast here between the Selbstdenker is the ones who think for others. These are people who want to be admired by others. They think, we might say, for the sake of others, in order to inspire to attract the attention of others. And the way you can recognize, we might say, a true thinker for himself is that he doesn't really care about attracting the attention of others, or if he values it, in an appropriate way, which is a far less important thing than simply thinking and speaking for himself. Schopenhauer here at the very end gets kind of metaphysical, I think. He begins talking about the problem of existence, the problem of coming to terms with this life and the suffering of this life. And he notes that most men will ignore this question entirely, right? Or they'll sort of cop out into easy dogmatic solutions and think selfishly only of their own lifetime and their own horizon. They won't be able to rise up to the higher level of abstraction to take in the whole question of being. Okay? I'm thinking kind of Heideggerian thoughts when I see sort of the roots of this in Schopenhauer here. Schopenhauer's conclusion, well, we can say that man is a thinking being, but only in a very remote and general sense. Sort of the human race in general is capable of thinking, but only the very rare, excellent person, maybe even requiring certain kinds of circumstances and resources, is genuinely able to think. We might think here as well of his comment, I think it's in Studies in Pessimism, of the different types of human being, from the sort of most bestial kind of dock worker, he says, in Naples, all the way up through the merchant to other classes of human being, up to the highest kind, which is the philosopher, he thinks, the one who's able to engage in this genuine metaphysical project of thinking through the problem of existence at the highest level. The conversation of ordinary people, he says, is shallow because their thoughts are like chaff, and I thought this is a really great metaphor. Chaff, very finely chopped up stuff, right? Or confetti, we might say in our time, or very short threads that can't be combined into anything else. And so their conversation has no enduring quality. There aren't the resources there in them to actually follow a long chain of argument or to think a long thought. I was very pleased here to see at the end of this essay also a reference in the footnote to Schopenhauer's hated whip cracks. See the essay on noise for his very lengthy thoughts about that. And the concluding bit of the essay, that it may turn out, thinking kind of in almost an evolutionary sense, nature just didn't design humans to think. Right? We're not really meant for that by our natural being, which is a thought that we thinkers, put ourselves and Schopenhauer in that same category, we thinkers should recognize we are rare among the human race, because nature, to keep us alive, doesn't need us to think. It doesn't need us to think very much. So doing the kind of work, the kind of philosophical work that Schopenhauer thinks needs to be done and should be done, is going to be the privilege of the relatively few, and it's going to involve sort of cutting against the main course of human life, which is devoted more to this kind of natural survival. So those are my comments on this essay. The next essay in the volume is called On Some Forms of Literature, and I'll share it with you in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. On Some Forms of Literature. Hello. The 7th essay in The Art of Literature is titled On Some Forms of Literature, and like the essay on the study of Latin and that on Men of Learning, it has been composed by the translator and editor T. Bailey Saunders from excerpts of 4 different sections of Schopenhauer's later work, Parerga. In this first section, we'll hear Schopenhauer talk about the character of drama. He'll make some observations about drama as an artistic genre, its ambitions, and what makes it excellent. And he'll give us some thoughts about ways in which art, the novel especially, is better and superior the more it focuses upon inwardness instead of outwardness in the characters. Here's what Schopenhauer writes. In the drama, which is the most perfect reflection of human existence, there are 3 stages in presentation of the subject, with a corresponding variety in the design and scope of the piece. At the first, which is also the most common stage, the drama is never anything more than merely interesting. The persons gain our attention by following their own aims, which resemble ours. The action advances by means of intrigue and the play of character and incident, while wit and raillery season the whole. At the second stage, the drama becomes sentimental. Sympathy is roused with the hero, and indirectly with ourselves. The action takes a pathetic turn, but the end is peaceful and satisfactory. The climax is reached with the third stage, which is the most difficult. There, the drama aims at being tragic. We are brought face to face with great suffering and the storm and stress of existence, and the outcome of it is to show the vanity of all human effort. Deeply moved, we are either directly prompted to disengage our will from the struggle of life, or else a chord is struck in us which echoes a similar feeling. The beginning, it is said, is always difficult. In the drama, it is just the contrary. For these, the difficulty always lies in the end. This is proved by countless plays which promise very well in the first act or 2, and then become muddled, stick or falter, notoriously so in the 4th act, and finally conclude in a way that is either forced or unsatisfactory, or else long foreseen by everyone. Sometimes, too, the end is positively revolting, as in Lessing's Emilia Galotti, which sends the spectators home in a temper. This difficulty in regard to the end of a play arises partly because it is everywhere easier to get things into a tangle than to get them out again, partly also because at the beginning we give the author carte blanche to do as he likes, but at the end make certain definite demands upon him. Thus we ask for a conclusion that shall be either quite happy or else quite tragic, whereas human affairs do not easily take so decided a turn, and thus we expect that it shall be natural, fit, and proper, unlabored, and at the same time foreseen by no one. These remarks are also applicable to an epic and to a novel, but the more compact nature of the drama makes the difficulty plainer by increasing it. Ex nihilo nihil fit. That nothing can come from nothing is a maxim true in fine art as elsewhere. In composing an historical picture, a good artist will use living men as a model, and take the groundwork of the faces from life, and then proceed to idealize them in point of beauty or expression. A similar method, I fancy, is adopted by good novelists. In drawing a character, they take a general outline of it from some real person of their acquaintance, and then idealize and complete it to suit their purpose. A novel will be of a high and noble order the more it represents of inner and the less it represents of outer life, and the ratio between the two will supply a means of judging any novel of whatever kind, from Tristram Shandy down to the crudest and most sensational tale of knight or robber. Tristram Shandy has indeed as good as no action at all, and there is not much in La Nouvelle Héloïse and Wilhelm Meister. Even Don Quixote has relatively little, and what there is, very unimportant and introduced merely for the sake of fun. And these four are the best of all existing novels. Consider further the wonderful romances of Jean-Paul, and how much inner life is shown on the narrowest basis of actual event. Even in Walter Scott's novels, there is a great preponderance of inner over outer life, and incident is never brought in except for the purpose of giving play to thought and emotion, whereas in bad novels, incident is there on its own account. Skill consists in setting the inner life in motion with the smallest possible array of circumstance, for it is this inner life that really excites our interest. The business of the novelist is not to relate great events, but to make small ones interesting. Dramatic works, Schopenhauer tells us, may be either interesting or sentimental or tragic. In the lower forms of drama, we find things that are much more immediately interesting and satisfying to us, that they appeal to something rather shallow in us. Let's think of our love of spectacle in the cinema, for example, today. They may be very action or plot driven, so the interesting elements of them are right there on the surface. A higher type of drama engages our sentimental and emotional faculties. It will engage us emotionally and cause us to feel things, but it will still present us with a satisfying ending. So we leave the theater feeling that we've had a satisfying emotional experience. The highest and best kind of drama, Schopenhauer says, is the tragic, which disturbs us at a very deep level, and it leaves us in an important way unsatisfied because it confronts us with the tragedy of existence in a way that's inescapable, that moves us very deeply, and either directly or indirectly invites us to rise above the suffering of this world, to disengage our will, to invest ourselves more fully in our intellect and our ability to overcome the suffering of this world without being able to fully escape it. So there's a way in which the artistic ambition of the best kind of tragic drama invites us to a place beyond sentimentality, beyond emotion, in a kind of intellectual recognition and superiority of the superiority of the human mind over the world of suffering. I might think in this case of something like Shakespeare's King Lear as a very deeply, as spectacle, yes, as sentimental and emotionally engaging, yes, but ultimately as a confrontation for the viewer, for the reader who's ready to encounter it, a confrontation with the innate tragic experience of human existence, the inescapability of suffering. And that in itself is an invitation to a certain kind of intellectual rising above that I think that's what Schopenhauer is pointing to. That fits in very neatly with his metaphysics of the will and struggle and strife as a source of disquiet and suffering in this lifetime. He also observes that in drama, the ending is harder than the beginning. Why is this? It's because a story is easy to begin but hard to pay off. The audience is willing to give a great deal of rope, sort of a great deal of line or benefit of the doubt to the author, the dramatist at the beginning, thinking, okay, well, he's setting things up, right? He's giving us these puzzle boxes, but he, the author, has figured out what's in them, and so he's going to be able to pay this off. The payoff is where the audience has high expectations and will be extremely disappointed if they feel they've been cheated. The figure who comes to mind in this regard in our own time is the film director J.J. Abrams, who I think is notorious by this point for the creation of series like Lost or perhaps also The Force Awakens, where he's able to do a great deal of interesting setup that activates our interest, but he's ultimately not able to achieve the payoff that would put us in a satisfying position. With respect to this, we feel like we've been cheated as readers. We've been, as audience, we've been promised a resolution to a puzzle, and then in the end, the director or the writer has to say, well, I don't really know how it ends. I don't have a solution to that. I don't know what those numbers were all about. Right? We feel, well, that was the whole point. There was a promise made, it seems, through the art. That, and I've heard that criticism very often of J.J. Abrams. Perhaps you have the similar thoughts yourself. Schopenhauer also tells us here, a good artist will therefore be able to end what he begins, right? A poor artist is not able to do so. So it's maybe a way of judging artists. An artist would do sort of the opposite of J.J. Abrams, right? Not begin something unless he was certain he had a conclusion for it. He would have thought it out. And that's something that it seems the artist would owe to his audience. The third thing I take from this initial section is Schopenhauer's observation that a novel is better as it focuses more upon the inner and less upon the outer life. We can relate that to this moving from the sort of the spectacle and emotion which satisfies the will to the tragic sensibility which activates the intellect and invites it to engage in an act of self-overcoming. So Schopenhauer here seems to prefer in novels more thought and less action. He says the inner life is what we're interested in. And I'll note here that we may refer specifically to readers and consumers of drama like Schopenhauer, people who are interested in high-quality novels, quality defined according to this aesthetic that matches up with Schopenhauer's metaphysics. In bad novels, he says, incident is there of its own account, right? Just because something needs to happen and this is an interesting thing to happen. I think of that as spectacle. Incident is not there for the development of character and of thought, for the ideas. So this may be a particularly intellectual way of thinking about art, but this is what Schopenhauer is giving us here. The job of the author is not to relate great events, not to find a great story to tell us, but to make small events interesting. I like that way of expressing it. It seems to me to be largely correct. I wonder if you guys can think of any examples of this, of literature or cinema recently, which has taken a small event, an ordinary story, and made it profoundly interesting by the way that it's been told, by the way that it connects with the audience. I'd be anxious to hear your thoughts on that in the comments. The next section of this essay is a lengthy set of reflections on the character of history. Schopenhauer is very negative about history. He calls it a sham study. He says it is not and it never can be a science. So we add this to his list of conflicts with Hegel and with the Hegelians. Ultimately, his argument in this section is intended to vindicate Schopenhauer's vision of philosophy as superior to history. So here's what he writes. History, which I like to think of as the contrary of poetry, is for time what geography is for space, and it is no more to be called a science in any strict sense of the word than is geography, because it does not deal with universal truths, but only with particular details. History has always been the favorite study of those who wish to learn something without having to face the effort demanded by any branch of real knowledge, which taxes the intelligence. In our time, history is a favorite pursuit, as witness the numerous books upon the subject which appear every year. If the reader cannot help thinking with me that history is merely the constant recurrence of similar things, just as in a kaleidoscope the same bits of glass are represented, but in different combinations, he will not be able to share all this lively interest, nor, however, will he censure it. But there is a ridiculous and absurd claim, made by many people, to regard history as a part of philosophy, nay, as philosophy itself. They imagine that history can take its place. The preference shown for history by the greater public in all ages may be illustrated by the kind of conversation which is so much in vogue everywhere in society. It generally consists in one person relating something, and then another person relating something else, so that in this way everyone is sure of receiving attention. Both here and in the case of history, it is plain that the mind is occupied with particular details. But as in science, so also in every worthy conversation, the mind rises to the consideration of some general truth. This objection does not, however, deprive history of its value. Human life is short and fleeting, and many millions of individuals share in it who are swallowed by that monster of oblivion which is waiting for them with ever open jaws. It is thus a very thankworthy task to try to rescue something, the memory of interesting and important events, or the leading features and personages of some epoch, from the general shipwreck of the world. From another point of view, we might look upon history as the sequel to zoology. For while with all other animals it is enough to observe the species, with man, individuals, and therefore individual events, have to be studied, because every man possesses a character as an individual. And since individuals and events are without number or end, an essential imperfection attaches to history. In the study of it, all that a man learns never contributes to lessen that which he has still to learn. With any real science, a perfection of knowledge is, at any rate, conceivable. When we gain access to the histories of China and of India, the endlessness of the subject matter will reveal to us the defects in the study, and force our historians to see that the object of science is to recognize the many in the one, to perceive the rules in any given example, and to apply to the life of nations a knowledge of mankind, not to go on counting up facts ad infinitum. There are two kinds of history, the history of politics and the history of literature and art. The one is the history of the will, the other that of the intellect. The first is a tale of woe, even of terror. It is a record of agony, struggle, fraud, and horrible murder en masse. The second is everywhere pleasing and serene, like the intellect when left to itself, even though its path be one of error. Its chief branch is the history of philosophy. This is in fact its fundamental base, and the notes of it are heard even in the other kind of history. These deep tones guide the formation of opinion, and opinion rules the world. Hence philosophy, rightly understood, is a material force of the most powerful kind, though very slow in its working. The philosophy of a period is thus the fundamental base of its history. So, Schopenhauer tells us, history is not real knowledge, and it's not real philosophy. This idea of merging philosophy with history or absorbing philosophy into history is absurd and misguided. Why? Because history deals with particulars. Science and knowledge will be science of abstractions, of universals, we might say. The image I have in my mind here is that history moves about on a 2D plane, right? It can move in the x and the y axis, but it has no vertical. It has no z-axis to allow it to move up to a higher level of abstraction that would take in all that is lower. That's the act of philosophy and of philosophical reflection and wisdom that I think Schopenhauer is pointing to here. So his peculiar conception of history seems to fit with that type of model. He compares this to popular conversation, right? The historians are similar to the type of shallow conversation one gets at dinner parties where what happens? Everybody gets a turn to speak, right? Everybody gets what they want, which is the attention of everybody else. So I will tell you a story from my vacation, and then I will stop speaking. People will stop paying attention to me and begin paying attention to you while you say something interesting. And we all nod our heads, and we all know this is the social convention, right? I'm allowed to tell my story, but I don't hog the attention. I pass it on to other people, and everybody gets what they want. Well, this, as a model of social engagement, right? Schopenhauer, with his own sort of anti-social practices, might not to think too highly of it, but this sort of works as a model for that type of shallow discourse and conversation. But for true knowledge and wisdom, there has to be something higher than this. There has to be something more important than this kind of shallow vein, taking turns getting attention. Okay? Schopenhauer does say that history has value. Its value is to save something from the maw of oblivion that consumes all of us eventually, to save some of the past, some of the greatness of the past, of the great characters and individuals and stories of the past, from the general shipwreck of the world. I like that expression. I actually went ahead and looked it up in my German copy of Peruga. And Bailey Saunders' translation is identical to the German. Aus dem allgemeinen Schiffbruch der Welt zu retten. So to save just something, anything, some story of Julius Caesar, of Napoleon, of Shakespeare, of some great figure, some little biographical detail can be saved. Well, history is good for that, sort of helping us to carry along the fragments of the past from the shipwreck of the world, the oblivion that consumes all that lives. This great comparison to zoology, I'm going to try to unpack this a little bit for you. He says history can be the sequel to zoology. What does that mean? Zoology, the study of animals and animal life, and there is something uniquely human about history, but it doesn't make it the highest human science or even a science at all. With regard to animals, to know the truth about them, it is enough for us to study the species. So if I want to know about ants, I study ants. I know about this particular subspecies of ant, I study that species of ant. I don't have to go down to study the individual ants, except as they are models or examples of the behavior of the entire species. I might put it this way and say that the species being is sufficient for knowledge of animals. Right? So it doesn't matter that I study this dog, this fox or that fox, this beetle or that beetle, provided they're of the same species. The species is what I'm interested in. The individuals are unimportant, or even I might say at some level, some types of animals, just non-existent. They're just manifestations of the species being in a particular form, but there's nothing interesting or unique about them. Okay. Pet owners, don't get angry at me. I have a pet myself. How are humans different? Humans are individuals, right? We have an individual will and an individual intellect, and so to study humanity, one must study the individual events and choices that those individual humans make. This has a couple of consequences. First, it means humans have a history. Unlike animals, to study human beings, you have to study the history of them and their individual choices, their collective and cultural choices and movements. Second, it means that human history is necessarily incomplete. Why incomplete? Incomplete because learning more about humans and their history does not decrease in any way what I still must learn about humans. That they're sort of an infant. They're going to keep on being human individuals, making new and different choices. History will go on. And that means that the task of trying to conduct what I called before a kind of two-dimensional catalog of human history and activity is futile, right? That plane goes off infinitely in every direction. You're never going to comprehend it in that way. You can spend your whole life or many lifetimes adding up all of the different events in that 2D plane. You're never going to achieve any kind of fullness or completeness. So there is a kind of futility to the study of history, as Schopenhauer is describing it here. And the third consequence is that the study of human history is necessarily unscientific. That is, it cannot be a Wissenschaft in a branch of scholarship which, operating according to disciplined rules, can achieve genuine knowledge. It can't be a science in the old sense. It can never result in a full comprehensive system of knowledge. What can? Well, philosophy can. What's needed here is still a philosophical act, a move into that third dimension, which would allow us to overcome, to assign meaning, my language here, to that whole two-dimensional XY plane of human history. The next section, Reflection on History, Schopenhauer says, let's start over again and say there are two kinds of history. The history of politics, which is the history of will, right? We recognize that as one of the elements of Schopenhauer's metaphysics. Politics is the history of will. It is a story of woe and murder and suffering. The other kind of history is a history of literature and art. This is the history of human intellect. Right away we recognize intellect is going to be the good principle, will, the thing that pulls us down into the realm of strife that involves us more deeply in this world of suffering, the thing that we must overcome if we're ultimately to be wise. Along with this history of the intellect comes a kind of serenity, a kind of peace, which ultimately culminates in the history of philosophy. And here, interestingly, Schopenhauer, I think, has defined history of a philosophy in a way that keeps it quite separate from the type of history that he is criticizing and demeaning earlier in the essay. The great image I love at the end of this section is this idea of philosophy as the bass note, right? The kind of fundamental root sound, very low, very quiet. Perhaps you only hear it in the gaps between other instruments, but it is the bass note of history, running through all history, even the history of murder and woe, the history of politics and will. Even there's a kind of this bass note of philosophy that you can hear if you listen for it, sort of a low hum at the back, right? That's philosophy moving slowly right through this history. So if you want to understand history, you have to have this. You have to understand philosophy as being, in a sense, prior to or above, I might say, this historical sensibility. And this claim, just enigmatic claim, in one sentence, he says, therefore, philosophy is a material force in history, though one that operates very slowly. And I think that's going to be a wonderful thing to think upon, just what he means by that. Philosophy itself, this kind of philosophical wisdom, is not only this bass note that sounds through all of history, the history of art and the history of politics, but it is itself, the progress of ideas is itself a material force, though one that works very, very slowly, like the erosion by wind and rain in history. He doesn't elaborate what he means by that, but he's Arthur Schopenhauer, and he doesn't have to elaborate. I'd love to spend more time thinking and speculating about just what that might entail. Philosophy as a material force operating in history. I think that's fascinating. Very, very, very fruitful reflections, I think, possible down that line. In the next section, Schopenhauer is going to give us various aphorisms, and I'll just read the entire remainder of the essay in the next section, about the second half of it. Various aphorisms about newspapers and the journalists who write for them, about the idea that the metaphor that a hypothesis is like an organism living in the mind, okay? And some reflections upon similes and upon repetition. So, here's what Schopenhauer writes. The newspaper is the second hand in the clock of history, and it is not only made of baser metal than those which point to the minute and the hour, but it seldom goes right. The so-called leading article is the chorus to the drama of passing events. Exaggeration of every kind is as essential to journalism as it is to the dramatic art, for the object of journalism is to make events go as far as possible. Thus it is that all journalists are, in the very nature of their calling, alarmists, and this is their way of giving interest to what they write. Herein they are like little dogs. If anything stirs, they immediately set up a shrill bark. Therefore, let us carefully regulate the attention to be paid to this trumpet of danger, so that it may not disturb our digestion. Let us recognize that a newspaper is at best but a magnifying glass, and very often merely a shadow on the wall. The pen is to thought what the stick is to walking, but you walk most easily when you have no stick, and you think with the greatest perfection when you have no pen in your hand. It is only when a man begins to be old that he likes to use a stick and is glad to take up his pen. When a hypothesis has once come to birth in the mind, or gained a footing there, it leads a life so far comparable with the life of an organism as that it assimilates matter from the outer world only when it is like in kind with it and beneficial. And when, contrarily, such matter is not like in kind, but hurtful, the hypothesis, equally with the organism, throws it off, or, if forced to take it, gets rid of it again entire. To gain immortality, an author must possess so many excellences that, while it will not be easy to find anyone to understand and appreciate them all, there will be men in every age who are able to recognize and value some of them. In this way, the credit of his book will be maintained throughout the long course of centuries, in spite of the fact that human interests are always changing. An author like this, who has a claim to the continuance of his life even with posterity, can only be a man who, over the wide earth, will seek his like in vain, and offer a palpable contrast with everyone else in virtue of his unmistakable distinction. Nay, more, were he, like the wandering Jew, to live through several generations, he would still remain in the same superior position. If this were not so, it would be difficult to see why his thoughts should not perish like those of other men. Metaphors and similes are of great value, insofar as they explain an unknown relation by a known one. Even the more detailed simile, which grows into a parable or an allegory, is nothing more than the exhibition of some relation in its simplest, most visible and palpable form. The growth of ideas rests at bottom upon similes, because ideas arise by a process of combining the similarities and neglecting the differences between things. Further, intelligence, in the strict sense of the word, ultimately consists in a seizing of relations, and a clear and pure grasp of relations is all the more often attained when the comparison is made between cases that lie wide apart from one another, and between things of quite different nature. As long as a relation is known to me as existing only in a single case, I have but an individual idea of it. In other words, only an intuitive knowledge of it. But as soon as I see the same relation in two different cases, I have a general idea of its whole nature, and this is a deeper and more perfect knowledge. Since then similes and metaphors are such a powerful engine of knowledge, it is a sign of great intelligence in a writer if his similes are unusual and, at the same time, to the point. Aristotle also observes that by far the most important thing to a writer is to have this power of metaphor, for it is a gift which cannot be acquired, and it is a mark of genius. As regards reading, to require that a man shall retain everything he has ever read is like asking him to carry about with him all that he has ever eaten. The one kind of food has given him bodily and the other mental nourishment, and it is through these two means that he has grown to be what he is. The body assimilates only that which is like it, and so a man retains in his mind only that which interests him, in other words, that which suits his system of thought or his purposes in life. If a man wants to read good books, he must make a point of avoiding bad ones, for life is short, and time and energy limited. Repetitio est mater studiorum. Any book that is at all important ought to be at once read through twice, partly because, on a second reading, the connection of the different portions of the book will be better understood, and the beginning comprehended only when the end is known, and partly because we are not in the same temper and disposition on both readings. On the second perusal, we get a new view of every passage and a different impression of the whole book, which then appears in another light. A man's works are the quintessence of his mind, and even though he may possess a very great capacity, they will always be incomparably more valuable than his conversation. Nay, in all essential matters his works will not only make up for the lack of personal intercourse with him, but they will far surpass it in solid advantages. The writings even of a man of moderate genius may be edifying, worth reading, and instructive, because they are his quintessence, the result and fruit of all his thought and study, whilst conversation with him may be unsatisfactory. So it is that we can read books by men in whose company we find nothing to please, and that a high degree of culture leads us to seek entertainment almost wholly from books and not from men. There are a couple of interesting things in this section. First, this attack upon newspapers and journalists, newspapers as the second hand of the clock of human knowledge, of human culture. The second hand, in a couple of ways, is an important metaphor. It's made of a lower quality metal than the rest of the clock. It is frequently inaccurate, but also, who cares, right? Knowing whether it's, especially on an analog clock of the kind Schopenhauer is thinking of, it doesn't much matter if it's 11 seconds or 14 seconds past the hour. Am I going to go to a lot of trouble to try to correct the clock? Well, no. And that's just the way that we should encounter and think about newspapers and journalism in our overall sort of diet of reading and of gathering knowledge about the world. Low quality, frequently inaccurate, but it really doesn't matter anyway. So journalists he compares to alarmists, says they're all alarmists, compares them to yappy dogs, small yappy dogs. I have nothing to disagree with, nothing to disagree about there. Next part, I'd like to focus on this idea of the hypothesis as an organism in the mind. And there's an interesting thing here about the psychology of argument for us to draw from. What is this organism like? Once I have a hypothesis in my mind, right, this is the cause of this, what does it do? It does what any living thing does. It assimilates in its environment what is similar to itself, what is good food for it. I think in this case we think of confirmatory evidence, right? If I find something that supports my hypothesis, sort of it reaches out like an amoeba and absorbs that into it and becomes stronger in my mind. But also like an organism, it resists or expels what is unlike itself, what is poisonous to it. And what is this for a hypothesis? That's disconfirming evidence, right? I push that away, right? No, if I'm forced to take it in, I violently expel it. I doubt it, I disbelieve it, I'm incredulous towards it. And I think this interesting metaphor, it helps me to think of an amoeba, right, in its environment, absorbing what it can take and retreating from what it can't. I think we all know cases like this, the way that people think or argue like this. I think that Schopenhauer gives us here a good psychology of people's resistance to argument. A hypothesis is not a thing that people would normally ordinarily treat as this thing to subject to rigorous testing to try to beat it over the head with disconfirming evidence. Instead, it sort of lives like this amoeba in the mind, seeking to become stronger by attracting what is similar and rejecting what is different from it, a sort of psychology of the hypothesis living in the mind. Okay. Perhaps that's not the way we ought to think, but it is the way that we do, in fact, think, many of us, much of the time. A couple of observations he makes here about immortality for a writer consists in having so many overlapping, distinct excellences that no one generation of readers exhausts them all. I think of Shakespeare in this regard, right? There's something deeply satisfying about Shakespeare. There's something excellent about his writing that I don't think his contemporaries or even the 2 or 3 or 5 generations immediately after him were able immediately to grasp. A great thinker, I'll throw Plato and Aristotle here into the mix as well. A great thinker is one in whom succeeding generations find greater and more and new surprising excellences in their work as time goes on. So that they have this kind of inexhaustible array of, say, a dozen or more different axes of excellence, which are discovered over time. This is what maybe makes it what helps to go into making a thinker canonical, we would say, a long-lasting thinker. Then I think the really important part of this final section, these reflections upon simile and metaphor. Okay. Simile, Schopenhauer says, is vital to the growth of ideas. Why? Because our ideas grow. We rise to higher levels of abstraction in our knowledge by combining similarities and by ignoring or minimizing differences. And it's that act of judgment in seeing, these things are similar in a higher way, and these differences between them are relatively unimportant in light of those similarities. That's progress. That's rising to a higher level of abstraction. That's just what we do when we are thinking and advancing in our knowledge. And so this idea of simile and metaphor is vital to that kind of progress of knowledge. Intelligence, he says, consists in grasping similarities across multiple cases. So think of an example. Consider a foal in relation to a horse, a calf in relation to a cow, and a lamb in relation to a sheep. I think of those 3 things. I can see, despite the fact that those animals are quite different from one another, that there are similarities between those relationships. And it's my grasping of those similarities, and it's my knowing that the differences, knowing that one of those animals chews the cud and the other one does, but horses don't. That's not an important difference for me to bring to my generalization to a higher level about the relations between these animals, the parent and the young. So it's that, I think that act of judgment is part of what Schopenhauer is getting at. And so he says it's the mark of an excellent writer that he writes excellent similes. His metaphors are surprising, but always to the point. They are illuminating, but without being cliched, without being predictable. And then to be able to do this well, even going back to Aristotle, has been recognized as a mark of genius. A person who can communicate in images the similarities between things that's certainly a person who's worth writing, who's worth reading, who's worth listening to. Okay. He says as well that there's no need for anybody to expect to remember all that they read, like that amoeba in the mind. Just absorb in what you read what is similar to you and let the rest of it pass by. And this final couple of comments at the end, that repetition is the mother of study, that any good book book worthy of being read should be read twice. You will, if it's not worth reading a second time, it may not have been worth reading for the first time. And then finally, sort of rolling back around to Schopenhauer's sort of cultured misanthropy, a man's works are almost always superior to his conversation because they are the essence of his mind. He's been able to put all of his effort into crafting his works and his writing, provided he's not a journalist, right? He's been able to craft these things. And so it's quite possible that even a mediocre and very dull person may actually write an interesting book that's well worth reading. So we can profitably read the books of men whose company we would dislike. And so it is the mark of a more cultured person to prefer books to conversation, to prefer books to men, as Schopenhauer puts it. And there we are back to this idea of this kind of higher intellectual, sort of bookish misanthropy that Schopenhauer carries through all of these later essays. That's the end of my comments on this chapter. The next section of The Art of Literature is titled On Criticism, and we'll look at that one in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. On Criticism. On Criticism is the 8th essay in Schopenhauer's Art of Literature. Like other essays in this volume, it is in part a work that is assembled by T. Bailey Saunders, the translator, from parts of several different essays in Schopenhauer's late work Peroga. It covers a number of topics, including taste, how we should go about judging works of genius, the relative rareness of good critical judgment in the present day, in science as well as in art and literature, the role that authority plays in most people's aesthetic judgment, the proper function of literary journals, and towards the end, stay tuned for Schopenhauer's comments on anonymity. He feels very strongly about that, and I think that's got a relevance for us in our own place and time. In this first section, Schopenhauer will define taste and criticism, mentioning, of course, that by and large today, neither one of these really exists, and give us some rules for judging. Here's what he writes. The following brief remarks on the critical faculty are chiefly intended to show that, for the most part, there is no such thing. It is a rara avis, almost as rare indeed as the phoenix, which appears only once in 500 years. When we speak of taste, an expression not chosen with any regard for it, we mean the discovery, or it might be only the recognition, of what is right aesthetically, apart from the guidance of any rule. And this either because no rule has as yet been extended to the matter in question, or else because, if existing, it is unknown to the artist or the critic, as the case may be. Instead of taste, we might use the expression aesthetic sense, if this were not tautological. The perceptive critical taste is, so to speak, the female analog to the male quality of productive talent or genius. Not capable of begetting great work itself, it consists in a capacity of reception, that is to say, of recognizing as such what is right, fit, beautiful, or the reverse. In other words, of discriminating the good from the bad, of discovering and appreciating the one and condemning the other. In appreciating a genius, criticism should not deal with the errors in his productions, or with the poorer of his works, and then proceed to rate him low. It should attend only to the qualities in which he most excels. For in the sphere of intellect, as in other spheres, weakness and perversity cleave so firmly to human nature that even the most brilliant mind is not wholly and at all times free from them. Hence the great errors to be found even in the works of the greatest men. Or as Horace puts it, quandoque bonus dormitat Homerus. Even good Homer nods. That which distinguishes genius, and should be the standard for judging it, is the height to which it is able to soar when it is in the proper mood and finds a fitting occasion, a height always out of reach of ordinary talent. And, in like manner, it is a very dangerous thing to compare two great men of the same class, for instance, two great poets, or musicians, or philosophers, or artists, because injustice to the one or the other, at least for the moment, can hardly be avoided. For in making a comparison of the kind, the critic looks to some particular merit of one, and at once discovers that it is absent in the other, who is thereby disparaged. But then, if the process is reversed, and the critic begins with the latter and discovers his peculiar merit, which is of quite a different order from that presented by the former, with whom it may be looked for in vain, the result is that both of them suffer undue depreciation. There are critics who severally think that it rests with each one of them what shall be accounted good and what bad. They all mistake their own toy trumpets for the trombones of fame. A drug does not effect its purpose if the dose is too large, and it is the same with censure and adverse criticism when it exceeds the measure of justice. One of the first things Schopenhauer tells us then is that good taste today really is non-existent. Nobody has good taste. It's exceedingly rare, like the phoenix, which only hatches out of its egg once every 500 years. I like his talk here of an aesthetic sense, this kind of ability to recognize good or bad work as the kind of receptive feminine counterpart to the creative genius, the genius that can sort of boldly make something new, and then this more receptive, passive capacity to recognize and applaud what is genuinely of high quality. That seems to me that there's a kind of relationship between those that's worth paying attention to. He also gives us some advice, a couple pieces of advice. First, judge an artist by the best and not the worst that he produces, because all of us, even the greatest among us, are flawed. Homer sometimes nods. And don't compare two excellent workers, two geniuses, to each other, because this would be fair to neither one of them. There is something, it seems, kind of sui generis, unique, one of a kind, about each artistic and literary genius. He's going to have strengths which are unique to him, with which other people of equal excellence will suffer by comparison. So we'll turn to the second section next, in which Schopenhauer laments the rareness of good taste in our time. Here's what he writes. The disastrous thing for intellectual merit is that it must wait for those to praise the good who have themselves produced nothing but what is bad. Nay, it is a primary misfortune that it has to receive its crown at the hands of the critical power of mankind, a quality of which most men possess only the weak and impotent semblance, so that the reality may be numbered amongst the rarest gifts of nature. Hence La Bruyère's remark is, unhappily, as true as it is neat. After the spirit of discernment, he says, the next rarest thing in the world are diamonds and pearls. The spirit of discernment, the critical faculty, it is these that are lacking. Men do not know how to distinguish the genuine from the false, the corn from the chaff, gold from copper, or to perceive the wide gulf that separates a genius from an ordinary man. Thus we have that bad state of things described in an old-fashioned verse, which gives it as the lot of the great ones here on earth to be recognized only when they are gone. Es ist nun das Geschick der Großen hier auf Erden, erst wann sie nicht mehr sind, von uns erkannt zu werden. It's just the fate of everyone whose greatness is on earth, that only when they're dead and gone do we admit their worth. When any genuine and excellent work makes its appearance, the chief difficulty, in its way, is the amount of bad work it finds already in possession of the field, and accepted as though it were good. And then if, after a long time, the newcomer really succeeds, by a hard struggle, in vindicating his place for himself and winning reputation, he will soon encounter fresh difficulty from some affected, dull, awkward imitator, whom people drag in with the object of calmly setting him up on the altar beside the genius, not seeing the difference, and really thinking that here they have to do with another great man. This is what Geraerte means by the first lines of his 28th fable, where he declares that the ignorant rabble always set equal value on the good and the bad. Siempre acostumbra hacer el vulgo necio de lo bueno y lo malo igual aprecio. The stupid rabble has always had equal pleasure from good and bad. So even Shakespeare's dramas had, immediately after his death, to give place to those of Ben Jonson, Massinger, Beaumont, and Fletcher, and to yield the supremacy for 100 years. So Kant's serious philosophy was crowded out by the nonsense of Fichte, Schelling, Jacobi, and Hegel. and even in a sphere accessible to all, we have seen unworthy imitators quickly diverting public attention from the incomparable Walter Scott. For say what you will, the public has no sense for excellence, and therefore no notion how very rare it is to find men really capable of doing anything great in poetry, philosophy, or art, or that their works are alone worthy of exclusive attention. The dabblers, whether in verse or in any other high sphere, should be every day unsparingly reminded that neither gods nor men nor booksellers have pardoned their mediocrity. Mediocribus esse poetis non homines non di non concessere columnae. To be mediocre is allowed the poet neither by the gods, nor human beings, nor even advertising pillars. Are they not the weeds that prevent the corn coming up, so that they may cover the ground themselves? And then there happens that which has been well and freshly described by the lamented Feuchtersleben, who died so young, how people cry out in their haste that nothing is being done, while all the while great work is quietly growing to maturity. Translator's note: Ernst Freiherr von Feuchtersleben, 1806-49, an Austrian physician, philosopher, and poet, and a specialist in medical psychology. The best known of his songs is that beginning, Es ist bestimmt in Gottes Rath, to which Mendelssohn composed one of his finest melodies. And then when it appears, it is not seen or heard in the clamor, but goes its way silently in modest grief. Ist doch, rufen sie vermessen, nix im Werke nix getan, und das Große rieft indessen still heran. Es erscheint nun, niemand sieht es, niemand hört es im Geschrei, mit bescheidener Trauer sieht es still vorbei. Nothing's in the making, they cry, and nothing has been done, yet greatness ripens by and by unsung. It appears now, though none can see, no one hears it in the fray. In grief it wanders modestly away. This lamentable death of the critical faculty is not less obvious in the case of science, as is shown by the tenacious life of false and disproved theories. If they are once accepted, they may go on bidding defiance to truth for 50 or even 100 years and more, as stable as an iron pier in the midst of the waves. The Ptolemaic system was still held a century after Copernicus had promulgated his theory. Bacon, Descartes, and Locke made their way extremely slowly and only after a long time, as the reader may see by D'Alembert's celebrated preface to the Encyclopedia. Newton was not more successful, and this is sufficiently proved by the bitterness and contempt with which Leibniz attacked his theory of gravitation in the controversy with Clarke. Although Newton lived for almost 40 years after the appearance of the Principia, his teaching was, when he died, only to some extent accepted in his own country, whilst outside England he counted scarcely 20 adherents, if we may believe the introductory note to Voltaire's exposition of his theory. It was indeed chiefly owing to this treatise of Voltaire's that the system became known in France nearly 20 years after Newton's death. Until then, a firm, resolute, and patriotic stand was made by the Cartesian vortices, whilst only 40 years previously this same Cartesian philosophy had been forbidden in the French schools, and now in turn D'Aguesseau, the chancellor, refused Voltaire the imprimatur for his treatise on the Newtonian doctrine. On the other hand, in our day, Newton's absurd theory of color still completely holds the field, 40 years after the publication of Goethe's. Hume, too, was disregarded up to his 50th year, though he began very early and wrote in a thoroughly popular style. And Kant, in spite of having written and talked all his life long, did not become a famous man until he was 60. Artists and poets have, to be sure, more chance than thinkers, because their public is at least 100 times as large. Still, what was thought of Beethoven and Mozart during their lives? What of Dante? What even of Shakespeare? If the latter's contemporaries had in any way recognized his worth, at least one good and accredited portrait of him would have come down to us from an age when the art of painting flourished. whereas we possess only some very doubtful pictures, a bad copperplate, and a still worse bust on his tomb. And in like manner, if he had been duly honored, specimens of his handwriting would have been preserved to us by the hundred, instead of being confined, as is the case, to the signatures to a few legal documents. The Portuguese are still proud of their only poet Camões. He lived, however, on alms collected every evening in the street by a black slave whom he had brought with him from the Indies. In time, no doubt, justice will be done everyone. Tempo e galantuomo. But it is as late and slow in arriving as in a court of law, and the secret condition of it is that the recipient shall be no longer alive. The precept of Jesus the son of Sirach is faithfully followed. Judge none blessed before his death. He then who has produced immortal works must find comfort by applying to them the words of the Indian myth, that the minutes of life amongst the immortals seem like years of earthly existence, and so too that the years upon earth are only as the minutes of the immortals. This lack of critical insight is also shown by the fact that, while in every century the excellent work of earlier time is held in honor, that of its own is misunderstood, and the attention which is its due is given to bad work, such as every decade carries with it, only to be the sport of the next. That men are slow to recognize genuine merit when it appears in their own age also proves that they do not understand or enjoy or really value the long-acknowledged works of genius, which they honor only on the score of authority. The crucial test is the fact that bad work, Fichte's philosophy, for example, if it wins any reputation, also maintains it for 1 or 2 generations, and only when its public is very large does its fall follow sooner. Schopenhauer tells us here that excellence, real genuine human excellence, will be recognized late or not at all. And of some of the problems that excellent work faces in any generation, first, that there's so much chaff, just so much nonsense and garbage and bad work already there, sort of occupying the cultural space, that many people think, because it's there, is already high quality. And that even once a great artist or thinker is able to break through that sort of generic mediocrity that holds the field when he arrives, he is immediately beset by and sort of stood up alongside very lousy, low-quality imitators. Because the minute he does something creative and new and genius, there's somebody else coming up trying to produce what they seems to be sort of an external copy of it. It's something that copies it in the externals but doesn't really speak of the same genius. So just as soon as we have something worthwhile, we've got a whole bunch of pale, crappy imitators. That seems like something that is even truer in our own time in the age of the internet and the AI imitations and fake books on Amazon and the like. I do like his quotation here from one of his favorite Spanish authors, Uriarte, the author of the animal fables. The vulgar mob is accustomed to praising both the good and the bad equally, because they sort of, from the perspective of the low and the vulgar, they are equally as good. They're entertaining, right? It feels like movies that have spectacle. Well, provided that they sort of, there's things blow up and there's lots of exciting moments. Whether one is especially deep or especially high quality and for the ages is not going to be determined by the masses themselves. Just the very character of mass judgment is such that it's going to miss what is truly great in any particular work of art. And even a genius like Shakespeare, he notes, was underappreciated in his own time, so like corn surrounded by weeds. He had immediately to give way to other inferior playwrights in the generations after him. The same thing, it turns out, happens in science, where false theories will hang on in the popular imagination long after they've been refuted for anyone who actually knows what they're talking about. And I feel here we can feel some of the same frustration in our own time that Schopenhauer doubtless feels in his regarding color theory, when we think about theories about diet. How the science of diet seems not, the popular understanding and even sort of government propaganda doesn't seem to have caught up to what really are the general facts about diet. We can prove that something is good or bad for you. It doesn't seem to affect the way in which most people will think about and appreciate the nature of diet. I won't go into details about that. People can substitute their own observations about places where scientific knowledge, false theories continue to hang on long after they've been shown to be false. He also notes here that one mark of bad work in any field, including in philosophy, is that something will flourish and become a fad for a decade or two, and then it'll just sort of fade away and yield to the next bad thing. That's a good indication that you're dealing with a succession of bad things rather than the rising appreciation for a lasting work of genius. In the third section of this essay, Schopenhauer is going to elaborate how the true appreciation of great work requires an equally great audience. That's one reason why it's so uncommon. Here's what he writes. Now, just as the sun cannot shed its light but to the eye that sees it, nor music, sound, but to the hearing ear, so the value of all masterly work in art and science is conditioned by the kinship and capacity of the mind to which it speaks. It is only such a mind as this that possesses the magic word to stir and call forth the spirits that lie hidden in great work. To the ordinary mind, a masterpiece is a sealed cabinet of mystery, an unfamiliar musical instrument from which the player, however much he may flatter himself, can draw none but confused tones. How different a painting looks when seen in a good light, as compared with some dark corner. Just in the same way, the impression made by a masterpiece varies with the capacity of the mind to understand it. A fine work, then, requires a mind sensitive to its beauty. A thoughtful work, a mind that can really think, if it is to exist and live at all. But, alas, it may happen only too often that he who gives a fine work to the world afterwards feels like a maker of fireworks, who displays with enthusiasm the wonders that have taken him so much time and trouble to prepare, and then learns that he has come to the wrong place, and that the fancied spectators were one and all inmates of an asylum for the blind. Still, even that is better than if his public had consisted entirely of men who made fireworks themselves. As in this case, if his display had been extraordinarily good, it might possibly have cost him his head. The source of all pleasure and delight is the feeling of kinship. Even with the sense of beauty, it is unquestionably our own species in the animal world, and then again our own race, that appears to us the fairest. So too, in intercourse with others, every man shows a decided preference for those who resemble him, and a blockhead will find the society of another blockhead incomparably more pleasant than that of any number of great minds put together. Every man must necessarily take his chief pleasure in his own work, because it is the mirror of his own mind, the echo of his own thought. And next in order will come the work of people like him, that is to say, a dull, shallow, and perverse man, a dealer in mere words, will give his sincere and hearty applause only to that which is dull, shallow, perverse, or merely verbose. On the other hand, he will allow merit to the work of great minds only on the score of authority, in other words, because he is ashamed to speak his opinion, for in reality they give him no pleasure at all. They do not appeal to him, nay, they repel him, and he will not confess this even to himself. The works of genius cannot be fully enjoyed except by those who are themselves of the privileged order. The first recognition of them, however, when they exist without authority to support them, demands considerable superiority of mind. When the reader takes all this into consideration, he should be surprised not that great work is so late in winning reputation, but that it wins it at all. And as a matter of fact, fame comes only by a slow and complex process. The stupid person is by degrees forced, and as it were tamed, into recognizing the superiority of one who stands immediately above him. This one in turn bows before someone else. And so it goes on until the weight of the votes gradually prevail over their number. And this is just the condition of all genuine, in other words, deserved, fame. But until then, the greatest genius, even after he has passed his time of trial, stands like a king amidst a crowd of his own subjects, who do not know him by sight, and therefore will not do his behests, unless indeed his chief ministers of state are in his train. For no subordinate official can be the direct recipient of the royal commands, as he knows only the signature of his immediate superior, and this is repeated all the way up into the highest ranks, where the undersecretary attests the minister's signature, and the minister that of the king. There are analogous stages to be passed before a genius can attain widespread fame. This is why his reputation most easily comes to a standstill at the very outset, because the highest authorities, of whom there can be but few, are most frequently not to be found. But the further down he goes in the scale, the more numerous are those who take the word from above, so that his fame is no more arrested. We must console ourselves for this state of things by reflecting that it is really fortunate that the greater number of men do not form a judgment on their own responsibility, but merely take it on authority. For what sort of criticism should we have on Plato and Kant, Homer, Shakespeare, and Goethe, if every man were to form his opinion by what he really has and enjoys of these writers, instead of being forced by authority to speak of them in a fit and proper way, however little he may really feel what he says? Unless something of this kind took place, it would be impossible for true merit in any high sphere to attain fame at all. At the same time, it is also fortunate that every man has just so much critical power of his own as is necessary for recognizing the superiority of those who are placed immediately over him, and for following their lead. This means that the many come in the end to submit to the authority of the few, and there results that hierarchy of critical judgments on which is based the possibility of a steady and eventually wide-reaching fame. The lowest class in the community is quite impervious to the merits of a great genius, and for these people there is nothing left but the monument raised to him, which, by the impression it produces on their senses, awakes in them a dim idea of the man's greatness. Schopenhauer tells us that ordinary minds cannot even hear works of genius. So a work of genius is like a locked chest for them. And he has this fantastic image that sticks in the mind of a fireworks maker who's showing, the great, sort of one-time only result of all the hard work that he's gone to, and then realizing that he's performing in an asylum for the blind. Not a single person is going to be able to see any of the things that he's been demonstrating for them. That itself seems to be related to Schopenhauer's own writing career, his rejection by the public and the authorities as a philosopher, along with the immediate sequel, which is the only worst thing for that fireworks maker would be if he had been performing for an audience of his peers and rivals, in which case, if they had recognized the true quality and excellence of his work, they would have put him to death as a rival. So he's guaranteed to be either completely unappreciated by people who are blind to his genius, or outright murdered by people who are jealous of his genius. In no case do we find an audience that actually is going to be able to appreciate and praise the genius fireworks maker. That's a great image, and I think very autobiographical from Schopenhauer's perspective. Another observation, very Schopenhauerian in character: each of us necessarily judges aesthetically by what is similar to himself. And this is especially the case with blockheads. Blockheads will seek out the society of other blockheads and will praise the same things and sort of reinforce each other. This is how we end up with what we have today, aesthetic and political bubbles in which people only exchange information with each other. And so when most people will praise a great work, like the work of Shakespeare or Goethe or some other work of a lasting cultural genius, they do so only due to authority, only because other people praise it because it's supposed to be good. So there's this great image of each person takes the cue from his immediate superiors, people who are slightly above him in this sort of cultural and social hierarchy. He praises what they like, even if he only sort of half understands what it is and how they like it. And eventually, after a long time, the sort of overall weight of this will become sort of general cultural authority. We'll agree that Shakespeare is good, not because each of us has appreciated the fullness of his genius, but because each of us has sort of yielded to the sort of next higher ranking person in the social hierarchy. There's this image of a king unknown to his subjects, who's sort of waiting for word to get down, the orders that he's given to be enforced. He can't command their loyalty and their action directly. He has to do it through this slow process of intermediaries. So eventually, after a long time, genius can be recognized, and this is the origin of intellectual and aesthetic hierarchy, Schopenhauer says. This might be worth comparing with some of Nietzsche's thoughts on the same subject. In the next section, Schopenhauer is going to talk about the good and bad functions of literary journals, and also give us his maybe somewhat controversial thoughts on anonymity. Here's what he writes. Literary journals should be a dam against the unconscionable scribbling of the age and the ever-increasing deluge of bad and useless books. Their judgments should be uncorrupted, just, and rigorous, and every piece of bad work done by an incapable person, every device by which the empty head tries to come to the assistance of the empty purse, that is to say, about 9/10 of all existing books, should be mercilessly scourged. Literary journals would then perform their duty, which is to keep down the craving for writing and put a check upon the deception of the public, instead of furthering these evils by a miserable toleration which plays into the hands of author and publisher and robs the reader of his time and his money. If there were such a paper as I mean, every bad writer, every brainless compiler, every plagiarist from others' books, every hollow and incapable place-hunter, every sham philosopher, every vain and languishing poetaster would shudder at the prospect of the pillory in which this bad work would inevitably have to stand soon after publication. This would paralyze his twitching fingers to the true welfare of literature, in which what is bad is not only useless, but positively pernicious. Now, most books are bad and ought to have remained unwritten. Consequently, praise should be as rare as is now the case with blame, which is withheld under the influence of personal considerations, coupled with the maxim acceda socius laudes lauderis ud absens. Draw near, friend, and praise me as though I were absent. It is quite wrong to try to introduce into literature the same toleration as must necessarily prevail in society towards those stupid, brainless people who everywhere swarm in it. In literature, such people are impudent intruders, and to disparage the bad is here duty towards the good, for he who thinks nothing bad will think nothing good either. Politeness, which has its source in social relations, is in literature an alien and often injurious element, because it exacts that bad work shall be called good. In this way, the very aim of science and art is directly frustrated. The ideal journal could, to be sure, be written only by people who joined incorruptible honesty with rare knowledge and still rarer power of judgment, so that perhaps there could, at the very most, be one, or even hardly one, in the whole country. But there it would stand, like a just Areopagus, every member of which would have to be elected by all the others. Under the system that prevails at present, literary journals are carried on by a clique, and secretly perhaps also by booksellers for the good of the trade. And they are often nothing but coalitions of bad heads to prevent the good ones succeeding. As Goethe once remarked to me, nowhere is there so much dishonesty as in literature. But above all, anonymity, that shield of all literary rascality, would have to disappear. It was introduced under the pretext of protecting the honest critic, who warned the public against the resentment of the author and his friends. But where there is one case of this sort, there will be 100 where it merely serves to take all responsibility from the man who cannot stand by what he has said, or possibly to conceal the shame of one who has been cowardly and base enough to recommend a book to the public for the purpose of putting money into his own pocket. Often enough, it is only a cloak for covering the obscurity, incompetence, and insignificance of the critic. It is incredible what impudence these fellows will show, and what literary trickery they will venture to commit as soon as they know they are safe under the shadow of anonymity. Let me recommend a general anti-criticism, a universal medicine or panacea to put a stop to all anonymous reviewing, whether it praises the bad or blames the good. Rascal, your name! For a man to wrap himself up and draw his hat over his face, and then fall upon people who are walking about without any disguise, this is not the part of a gentleman. It is the part of a scoundrel and a knave. An anonymous review has no more authority than an anonymous letter, and one should be received with the same mistrust as the other. Or shall we take the name of the man who consents to preside over what is, in the strict sense of the word, une société anonyme, as a guarantee for the veracity of his colleagues? Even Rousseau, in the preface to the Nouvelle Héloïse, declares, "Every honest man must acknowledge the books he publishes," which in the plain language means that every honorable man ought to sign his articles, and that no one is honorable who does not do so. How much truer this is of polemical writing, which is the general character of reviews. Riemer was quite right in the opinion he gives in his Reminiscences of Goethe. An overt enemy, he says, an enemy who meets you face to face, is an honorable man who will treat you fairly, and with whom you can come to terms and be reconciled. But an enemy who conceals himself is a base, cowardly scoundrel, who has not courage enough to avow his own judgment. It is not his opinion that he cares about, but only the secret pleasures of wreaking his anger without being found out or punished. Anonymity is the refuge for all literary and journalistic rascality. It is a practice which must be completely stopped. Every article, even in a newspaper, should be accompanied by the name of its author, and the editor should be made strictly responsible for the accuracy of the signature. The freedom of the press should be thus far restricted, so that when a man publicly proclaims, through the far-sounding trumpet of the newspaper, he should be answerable for it, at any rate with his honor, if he has any, and if he has none, let his name neutralize the effect of his words. And since even the most insignificant person is known in his own circle, the result of such a measure would be to put an end to 2/3 of the newspaper lies, and to restrain the audacity of many a poisonous tongue. In this final section of the essay, Schopenhauer remarks that literary journals, the sort of authority of criticism, should be able to reduce the supply of bad writing available to the public, maybe by 90%. That the prospect of having their work absolutely roasted by a really high quality and aggressive literary journal would deter the money-obsessed scribblers who now kind of deface the literary scene and waste the public's time and money with their garbage. So he suggests that we should make blame and harsh criticism common and make praise relatively rare, an exact reversal of the kind of incentive structure that we have now in literary journals, where many things are praised and criticism is relatively rare, he thinks. He also makes this good point that there should be no tolerance for the stupid in literary circles and maybe in cultural circles generally. In manners in society, yes, because we have to get along with each other. But here, in the realm of what is excellent in culture, literature, art, and science, absolutely not. There's just the repression and exclusion of low-quality work and low-quality thinking. He suggests that maybe each country, each literary culture would be able to sustain at most one such journal, maybe one for Germany, one for France, one for America or one for the East Coast of America. And then we get to anonymity, and we find out here that Schopenhauer strongly against it. It serves as a shield for awful critics, for mediocre minds to shoot barbs from the safety of the shadows at people who are either great or attempting to become great. And there's this great quote from the end, which I think is memorable, that it's better to have an overt enemy than one who hides in the shadows. There's something dishonorable about this. Schopenhauer goes on about this at great length, and of course he's writing for the literary culture of Frankfurt and the other rest of Germany where he's living at his time, maybe thinking as well of France and Italy. But his suggestion is make everybody put his name to his words, and so people can judge the quality of his criticism according to his reputation, have him put his honor at stake, or at the very least, if he has no honor, let people know that it was a man without honor who wrote this particular criticism. So how this would apply to today's internet culture, where a lot of people remain anonymous for fear of damage to their own livelihoods or being doxxed or being sought out and punished or somehow other inconvenienced in their non-internet life for what they've said. I don't know if that's appreciably different from the environment in which Schopenhauer is writing or not. It seems like it's a bit more savage and there's a bit more at stake, certainly a much larger, broader audience. But what do you think of that? If you leave a comment below, I'm interested to know what you think about this. Is Schopenhauer, have circumstances changed enough between Schopenhauer's time and our own that his condemnation of anonymity would need to be revised? That if he were aware of our circumstances, he might think differently from what he expresses here. So I'd appreciate that. Thanks very much. The next essay in The Art of Literature is on reputation, and we'll tackle that one in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. On reputation. Hi. The 9th essay in The Art of Literature is titled On Reputation, and here Schopenhauer continues his thoughts from the previous essay about criticism and applies these thoughts and principles to fame, both lasting fame, which is deserved, and fleeting fame, just popularity among one's immediate contemporaries. The translator, T. Bailey Saunders, omits a rant that Schopenhauer includes in this section against Hegel. I have tracked down another translation of that passage, and I will include it here as a bonus at the end of the video, so watch through to the end for that, please. In this first section of the essay, Schopenhauer begins with a metaphor of comets, planets, and stars, and he also details the role that envy and modesty play in matters of reputation. Here's what he writes. Writers may be classified as meteors, planets, and fixed stars. A meteor makes a striking effect for a moment. You look up and cry there, and it is gone forever. Planets and wandering stars last a much longer time. They often outshine the fixed stars and are confounded with them by the inexperienced, but this is only because they are near. It is not long before they must yield their place. Nay, the light they give is reflected only, and the sphere of their influence is confined to their own orbit, their contemporaries. Their path is one of change and movement, and with the circuit of a few years their tale is told. Fixed stars are the only ones that are constant. Their position in the firmament is secure. They shine with a light of their own. Their effect today is the same as it was yesterday, because, having no parallax, their appearance does not alter with a difference in our standpoint. They belong not to one system, one nation only, but to the universe. And just because they are so very far away, it is usually many years before their light is visible to the inhabitants of this earth. We have seen in the previous chapter that where a man's merits are of a high order, it is difficult for him to win reputation, because the public is uncritical and lacks discernment. But another and no less serious hindrance to fame comes from the envy it has to encounter. For even in the lowest kinds of work, envy balks even the beginnings of a reputation, and never ceases to cleave to it up to the last. How great a part is played by envy in the wicked ways of the world. Ariosto is right in saying that the dark side of our mortal life predominates, so full it is of this evil. Questa assai più oscuro che serena vita mortal tutta d'invidia piena. This life of mortals far more gloomy than cheerful, completely full of envy. For envy is the moving spirit of that secret and informal, though flourishing, alliance everywhere made by mediocrity against individual eminence, no matter of what kind. In his own sphere of work, no one will allow another to be distinguished. He is an intruder who cannot be tolerated. If anyone excels among us, let him go and excel elsewhere. This is the universal password of the second rate. In addition, then, to the rarity of true merit, and the difficulty it has in being understood and recognized, there is the envy of thousands to be reckoned with, all of them bent on suppressing, nay, on smothering it altogether. No one is taken for what he is, but for what others make of him. And this is the handle used by mediocrity to keep down distinction, by not letting it come up as long as that can possibly be prevented. There are two ways of behaving in regard to merit, either to have some of one's own, or to refuse any to others. The latter method is more convenient, and so it is generally adopted. As envy is a mere sign of deficiency, so to envy merit argues the lack of it. My excellent Balthazar Gracian has given a very fine account of this relation between envy and merit in a lengthy fable, which may be found in his Discreto under the heading Hombre de Ostentación. He describes all the birds as meeting together and conspiring against the peacock because of his magnificent feathers. If, said the magpie, we could only manage to put a stop to the cursed parading of his tail, there would soon be an end of his beauty, for what is not seen is as good as what does not exist. This explains how modesty came to be a virtue. It was invented only as a protection against envy. That there have always been rascals to urge this virtue, and to rejoice heartily over the bashfulness of a man of merit, has been shown at length in my chief work. In Lichtenberg's miscellaneous writings I find this sentence quoted: "Modesty should be the virtue of those who possess no other." Goethe has a well-known saying which offends many people: "It is only knaves who are modest, nur die Lumpen sind bescheiden." But it has its prototype in Cervantes, who includes in his Journey up Parnassus certain rules of conduct for poets, and amongst them the following: "Everyone whose verse shows him to be a poet should have a high opinion of himself, relying on the proverb that he is a knave who thinks himself one." And Shakespeare, in many of his sonnets, which gave him the only opportunity he had of speaking of himself, declares with a confidence equal to his ingenuousness that what he writes is immortal. Footnote: Collier, one of his critical editors, in his introduction to the sonnets, remarks upon this point. In many of them are to be found most remarkable indications of self-confidence and of assurance in the immortality of his verses, and in this respect the author's opinion was constant and uniform. He never scruples to express it, and perhaps there is no writer of ancient or modern times who, for the quantity of such writings left behind him, has so frequently or so strongly declared that what he had produced in this department of poetry the world would not willingly let die. A method of underrating good work often used by envy, in reality, however, only the obverse side of it, consists in the dishonorable and unscrupulous laudation of the bad. For no sooner does bad work gain currency than it draws attention from the good. But however effective this method may be for a while, especially if it is applied on a large scale, the day of reckoning comes at last, and the fleeting credit given to bad work is paid off by the lasting discredit which overtakes those who abjectly praised it. Hence these critics prefer to remain anonymous. A like fate threatens, though more remotely, those who depreciate and censure good work, and consequently many are too prudent to attempt it. But there is another way, and when a man of eminent merit appears, the first effect he produces is often only to pique all his rivals, just as the peacock's tail offended the birds. This reduces them to a deep silence, and their silence is so unanimous that it savors of preconcertion. Their tongues are all paralyzed. It is the silentium livoris described by Seneca. This malicious silence, which is technically known as ignoring, may for a long time interfere with the growth of reputation. If, as happens in the higher walks of learning, where a man's immediate audience is wholly composed of rival workers and professed students, who then form the channel of his fame, the greater public is obliged to use its suffrage without being able to examine the matter for itself. And if, in the end, that malicious silence is broken in upon by the voice of praise, it will be but seldom that this happens entirely apart from some ulterior aim, pursued by those who thus manipulate justice. For, as Goethe says in the Westostlicher Divan, a man can get no recognition either from many persons or from only one, unless it is to publish abroad the critic's own discernment. Denn es ist kein Anerkennen, weder vieler noch des einen, wenn es nicht am Tage fördert, wo man selbst was möchte scheinen. For there is no recognition from the many or just from you, if it can't succeed in showing what you yourself would like to do. In this first section, Schopenhauer begins with this metaphor of writers may be compared to meteors, planets, or fixed stars. That is, meteors shine brightly, burn out almost immediately. Just almost as you're looking at them, they completely disappear and lose their interest. Planets move more slowly across the sky, but it is their very nature to change. And he has a nice sort of extension of this metaphor. They only shine with reflected light and in a limited sphere, and soon they're gone. They disappear over the horizon. They're no longer visible. But the truly excellent writers, the high-quality writers, the ones who become canon, we might say, are like the fixed stars. And like the fixed stars, they have no parallax. The position you occupy on the earth makes no difference to their actual appearance in the sky because of their distance. And the nice thing he's able to do there is he's able to use that to account for the way in which the genuinely great authors, think Homer or Shakespeare, are ones who are appreciated anew as excellent at every stage of human history. He also says, like the fixed stars, the light from them is only seen many years later because of their immense distance from us. This section also includes Schopenhauer's thoughts on the hazard that envy plays in holding back the reputation that excellent work deserves and might eventually win. He has many literary examples and comments from different thinkers. He quotes some of his favorite thinkers here as well. He also observes here that people will have either merit, they will deserve praise and reputation, or they will have envy. And the suggestion is these are mutually exclusive. If you have what it takes to deserve a good reputation, you have no need of envy. And if you are aware of having no merit yourself, whether consciously or unconsciously, you will turn to envy, perhaps, as a way of compensating. So these are the two categories into which people fall in thinking about genuine excellence. Humility, he says, may originally have developed as a kind of dodge, a defense against envy. For the great people will profess modesty and humility in order to tamp down the envy of lesser people looking at them. And he notes here also, I think correctly, even in our own time especially, a principle that applies to us as well, that one of the tactics of the envious to drag down the good is by praising bad and inferior work, trying to elevate the bad, and by placing it on the same level with the good, pull the good down. I think we see that in our own time especially. In the next section, Schopenhauer will talk about how and why people praise excellent work and why a lasting reputation will always take a long time to build. Here's what he writes. The credit you allow to another man engaged in work similar to your own or akin to it must at bottom be withdrawn from yourself, and you can praise him only at the expense of your own claims. Accordingly, mankind is in itself not at all inclined to award praise and reputation. It is more disposed to blame and find fault, whereby it indirectly praises itself. If, notwithstanding this, praise is won from mankind, some extraneous motive must prevail. I am not here referring to the disgraceful way in which mutual friends will puff one another into a reputation. Outside of that, an effectual motive is supplied by the feeling that next to the merit of doing something oneself comes that of correctly appreciating and recognizing what others have done. This accords with the threefold division of heads drawn up by Hesiod and afterwards by Machiavelli. There are, says the latter, in the capacities of mankind, three varieties. One man will understand a thing by himself, another so far as it is explained to him, a third neither of himself nor when it is put clearly before him. He then who abandons hope of making good his claims to the first class will be glad to seize the opportunity of taking a place in the second. It is almost wholly owing to this state of things that merit may always rest assured of ultimately meeting with recognition. To this also is due the fact that when the value of a work has once been recognized and may no longer be concealed or denied, all men vie in praising and honoring it, simply because they are conscious of thereby doing themselves an honor. They act in the spirit of Xenophon's remark, "He must be a wise man who knows what is wise." So when they see that the prize of original merit is forever out of their reach, they hasten to possess themselves of that which comes second best, the correct appreciation of it. Here it happens as with an army which has been forced to yield, when, just as previously every man wanted to be foremost in the fight, so now every man tries to be foremost in running away. They all hurry forward to offer their applause to one who is now recognized to be worthy of praise, in virtue of a recognition, as a rule unconscious, of that law of homogeneity which I mentioned in the last chapter, so that it may seem as though their way of thinking and looking at things were homogeneous with that of the celebrated man, and that they may at least save the honor of their literary taste, since nothing else is left them. From this it is plain that, whereas it is very difficult to win fame, it is not hard to keep it when once attained, and also that a reputation which comes quickly does not last very long, for here too, quod cito fit, cito perit. It is obvious that if the ordinary average man can easily recognize, and the rival workers willingly acknowledge, the value of any performance, it will not stand very much above the capacity of either of them to achieve it for themselves. Tantum quisque laudat, quantum se posse sperat imitari. A man will praise a thing only so far as he hopes to be able to imitate it himself. Further, it is a suspicious sign if a reputation comes quickly, for an application of the laws of homogeneity will show that such a reputation is nothing but the direct applause of the multitude. What this means may be seen by a remark once made by Phocion, when he was interrupted in a speech by the loud cheers of the mob. Turning to his friends who were standing close by, he asked, "Have I made a mistake and said something stupid?" Contrarily, a reputation that is to last a long time must be slow in maturing, and the centuries of its duration have generally to be bought at the cost of contemporary praise. For that which is to keep its position so long must be of a perfection difficult to attain, and even to recognize this perfection requires men who are not always to be found, and never in numbers sufficiently great to make themselves heard, whereas envy is always on the watch, and doing its best to smother their voice. But with moderate talent, which soon meets with recognition, there is the danger that those who possess it will outlive both it and themselves, so that a youth of fame may be followed by an old age of obscurity. In the case of great merit, on the other hand, a man may remain unknown for many years, but make up for it later on by attaining a brilliant reputation. And if it should be that this comes only after he is no more, well, he is to be reckoned amongst those of whom Jean-Paul says that extreme unction is their baptism. He may console himself by thinking of the saints, who also are canonized, only after they are dead. Thus what Mahlmann said so well in his Herodes holds good. Translator's note: August Mahlmann, journalist, poet, and story writer, his Herodes for Bethlehem is a parody of Kotzebue's Hussiten for Naumburg. Thus what Mahlmann has said so well in his Herodes holds good. In this world, truly great work never pleases at once, and the God set up by the multitude keeps his place on the altar but a short time. Ich denke, das wahre Große in der Welt ist immer nur das, was nicht gleich gefällt, und wenn der Pöbel zum Gotte weiht, der steht auf dem Altar nur kurze Zeit. What's truly great in the world, I would say, is always that which we hate right away, and he whom the rabble would deify is holy for only the blink of an eye. It is worth mention that this rule is most directly confirmed in the case of pictures, where, as connoisseurs well know, the greatest masterpieces are not the first to attract attention. If they make a deep impression, it is not after one, but only after repeated inspection. But then they excite more and more admiration every time they are seen. Moreover, the chances that any given work will be quickly and rightly appreciated depend upon two conditions. Firstly, the character of the work, whether high or low, in other words, easy or difficult to understand, and secondly, the kind of public it attracts, whether large or small. This latter condition is, no doubt, in most instances, a corollary of the former, but it also partly depends upon whether the work in question admits, like books and musical compositions, of being produced in great numbers. By the compound action of these two conditions, achievements which serve no materially useful end, and these alone are under consideration here, will vary in regard to the chances they have of meeting with timely recognition and due appreciation, and the order of precedence, beginning with those who have the greatest chance, will be somewhat as follows: acrobats, circus riders, ballet dancers, jugglers, actors, singers, musicians, composers, poets, both the last on account of the multiplication of their works, architects, painters, sculptors, philosophers. The last place of all is unquestionably taken by philosophers, because their works are meant not for entertainment, but for instruction, and because they presume some knowledge on the part of the reader, and require him to make an effort of his own to understand them. This makes their public extremely small, and causes their fame to be more remarkable for its length than for its breadth. And in general, it may be said that the possibility of a man's fame lasting a long time stands in almost inverse ratio with the chance that it will be early in making its appearance, so that, as regards length of fame, the above order of precedence may be reversed. But then the poet and the composer will come in the end to stand on the same level as the philosopher, since, when once a work is committed to writing, it is possible to preserve it to all time. However, the first place still belongs by right to the philosopher, because of the much greater scarcity of good work in this sphere, and the high importance of it, and also because of the possibility it offers of an almost perfect translation into any language. Sometimes indeed it happens that a philosopher's fame outlives even his works themselves, as has happened with Thales, Empedocles, Heraclitus, Democritus, Parmenides, Epicurus, and many others. My remarks are, as I have said, confined to achievements that are not of any material use. Work that serves some practical end, or ministers directly to some pleasure of the senses, will never have any difficulty in being duly appreciated. No first-rate pastry cook could long remain obscure in any town, to say nothing of having to appeal to posterity. Schopenhauer begins this section by noting that self-regard, our sort of innate admiration for ourselves that each of us has, makes people more inclined to blame than to praise, that they find things that are dissimilar from themselves, especially if they find it to be superior to them, and they don't like it. They don't wish to admire it. He quotes Machiavelli on these three types of men: those who can understand a thing on their own, those who can understand it when they are instructed about it, and people who can never understand it even with instruction. I'm reminded here of something I was told many years ago. I think of as a kind of Buddhist equivalent to this threefold division. I was told that might say that in the gardens of Zen, there are three types of men. There is the sage who knows Zen. There are the attendants who do not know Zen, but who serve those who know Zen. And then in the third category, there are rice bags and coat hangers, people who just sort of occupy space, consume food that the clothes drape upon them, but they have no clue. They have not even the slightest idea of what they're missing. Perhaps Schopenhauer and Machiavelli both here are intending something similar. When Schopenhauer's use of this threefold division, though, is to say many people, when they realize that they're not in the highest group, that they can't understand by themselves, that they can't generate great art, they will flock to group two. And this is what makes it more likely that excellent work will eventually be recognized. People can't understand by themselves, appreciate great work, but if somebody would tell me what great art looked like, then I could admire it myself. And this accounts for a good deal of the reputation, and probably is a good thing, because it means that excellent work that would not have been recognized except by a very few, might actually achieve a kind of popular acceptance and general praise. People also, he says, praise excellent work merely in order to show themselves to be people of quality, people of good judgment. They want to be like they want to be like the people who do genuinely understand and praise it. And he brings in here an idea that was introduced in the previous chapter, the previous essay, the law of homogeneity. People admire what is like themselves. If they see a thing like themselves, they will admire it, be more inclined to admire it just for that reason. And it's here that we have the very amusing story of the ancient orator Phocion, who, on hearing the crowd applaud something he'd said, instantly looked to his friends and compatriots and said, well, this is bad. What did I say that led these idiots to suddenly start cheering and to admire me? I must have said something stupid and wrong in order to earn that kind of admiration from these kind of people. Schopenhauer notes also here that we should expect deserved and lasting reputation to take a long time to develop. I especially like the line that he quotes that for some people, extreme unction is their baptism. That's the sacrament of the anointing of the sick, of the dying. So on their deathbed, they receive a sacrament rather than preparing them for eternal life, for the next life. It actually is their baptism into the world of fame that they genuinely deserve. So not until they die do they really sort of enter into their own proper inheritance and recognition from the culture. To be recognized, he notes, two factors go into the fame or recognition of excellent work. One, the difficulty of understanding it. Is it easy or hard to grasp? And the size of its audience. And he also mentions here what we might call scalability, right? How reproducible is the work? Into how many people's hands, before how many people's eyes can it be placed? In this case, he's going to say poetry has a bit of an advantage over something like philosophy, where the philosophy requires a great deal of prior education and careful attention and leisure in order to do. Anybody can read poetry, can pick up and read it, or anybody can perhaps look at and begin to appreciate the principles of painting or of sculpture. So both of these factors go into the length of time it takes for something to acquire a reputation. And he gives this interesting ranking of professions from the sort of easiest to achieve fame, easiest and quickest to be appreciated. Acrobats apparently occupy the lowest position, along with jugglers, up to the historians, the sculptors, the philosophers, the people whose work is difficult to understand and appeals to a very narrow audience. He notes at the end of this section that the rules he's been articulating so far apply only to what we might say are useless things which have no practical relevance. And another great pithy, sort of witty observation that a first-rate pastry chef will immediately be recognized and valued in his or her own time. There's no danger of such a person being obscure and only appreciated 20 or 50 years after his death, right? The fact that he makes things that are immediately desirable and that are pleasant to everyone makes him, the toast of the town, very popular. He has no difficulty in having his excellence appreciated, his particular kind of excellence. It's the excellences of culture and of intellect that are going to be the most difficult to achieve the kind of fame and reputation that they deserve. In the following section, Schopenhauer is going to take up the question of false fame, and also what it means to say that an artist or an intellectual is ahead of his time. So here's what he writes. Under fame of rapid growth is also to be reckoned fame of a false and artificial kind, where, for instance, a book is worked into a reputation by means of unjust praise, the help of friends, corrupt criticism, prompting from above, and collusion from below. All this tells upon the multitude, which is rightly presumed to have no power of judging for itself. This sort of fame is like a swimming bladder. By its aid a heavy body may keep afloat. It bears up for a certain time, long or short, according as the bladder is well sewed up and blown, but still the air comes out gradually, and the body sinks. This is the inevitable fate of all works which are famous by reason of something outside of themselves. False praise dies away, collusion comes to an end, critics declare the reputation ungrounded, it vanishes, and is replaced by so much the greater contempt. Contrarily, a genuine work, which, having the source of fame in itself, can kindle admiration afresh in every age, resembles a body of low specific gravity, which always keeps up of its own accord, and so goes floating down the stream of time. Men of great genius, whether their work be in poetry, philosophy, or art, stand in all ages like isolated heroes, keeping up single-handed a desperate struggling against the onslaught of an army of opponents. Translator's note. At this point, Schopenhauer interrupts the thread of his discourse to speak at length upon an example of false fame. Those who are at all acquainted with the philosopher's views will not be surprised to find that the writer thus held up to scorn is Hegel, and readers of the other volumes in this series will, with the translator, have had by now quite enough of the subject. The passage is therefore omitted. Is not this characteristic of the miserable nature of mankind? The dullness, grossness, perversity, silliness, and brutality of by far the greater part of the race are always an obstacle to the efforts of the genius, whatever be the method of his art. They so form that hostile army to which at last he has to succumb. Let the isolated champion achieve what he may, it is slow to be acknowledged, it is late in being appreciated, and then only on the score of authority. It may easily fall into neglect again, at any rate for a while. Ever afresh it finds itself opposed by false, shallow, and insipid ideas, which are better suited to that large majority that so generally hold the field. Though the critic may step forth and say, like Hamlet when he held up the two portraits to his wretched mother, "Have you eyes? Have you eyes?" Alas, they have none. When I watch the behavior of a crowd of people in the presence of some great master's work, and mark the manner of their applause, they often remind me of trained monkeys in a show. The monkeys' gestures are, no doubt, much like those of men, but now and again they betray that the real inward spirit of these gestures is not in them. Their irrational nature peeps out. It is often said of a man that he is in advance of his age, and it follows from the above remarks that this must be taken to mean that he is in advance of humanity in general. Just because of this fact, a genius makes no direct appeal except to those who are too rare to allow of their ever forming a numerous body at any one period. If he is in this respect not particularly favored by fortune, he will be misunderstood by his own age. In other words, he will remain unaccepted until time gradually brings together the voices of those few persons who are capable of judging a work of such high character. Then posterity will say, "This man was in advance of his age," instead of "in advance of humanity," because humanity will be glad to lay the burden of its own faults upon a single epoch. Hence, if a man has been superior to his own age, he would also have been superior to any other, provided that, in that age, by some rare and happy chance, a few just men, capable of judging in the sphere of his achievements, had been born at the same time with him, just as when, according to a beautiful Indian myth, Vishnu becomes incarnate as a hero, so too Brahma at the same time appears as the singer of his deeds, and hence Valmiki, Vyasa, and Kalidasa are incarnations of Brahma. In this sense, it may be said that every immortal work puts its age to the proof, whether or no it will be able to recognize the merit of it. As a rule, the men of any age stand such a test no better than the neighbors of Philemon and Baucis, who expelled the deities they failed to recognize. Accordingly, the right standard for judging the intellectual worth of any generation is supplied not by the great minds that make their appearance in it, for their capacities are the work of nature, and the possibility of cultivating them a matter of chance circumstance, but by the way in which contemporaries receive their works, whether, I mean, they give their applause soon and with a will, or late and in niggardly fashion, or leave it to be bestowed altogether by posterity. This last fate will be especially reserved for works of a high character, for the happy chance mentioned above will be all the more certain not to come, in proportion as there are few to appreciate the kind of work done by great minds. Herein lies the immeasurable advantage possessed by poets in respect of reputation, because their work is accessible to almost everyone. If it had been possible for Sir Walter Scott to be read and criticized by only some 100 persons, perhaps in his lifetime any common scribbler would have been preferred to him, and afterwards, when he had taken his proper place, it would also have been said in his honor that he was in advance of his age. But if envy, dishonesty, and the pursuit of personal aims are added to the incapacity of those 100 persons who, in the name of their generation, are called upon to pass judgment on a work, then indeed it meets with the same sad fate as attends a suitor who pleads before a tribunal of judges, one and all corrupt. In corroboration of this, we find that the history of literature generally shows all those who made knowledge and insight their goal to have remained unrecognized and neglected, whilst those who paraded with the vain show of it received the admiration of their contemporaries, together with the emoluments. The effectiveness of an author turns chiefly upon his getting the reputation that he should be read, but by practicing various arts, by the operation of chance, and by certain natural affinities, this reputation is quickly won by 100 worthless people, while a worthy writer may come by it very slowly and tardily. The former possess friends to help them, for the rabble is always a numerous body, which holds well together. The latter has nothing but enemies, because intellectual superiority is everywhere and under all circumstances the most hateful thing in the world, and especially to bunglers in the same line of work, who want to pass for something themselves. Footnote: if the professors of philosophy should chance to think that I am here hinting at them and the tactics they have for more than 30 years pursued towards my works, they have hit the nail upon the head. Second footnote: as a rule, the quantity and quality of the public of a given work stand in inverse proportion. Therefore, for instance, the value of a poet's work cannot in the least be deduced from its numerous editions. This being so, it is a prime condition for doing any great work, any work which is to outlive its own age, that a man pay no heed to his contemporaries, their views and opinions, and the praise or blame which they bestow. This condition is, however, fulfilled of itself when a man really does anything great, and it is fortunate that it is so. For if, in producing such a work, he were to look to the general opinion or the judgment of his colleagues, they would lead him astray at every step. Hence, if a man wants to go down to posterity, he must withdraw from the influence of his own age. This will, of course, generally mean that he must also renounce any influence upon it, and be ready to buy centuries of fame by foregoing the applause of his contemporaries. For when any new and wide-ranging truth comes into the world, and if it is new it must be paradoxical, an obstinate stand will be made against it as long as possible. Nay, people will continue to deny it even after they slacken their opposition and are almost convinced of its truth. Meanwhile, it goes on quietly working its way, and, like an acid, undermining everything around it. From time to time a crash is heard, the old error comes tottering to the ground, and suddenly the new fabric of thought stands revealed, as though it were a monument just uncovered. Everyone recognizes and admires it. To be sure, this all comes to pass, for the most part, very slowly. As a rule, people discover a man to be worth listening to only after he is gone. Their "hear, hear" resounds when the orator has left the platform. Works of the ordinary type meet with a better fate. Arising as they do in the course of, and in connection with, the general advance in contemporary culture, they are in close alliance with the spirit of their age. In other words, just those opinions which happen to be prevalent at the time. They aim at suiting the needs of the moment. If they have any merit, it is soon recognized, and they gain currency as books which reflect the latest ideas. Justice, nay, more than justice, is done to them. They afford little scope for envy, since, as was said above, a man will praise a thing only so far as he hopes to be able to imitate it himself. But those rare works which are destined to become the property of all mankind, and to live for centuries, are, at their origin, too far in advance of the point at which culture happens to stand, and on that very account foreign to it and the spirit of their own time. They neither belong to it, nor are they in any connection with it, and hence they excite no interest in those who are dominated by it. They belong to another, a higher stage of culture, and a time that is still far off. Their course is related to that of ordinary works as the orbit of Uranus to the orbit of Mercury. For the moment they get no justice done to them. People are at a loss how to treat them, so they leave them alone, and go their own snail's pace for themselves. Does the worm see the eagle as it soars aloft? In this section, Schopenhauer compares the praise that one receives from one's contemporaries, people in one's own time, to a leaky swim bladder. Think of an inflated tube that one would use to float or swim in the water. And he says it will keep up your body, but inevitably it begins to leak, and as soon as enough air is gone from it, the heavy body that it's holding up will begin to sink. And that's a nice little metaphor. I think it works even better for us who are perhaps as familiar or more familiar with those inflatable swim toys, which never hold on to their air. They work, but only temporarily. The very nature of them is that the flotation they provide is for an hour or two only. He contrasts this with a work that has its true excellence within itself. And think of, say, a play like Shakespeare's King Lear or Othello. The excellence is in the work itself. And in this sense, it's like a body with a low specific gravity. It floats like a cork in water. It will float forever under its own power without this sort of a gradual decline of its buoyancy. It's in this section here that we have the omitted passage about Hegel, and I'll record and attach to the end of this video my reading and analysis of the parts that were left out. I think you'll like it, so please do stick around for that. He notes he has this kind of unpleasant comparison of ordinary sort of vulgar people praising a great work. Think of people at a museum admiring something that is quite extraordinary. He compares them to monkeys, right? Sort of clapping because they've been trained to clap, or imitating human gestures. That's perhaps fits in with Schopenhauer's overall feel, but certainly seems getting close to the edge of being cruel, I think. Especially since he said earlier that he would like to see, it actually is a good thing that people who don't have good judgment and discernment will actually praise good works, that we can have good works still around, can achieve the kind of admiration and sort of cultural impact that it ought to have. He analyzes the idea, the expression of being ahead of your time. What does it mean to say as man is not of this age, that he's ahead of his time? In a sense, it means ahead of all of us, ahead of all times, ahead of the entire human race. Part of what this means is that every great artist speaks to every age, not just to his own. He speaks to all humans at all places and times. He hits on something eternal. Right. And for me, it's always been King Lear. It's always been Shakespeare. He seems to hit something, he touches strings in the human heart that all of us can feel, even well outside of his own Elizabethan context. We don't have to be British. We don't have to be familiar with, more than just familiar with the social context of the European courts about which he writes, in order to understand and appreciate the human factors, the betrayal, the love, the loss, etc. And so he notes, this is, I think, very good advice. The way we should judge an age, an era or a culture, is not by its greatest artists, but by how those great artists were treated by the rest of the people. What kind of recognition did they give to their great artists? Did they hold up and elevate him? That says a great deal about the age, and it shows it to be an age of sort of widespread, excellent judgment. If the greatest among them were always obscure or were despised, were unpopular, that should redound to the shame of the age. And again, for more about that and Schopenhauer's criticism of Hegel, see the video, the additional passage at the end of this video. He suggests, I think, here that every artist will have to choose whether he wishes to earn praise from posterity, from sort of the eternal human race, or praise from his contemporaries. You can do what's popular, or you can do what's good, and you're going to have to choose one. You can't have both. You can't win the plaudits of both, it seems, except in exceptionally rare cases. And he has an attack here in the footnote on philosophers who derided and diminished his own work, and says, if you think I'm talking about you, yes, I absolutely am. This is Schopenhauer here writing at the end of his career when he's achieved, I think, or is about to achieve a certain amount of popular success and admiration. These are from his essays late in his life. Having gone through 30 or 40 years of being criticized, insulted, ignored, found inferior to Hegel, to Fichte and the Hegelians by many in the philosophical establishment. We do and should expect great artists in every age to be aloof from their own culture and their age and its tastes. This is the very character of excellent work in art and in the intellect. And his metaphor, again, here reminds me of some passages from Nietzsche in Twilight of the Idols. The excellence of their great work will eat away like acid at common opinion until it collapses, and we can sort of imagine sort of the pillars falling of popular taste as the great effect of the work of genius does its slow work over time in collapsing the received opinions, the popular fads of the day. So I like that idea very much, that sort of the power of it is very, very gradual and is only going to emerge over a great deal of time. In the next section, Schopenhauer will discuss how and why excellence is so rare, and how there is this inverse relationship between contemporary reputation during your own lifetime and fame through posterity, the kind of admiration you earn from people over time by the inner quality of your work. And here's what he writes. Of the number of books written in any language, about 1 in 100,000 forms a part of its real and permanent literature. What a fate this one book has to endure before it outstrips those 100,000 and gains its due place of honor. Such a book is the work of an extraordinary and eminent mind, and therefore it is specifically different from the others, a fact which sooner or later becomes manifest. Let no one fancy that things will ever improve in this respect. No, the miserable constitution of humanity never changes, though it may, to be sure, take somewhat varying forms with every generation. A distinguished mind seldom has its full effect in the lifetime of its possessor, because at bottom it is completely and properly understood only by minds already akin to it. As it is a rare thing for even one man out of many millions to tread the path that leads to immortality, he must, of necessity, be very lonely. the journey to posterity lies through a horribly dreary region, like the Libyan desert, of which, as is well known, no one has any idea who has not seen it for himself. Meanwhile, let me before all things recommend the traveler to take light baggage with him, otherwise he will have to throw away too much on the road. Let him never forget the words of Baltasar Gracian, "Lo bueno si breve, dos veces bueno." Good work is doubly good if it is short. This advice is specially applicable to my own countrymen. Compared with the short span of time they live, men of great intellect are like huge buildings standing on a small plot of ground. The size of the building cannot be seen by anyone just in front of it, nor, for an analogous reason, can the greatness of a genius be estimated while he lives. But when a century has passed, the world recognizes it and wishes him back again. If the perishable son of time has produced an imperishable work, how short his own life seems compared with that of his child. He is like Samela, or Maya, a mortal mother who gave birth to an immortal son, or, contrarily, he is like Achilles in regard to Thetis. What a contrast there is between what is fleeting and what is permanent. The short span of a man's life, his necessitous, afflicted, unstable existence, will seldom allow of his seeing even the beginning of his immortal child's brilliant career. Nor will the father himself be taken for that which he really is. It may be said indeed that a man whose fame comes after him is the reverse of a nobleman who is preceded by it. However, the only difference that it ultimately makes to a man to receive his fame at the hands of contemporaries rather than from posterity is that, in the former case, his admirers are separated from him by space, and in the latter, by time. For even in the case of contemporary fame, a man does not, as a rule, see his admirers actually before him. Reverence cannot endure close proximity. It almost always dwells at some distance from its object, and in the presence of the person revered, it melts like butter in the sun. Accordingly, if a man is celebrated with his contemporaries, 9/10 of those amongst whom he lives will let their esteem be guided by his rank and fortune, and the remaining 10th may perhaps have a dull consciousness of his high qualities because they have heard about him from remote quarters. There is a fine Latin letter of Petrarch's on this incompatibility between reverence and the presence of the person, and between fame and life. It comes second in his Epistolae Familiaris, and it is addressed to Thomas Messinensis. He there observes, amongst other things, that the learned men of his age all made it a rule to think little of a man's writings if they had even once seen him. Some distance, then, is essential if a famous man is to be recognized and revered. It does not matter whether it is distance of space or of time. It is true that he may sometimes hear of his fame in the one case, but never in the other. But still, genuine and great merit may make up for this by confidently anticipating its posthumous fame. Nay, he who produces some really great thought is conscious of his connection with coming generations at the very moment he conceives it, so that he feels the extension of his existence through centuries and thus lives with posterity as well as for it. And when, after enjoying a great man's work, we are seized with admiration for him and wish him back, so that we might see and speak with him and have him in our possession, this desire of ours is not unrequited, for he, too, has had his longing for that posterity which will grant the recognition, honor, gratitude, and love denied by envious contemporaries. If intellectual works of the highest order are not allowed their due until they come before the tribunal of posterity, a contrary fate is prepared for certain brilliant errors which proceed from men of talent, and appear with an air of being well grounded. These errors are defended with so much acumen and learning that they actually become famous with their own age, and maintain their position at least during their author's lifetime. Of this sort are many false theories and wrong criticisms. also poems and works of art which exhibit some false taste or mannerism favored by contemporary prejudice. They gain reputation and currency simply because no one is yet forthcoming who knows how to refute them or otherwise prove their falsity. And when he appears, as he usually does, in the next generation, the glory of these works is brought to an end. Posthumous judges, be their decision favorable to the appellant or not, form the proper court for quashing the verdict of contemporaries. That is why it is so difficult and so rare to be victorious alike in both tribunals. The unfailing tendency of time to correct knowledge and judgment should always be kept in view as a means of allaying anxiety whenever any grievous error appears, whether in art or science or practical life, and gains ground, or when some false and thoroughly perverse policy of movement is undertaken and receives applause at the hands of men. No one should be angry, or still less despondent, but simply imagine that the world has already abandoned the error in question, and now only requires time and experience to recognize of its own accord that which a clear vision detected at the first glance. When the facts themselves are eloquent of a truth, there is no need to rush to its aid with words, for time will give it 1,000 tongues. How long it may be before they speak will of course depend upon the difficulty of the subject and the plausibility of the error, but come they will, and often it would be of no avail to try to anticipate them. In the worst cases it will happen with theories as it happens with affairs in practical life, where sham and deception, emboldened by success, advance to greater and greater lengths, until discovery is made almost inevitable. It is just so with theories. Through the blind confidence of the blockheads who broach them, their absurdity reaches such a pitch that at last it is obvious even to the dullest eye. We may thus say to such people, "The wilder your statements, the better." There is also some comfort to be found in reflecting upon all the whims and crotchets which had their day, and have now utterly vanished. In style, in grammar, in spelling, there are false notions of this sort which last only 3 or 4 years. But when the errors are on a large scale, while we lament the brevity of human life, we shall in any case do well to lag behind our own age when we see it on a downward path. For there are 2 ways of not keeping on a level with the times. A man may be below it, or he may be above it. In this last section of On Reputation, Schopenhauer begins by noting that perhaps maybe 1 in 100,000 books produced will turn out to be of lasting value, and we should not expect this ratio to change, that it is always going to be the case that a vanishingly small fraction of 1% of all the work that is produced will actually be of such excellent quality that it will stand the test of time. So we would not expect to see the writers on the bestseller lists for any given year or for any given decade to be read by anybody 100 years, 200 years, 500 years from now. It's going to be a very, very rare talent that will sort of carry forward into the admiration of posterity to future generations. There's a theme throughout these last sections of the suffering that the genius or the excellent artist must go through. And this reminds me again very much of Nietzsche. That's a theme, those of you who know Nietzsche, a theme very much in Nietzsche's writings, based upon Nietzsche's own sufferings, in fact, his physical sufferings and psychological sufferings especially. That to be a great artist, to be a genius, is not only to be out of sync with your own time, with your own contemporaries, but it is to suffer. It is to sacrifice for the sake of your art. And he gives this great metaphor of trekking through the Libyan desert. Right. And he's able to extend this metaphor a little bit by saying, my advice to those of you who are planning to do this, if you think there is genius in you, pack light. In other words, value brevity in your words. And he addresses this as a special warning to the Germans. In the German version of this, he does actually mention the Germans specifically, where Saunders renders it as my own countrymen. Same effect, but it seems striking to me that he specifically says, the Germans, people who write in the German language, you guys absolutely have to get brevity as one of your priorities. Think especially here of the contrast between Schopenhauer's writing style and Hegel's and Fichte's and Schelling's and the others. The genius artist, he says, can recognize his own immortal work in his own lifetime. There's a special way in which the genius among us in the realm of the intellect and in art seems to dwell among the gods. He's kind of half a step, already got kind of half a step into eternity, it seems. And he's able to live with a sense of posterity. In a sense, he lives with posterity as well as for posterity. It's not as though, Schopenhauer says, it's not as though the great artist is sort of shooting arrows into the future, just hoping that somebody might pick up on them. He's saying here fairly explicitly that the genuinely great artist, think Shakespeare, think perhaps Goethe, is aware of the fact that, and can almost feel the admiration of future generations for him. He feels himself at home with the times and the people yet to come. I'm not quite sure how to read this, but that seems to be plainly what is in the text and that Saunders gives us from Schopenhauer. There's a nice bit of parallel here where Schopenhauer notes that if you have contemporary fame, what you have is admirers who are separated from you by space. But if you have fame and posterity, this kind of lasting recognition that Shakespeare and others have gotten, you have admirers who are separated from you by time. The interesting note, of course, is that no one is able to revere what is close to him in both space and time. It's simply too familiar. So either we have to be separated by space, right, in which case I admire somebody in my own time but from far away, or we're separated by time. I admire Shakespeare across the centuries between his time and my own. He notes here again the fate of work that achieves great fame and popularity in its own time. It is destined to fade almost immediately after the author's lifetime. There's this great image here of the posthumous judges who will come and who will overturn the verdict of your contemporaries, whether it's for good or for ill. So the suggestion I think here is that the intelligent thing to do is to write for and appeal to those posthumous judges, to write for the ages, if you can at all. In my own mind, I think here of the fate of the reputation of Henri Bergson, French philosopher who died in 1941, and who was, I think, in his own lifetime, and immediately afterwards, lauded across the board, was considered to be one of the greatest philosophers of the 20th century. But by even 30 or 50 years after his death, his star had declined quite rapidly. And I don't expect anybody outside of philosophy, or even 20th century philosophy, to know Bergson, but there's somebody whose star burned very, very bright in his own lifetime and was praised and widely known, who is thought of by virtually nobody today, I think. Maybe a little bit of a revival of his work, but there's one example for me of someone whose work seems to have been overturned by posthumous judges, perhaps also by changes in intellectual life since the end of World War II. So Schopenhauer concludes and says, don't be anxious, right? This is cause for hope and sort of should allay any anxiety or concern that one might feel. Truth and excellence will win in the long run. Okay? And he says, with that in mind, we who see these things clearly might even encourage the kind of over-exaggeration among people who we know are in error, because the more boldly and outrageously they state their false claims, the faster they will burn out, the faster they will be replaced by something which might eventually move closer to the truth. And then there's the final line of this essay, which I think is a great one. There are two ways that you can be out of sync with your times. You can be below them, or, Schopenhauer plainly thinking of himself here, you can be above them. So you might say for every artist, for every intellectual who wants to be excellent, strive to be better than your time. Strive to be above the general level of taste of your place and time. And that will obviously limit your appeal to your contemporaries, but might be the path for you to a genuinely well-earned reputation for excellent work. The next and final essay in the Art of Literature is titled On Genius, and we will look at that one in the next video. Right now, I invite you to continue watching for my presentation of the missing passage, the 2.5 pages of Schopenhauer's Rant against Hegel that Bailey Saunders omitted. Here it is. In Schopenhauer's essay on reputation, there's an unusual footnote about halfway through the essay where the translator, T. Bailey Saunders, announces to the readers that he has omitted a lengthy passage critical of Hegel on the grounds that it's just repetitive and not interesting. So I was intrigued by this footnote, so I'd like to share it with you today and share with you from another translation the passage that T. Bailey Saunders chose to omit. I think I have some theories about why it was that he left it out. I'll share those with you, and you may come to your own conclusions as well. Let me begin with T. Bailey Saunders' footnote. This is from this book, The Essays of Schopenhauer, which contains The Art of Literature. The note I'm thinking of comes on page 87 of that part of the book. Here's the footnote. Translator's note. At this point, Schopenhauer interrupts the thread of his discourse to speak at length upon an example of false fame. Those who are at all acquainted with the philosopher's views will not be surprised to find that the writer thus held up to scorn is Hegel. And readers of the other volumes in this series will, with the translator, have had by now quite enough of the subject. The passage is therefore omitted. So Saunders indicating a big jump in his translation of the essay on reputation. So what I did was I looked this up, and I happen to have this from Cambridge University Press, a much more recent translation of Schopenhauer's works. This is Peroga and Paralipomena, Volume 2. And I have found the passage where Saunders leaves off and where he picks up. And in between is a little bit more than 2 full pages of text pages of this size. So it is quite lengthy. We begin on page 420 of Volume 2 of Peroga. And I think as I read along, I'm going to read this without much commentary. I think you may find the point about 3/4 of the way through where we hit the thing that Saunders truly objected to, and the reason why he was not willing to share it in translation with his audience of English readers of Schopenhauer in the 1890s. Schopenhauer gets a bit salty here, as you'll hear. So here we are. The sentence immediately before the cut is this. On the other hand, genuine works which have the source of their fame in themselves and therefore are capable of rekindling admiration at any time resemble bodies of lower specific gravity, which always keep themselves up by their own means and thus glide down the current of time. Here's the cut passage. The entire history of literature of ancient and modern times has produced no example of false fame on a par with that of Hegelian philosophy. Never and nowhere has the entirely bad, the palpably false and absurd, indeed the transparently senseless, and, judging by its manner of delivery, the supremely repulsive and disgusting, been celebrated with such shocking impudence, such brazen cheek, as the highest wisdom and the most magnificent thing the world ever saw, as that utterly worthless pseudo-philosophy. I do not need to say that the sun shone down on all this, but note well that it transpired with complete success among the German public. And therein lies the disgrace. For over a quarter century, this impudently trumped-up fame has passed for genuine, and the bestia triumphante, the triumphant beast, has flourished and reigned in the German Republic of Scholarship, so much so that even the few opponents of this silliness do not dare to speak of its miserable progenitor otherwise than as a rare genius and great intellect, and with the profoundest reverence. But what results from this we shall not fail to conclude. Therefore, in the history of literature, this period will always figure as an indelible stain of disgrace on the nation and the age, and will be the ridicule of centuries, and rightly so. Of course, ages like individuals are free to praise the bad and despise the good, but nemesis will reach one as well as the other, and the bell of disgrace will toll. at the time that the chorus of venal churls propagated the fame of that mind-corrupting philosophaster and his unholy, nonsensical scribblings, people would have had to have immediately seen from the whole nature of that praise, if they had been even halfway discerning, that it emanated solely from intent and absolutely not from insight. The translators here, Del Caro and Janeway, by the way, note in a footnote that here Schopenhauer is using the German words Absicht and Einsicht, which are words that he frequently contrasts insight and intent. For it gushed forth immeasurably and in excessive fullness in all four directions of the compass, spewing everywhere out of gaping mouths with abandon, without conditions, without respite, without measure, until they ran out of words. And still not satisfied with their own polyphonic paean, these claqueurs, lined up like soldiers, strained their eyes anxiously for any kernel of foreign, uncorrupted praise in order to pluck it and hold it up high. Thus, if some famous man had let himself be strong-armed, wheedled, or tricked into giving the slightest word of approbation, or if it escaped him by accident, or even where an opponent had sweetened his censure with such morsels out of fear or pity, they all fell upon it, plucked it up, and held it aloft triumphantly. It is only intent that praises in this manner, and this is the praise of mercenaries, paid claqueurs, and conspiring literary squad leaders hoping for wages. On the other hand, sincere praise, which emanates merely from insight, bears an entirely different character. It is preceded by what Feuchtersleben has so beautifully formulated. My, how the people have writhed and rejected just to ensure that the good's not respected. For it comes very slowly and late, sporadically and sparingly measured out, weighed in drams and always subject to restrictions, so that the recipient may well say, "It moistens the lips, yet it does not moisten the gums." It's a quote from the Iliad, chapter 22. And yet the dispenser of this praise parts with it only reluctantly, for it is a reward ultimately wrung and involuntarily wrenched from dull, brittle, tough, and envious mediocrity by the greatness of genuine achievements, which can no longer be concealed. It is the laurel worthy of the sweat of nobles, as Klopstock sings. It is as Goethe calls the fruit of that courage which sooner or later conquers the resistance of the dull world. Accordingly, it relates to the impudent praise-mongering of designing men as the hard-to-win, noble and sincere beloved relates to the paid street whore, whose thickly applied white lead and cinnabar would have to have been recognized immediately in Hegel's fame if, as I said earlier, people in Germany were only discerning. Then we would not have, to our national disgrace, the dramatic realization of what Schelling sang. I saw fame's sacred garlands desecrated on a vulgar brow. The Hegelian glory, here selected as an example of false fame, is to be sure a fact without peer, even in Germany, which is why I call on the public libraries to carefully mummify and preserve all documents, as well as the complete works of the philosophaster himself, so too those of his worshippers, for the instruction, warning, and entertainment of posterity, and as a memorial to this age and this country. Nevertheless, if one expands one's gaze and focuses generally on the praise of contemporaries of all times, one will find that, in fact, it is always a whore, prostituted and sullied by 1,000 undeserving men who have had her. Who could still desire such a wench? Who would want to take pride in her favor? Who would not scorn her? On the other hand, fame in posterity is a proud, coy beauty who gives herself only to the worthy, the victor, and the rare hero. That's how it is. And from this, incidentally, we can conclude how badly off must be this species of bipeds, since generations, indeed centuries, are required before a handful of minds is gathered together from its hundreds of millions, who are capable of distinguishing the good from the bad, genuine from spurious, gold from copper, and who accordingly are referred to as the tribunal of posterity. For them, an additional favorable circumstance is that the irreconcilable envy of incompetence and the intentional flattery of churlishness are silenced, allowing insight to speak its piece. That is where the omitted passage from T. Bailey Saunders leaves off, and he picks up again in the following paragraph. So that is from the Adrian Del Caro and Christopher Janeway translation of Perugia and Paralipomena from Cambridge University Press. I can recommend this, and I'll put a link to it in the description below if you'd like to look up a copy for yourself. I think one, I can think of the reasons why Saunders left this out. One, it is very long, it is very repetitive, it is just exceedingly violent in its rhetoric against Hegel, in some ways, and entertaining perhaps, but way over the top. Oh my gosh. The part, I think, and you caught it as well, was the comparison of the praise from one's contemporary as a cheap street whore. Like, who would take pride in being admired or receiving her favors? You know, everybody else has had her. So I suspect that T. Bailey Saunders, translating in the 1890s, found this not just to be repetitive, but also to be in very poor taste and not fitting for his reading public. Even the more open-minded and free-thinking ones would, I think, object to that kind of language. And maybe we have to wait for a 21st century translation to get the sort of free expression that Schopenhauer was willing to allow himself in his abuse and insulting of Hegel. So calling upon his works to be mummified as a sort of monument to the folly of his time and his place, and even a quarter century of popularity for Hegel's writings is an indelible stain upon the national conscience, a mark of poor taste, etc., etc. So I hope you enjoyed that. It certainly was something a little bit more intense from Schopenhauer here. So that's it for this video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. On Genius. Hello. This 10th and final section of Schopenhauer's The Art of Literature is titled On Genius. Now, genius is not a literary topic per se, but T. Bailey Saunders tells us in his introduction that he includes it for two reasons. First, because Schopenhauer's theory of genius is constant throughout his writings, and he makes regular reference to it. And second, because genius is a quality most necessary for literary success. Wherever we find literary greatness, we're likely to be finding a genius mind at work. The comments here come from the second half of Schopenhauer's essay in Perugia, the title of which begins, Some Thoughts Concerning the Intellect. In this first section, Schopenhauer will describe to us the nature of genius and its contrast with ordinary minds of ordinary quality and activity. And he'll speak about the double aspect of the mind of the genius, the way he has a kind of double intellectual capacity, both in the subjective and in the objective side. He possesses the ability to rise above the demands of will in his own person and in his own life. Schopenhauer gives the example of Goethe as a great literary figure who embodies this type of genius, and then he generalizes his theory to apply to the entire human race on a large scale. So that's what we'll be hearing first. Here's what Schopenhauer writes. No difference of rank, position, or birth is so great as the gulf that separates the countless millions who use their head only in the service of their belly, in other words, look upon it as an instrument of the will, and those very few and rare persons who have the courage to say, no, it is too good for that. My head shall be active only in its own service. It shall try to comprehend the wondrous and varied spectacle of this world, and then reproduce it in some form, whether as art or as literature, that may answer to my character as an individual. These are the truly noble, the real noblesse of the world. The others are serfs and go with the soil, glebe adscripti. Of course, I am here referring to those who have not only the courage but also the call, and therefore the right, to order the head to quit the service of the will, with a result that proves the sacrifice to have been worth the making. In the case of those to whom all this can only partially apply, the gulf is not so wide. But even though their talent be small, so long as it is real, there will always be a sharp line of demarcation between them and the millions. Footnote. The correct scale for adjusting the hierarchy of intelligences is furnished by the degree in which the mind takes merely individual or approaches universal views of things. The brute recognizes only the individual as such. Its comprehension does not extend beyond the limits of the individual. But man reduces the individual to the general. Herein lies the exercise of his reason, and the higher his intelligence reaches, the nearer do his general ideas approach the point at which they become universal. The works of fine art, poetry, and philosophy produced by a nation are the outcome of the superfluous intellect existing in it. For him who can understand aright, cum grano salis, the relation between the genius and the normal man may perhaps be best expressed as follows. A genius has a double intellect, one for himself and the service of his will, the other for the world, of which he becomes the mirror in virtue of his purely objective attitude towards it. The work of art or poetry or philosophy produced by the genius is simply the result or quintessence of this contemplative attitude, elaborated according to certain technical rules. The normal man, on the other hand, has only a single intellect, which may be called subjective by contrast with the objective intellect of the genius. However acute this subjective intellect may be, and it exists in very various degrees of perfection, it is never on the same level with the double intellect of the genius. Just as the open chest notes of the human voice, however high, are essentially different from the falsetto notes. These, like the two upper octaves of the flute and the harmonics of the violin, are produced by the column of air dividing itself into two vibrating halves, with a node between them, while the open chest notes of the human voice and the lower octave of the flute are produced by the undivided column of air vibrating as a whole. This illustration may help the reader to understand that specific peculiarity of genius which is unmistakably stamped on the works, and even on the physiognomy, of him who is gifted with it. At the same time, it is obvious that a double intellect like this must, as a rule, obstruct the service of the will, and this explains the poor capacity often shown by genius in the conduct of life. And what specially characterizes genius is that it has none of that sobriety of temper which is always to be found in the ordinary simple intellect, be it acute or dull. The brain may be likened to a parasite which is nourished as a part of the human frame without contributing directly to its inner economy. It is securely housed in the topmost story, and there leads a self-sufficient and independent life. In the same way, it may be said that a man endowed with great mental gifts leads, apart from the individual life common to all, a second life, purely of the intellect. He devotes himself to the constant increase, rectification, and extension, not of mere learning, but of real systematic knowledge and insight, and remains untouched by the fate that overtakes him personally, so long as it does not disturb him in his work. It is thus a life which raises a man and sets him above fate and its changes. Always thinking, learning, experimenting, practicing his knowledge, the man soon comes to look upon this second life as the chief mode of existence, and his merely personal life as something subordinate, serving only to advance ends higher than itself. An example of this independent separate existence is furnished by Goethe. During the war in the Champagne, and amid all the bustle of the camp, he made observations for his theory of color, and as soon as the numberless calamities of that war allowed his retiring for a short time to the fortress of Luxembourg, he took up the manuscript of his Farbenlehre. This is an example which we, the salt of the earth, should endeavor to follow, by never letting anything disturb us in the pursuit of our intellectual life, however much the storm of the world may invade and agitate our personal environment, always remembering that we are the sons not of the bondwoman, but of the free. As our emblem and coat of arms, I propose a tree, mightily shaken by the wind, but still bearing its ruddy fruit on every branch, with the motto Dum convelor mitescunt, or Conquestata sed ferax. That purely intellectual life of the individual has its counterpart in humanity as a whole. For there, too, the real life is the life of the will, both in the empirical and in the transcendental meaning of the word. The purely intellectual life of humanity lies in its effort to increase knowledge by means of the sciences, and its desire to perfect the arts. Both science and art thus advance slowly from one generation to another, and grow with the centuries, every race as it hurries by furnishing its contribution. This intellectual life, like some gift from heaven, hovers over the stir and movement of the world, or it is, as it were, a sweet-scented air developed out of the ferment itself, the real life of mankind, dominated by will, and side by side with the history of nations, the history of philosophy, science, and art takes its innocent and bloodless way. In this first section, Schopenhauer picks up on a theme that we have seen in his other works, the extraordinary nature of intellectual excellence, the way that it raises a man above the common run of humanity, but also sort of marks him for a certain kind of isolation. Right? There is something in the genius that requires careful observation by us. Here he seems to suggest the genius has a kind of extra power in his soul. He's capable of rising above will and the demands of will, which are the common run of all of us. He never escapes them, but there's a way in which his intellect is able to reach higher to, we might say, sort of get into the upper atmosphere of this earthbound, will-based existence. And this is part of what is so isolating for him. He's not able to engage with his contemporaries in the same mode as everyone else. This is a theme we'll see through the remainder of this essay hit on repeatedly, the isolation of the genius. But I think there's also a way in which Schopenhauer gives us a portrait of genius, the geniuses united across time. Genius calls to genius, I might say, from the high mountains of history, adapting a phrase from Nietzsche. I'll say also, since I've mentioned Nietzsche, you might contrast what is said here about the genius with Nietzsche's thoughts about the overman. I think there are some similarities, but also some very significant differences between these. This being kind of the background material against which Nietzsche is doing some of his thinking and defining of the Übermensch. There's this image that Schopenhauer gives us of the brain as a kind of parasite, sort of riding atop the spinal column, drawing its sustenance and not contributing much of anything to the being. That sounds, I think, very odd to the English ear. We think of parasites as things that you would be better off without. But I think what he's going for here is there's a sense in which the brain, especially the brain of the genius, a high-functioning brain, is a kind of free rider on the body and on the bodily existence, the existence that is dominated by satisfying the demands of will. That is to say, it really doesn't fulfill its evolution. It doesn't fulfill an evolutionary function, right? Is an intellect, is a high intellect, is an intellect that's capable of grasping, of the kind of intellectual greatness and cultural greatness that Schopenhauer is speaking of. Is that kind of intellect really pulling its weight, so to speak? Is that type of brain strictly necessary? And we might say no, that brain is kind of a net calorie consumer relative to what it produces for the good of the actual being. So in a sense, I think here, not so much a parasite as a kind of evolutionary free rider, especially in the genius. This is from the perspective of this sort of purely natural physical being and the demands of that kind of existence. There's a way that it stands above and goes beyond this and answers to a different order of value. And I'd like to conclude my comments on this section by sharing with you something that Saunders has omitted. The first 2 paragraphs of this essay come from a footnote to section 50 of this essay concerning the intellect of Schopenhauer's, but Saunders stops in the middle of the footnote. So I've gotten my copy of the Del Caro and Janeway translation from Cambridge University Press. This is volume 2 of Peroga and Paralipomena. And I just wanted to share with you the rest of that footnote as translated by them, since I think it's revealing of a theme connected with this essay. So this is not part of Saunders' text of the essay on genius, but it comes from the same source material. I'm adding it here on my own initiative. So they translate the passage that from the beginning of this concludes, whatever a nation has to show in works of fine art, poetry, and philosophy is the dividend of the surplus of intellect which has existed within it. Intellects are over and above what's strictly necessary. But the footnote goes on the following page with 2 more paragraphs. Here's what Schopenhauer continues by writing. The great majority of people are constituted in such a way that, according to their entire nature, they can be serious about nothing besides eating, drinking, and reproducing. They will immediately use what the rare and more exalted natures have brought into the world, be it religion, science, or art, as tools for their base purposes, mostly by making it into their mask. The intellect of ordinary people is on a very short tether, namely to its anchor, the will, so that it resembles a short and therefore rapidly swinging pendulum, or an angle of elongation with a short radius vector. This is why they really see nothing in things except just their advantage or disadvantage, but the latter all the more clearly, from which arises a great facility in dealing with it. The intellect of the genius, on the other hand, sees the things themselves, die Dinge selbst, and therein lies his ability. But due to this, his cognition of his own advantage or disadvantage is obscured or even suppressed by things, and it comes to pass that those others often make their way in life much more skillfully than he. One can compare them both to 2 chess players in a strange house, presented with genuine Chinese chess figures, exceedingly beautiful and artistically carved. One loses because his contemplation of the figures constantly distracts and confuses him. The other, without interest for such things, sees in them merely chess figures and wins. That's the end of the footnote from section 50 of the essay, Some Thoughts Concerning the Intellect in General and in Every Respect. It's chapter 3 of volume 2 of Peroga and Paralipomena from Cambridge University Press, translated Adrian Del Caro and Christopher Janeway. So I thought that was fascinating because there's a lot of great images in there, the fast swinging pendulum, the contrast between the genius mind and the ordinary mind. But here on the question of utility, right, it's precisely because the genius can see the higher value of things and the common man cannot, that the common man is so much more ruthless and efficient in assessing his own advantage and disadvantage and acting in his own best interests. It's like the chess player who appreciates the fineness of the chess pieces, who therefore doesn't apply himself to the actual activity of winning the game, but sort of has kind of artistic, aesthetic experience that gets in the way. So I like that very much, and I don't know why Saunders omitted it. It's possible that it wasn't in the edition that Saunders was translating. Schopenhauer did add to and revise different versions of Peroga and the different essays in it throughout his lifetime. It's possible Saunders was working from a source text that did not include that footnote. I don't know, but I thought that was quite valuable. In the next section of On Genius, we are going to look at the way in which the intellect of the genius differs not just quantitatively, but also, Schopenhauer says, qualitatively. It's a different type of intellect, it seems, from the intellect of the ordinary man. He's also going to speak of the nature of the kind of knowledge and the kind of wisdom that the genius seeks. The genius will be what I think I will call an ardent generalist. He will study things in themselves, the totality of things with a particular intensity. And we're also going to see Schopenhauer here talk about the way in which the genius is what he is for himself alone, not for others, not out of any kind of philanthropic or altruistic motive. He does what he does for himself alone, in part because there's no possibility that any other person or group of people or all of society could repay him sufficiently for what he suffers and for what he does. So here's what Schopenhauer writes. The difference between the genius and the ordinary man is no doubt a quantitative one, insofar as it is a difference of degree. But I am tempted to regard it also as qualitative, in view of the fact that ordinary minds, notwithstanding individual variation, have a certain tendency to think alike. Thus, on similar occasions, their thoughts at once all take a similar direction and run on the same lines. And this explains why their judgments constantly agree, not, however, because they are based on truth. To such lengths does this go that certain fundamental views obtain amongst mankind at all times, and are always being repeated and brought forward anew, whilst the great minds of all ages are in open or secret opposition to them. A genius is a man in whose mind the world is presented as an object is presented in a mirror. Alternate translation. A genius is a man in whose head the world as representation, die Welt als Vorstellung, has achieved a higher degree of lucidity. But with a degree more of clearness and a greater distinction of outline than is attained by ordinary people. It is from him that humanity may look for most instruction, for the deepest insight into the most important matters is to be acquired not by an observant attention to detail, but by a close study of things as a whole. And if his mind reaches maturity, the instruction he gives will be conveyed now in one form, now in another. Thus genius may be defined as an eminently clear consciousness of things in general, and therefore also of that which is opposed to them, namely one's own self. The world looks upon a man thus endowed and expects to learn something about life and its real nature. But several highly favorable circumstances must combine to produce genius, and this is a very rare event. It happens only now and then, let us say once in a century, that a man is born whose intellect so perceptibly surpasses the normal measure as to amount to that second faculty, which seems to be accidental, as it is out of all relation to the will. He may remain a long time without being recognized or appreciated, stupidity preventing the one and envy the other. But should this once come to pass, mankind will crowd round him and his works in the hope that he may be able to enlighten some of the darkness of their existence or inform them about it. His message is, to some extent, a revelation, and he himself a higher being, even though he may be but a little above the ordinary standard. Like the ordinary man, the genius is what he is chiefly for himself. This is essential to his nature, a fact which can neither be avoided nor altered. What he may be for others remains a matter of chance and of secondary importance. In no case can people receive from his mind more than a reflection, and then only when he joins with them in the attempt to get his thought into their heads, where, however, it is never anything but an exotic plant, stunted and frail. In order to have original, uncommon, and perhaps even immortal thoughts, it is enough to estrange oneself so fully from the world of things for a few moments that the most ordinary objects and events appear quite new and unfamiliar. In this way, their true nature is disclosed. What is here demanded cannot perhaps be said to be difficult. It is not in our power at all, but is just the province of genius. By itself, genius can produce original thoughts just as little as a woman by herself can bear children. Outward circumstances must come to fructify genius, and be, as it were, a father to its progeny. The mind of genius is among other minds what the carbuncle is among precious stones. It sends forth light of its own, while the others reflect only that which they have received. The relation of the genius to the ordinary mind may also be described as that of an ideo-electrical body to one which merely is a conductor of electricity. The mere man of learning who spends his life in teaching what he has learned is not strictly to be called a man of genius, just as ideo-electrical bodies are not conductors. Nay, genius stands to mere learning as the words to the music in a song. A man of learning is a man who has learned a great deal. A man of genius, one from whom we learn something which the genius has learned from nobody. Great minds, of which there is scarcely one in 100 millions, are thus the lighthouses of humanity, and without them mankind would lose itself in the boundless sea of monstrous error and bewilderment. And so the simple man of learning, in the strict sense of the word, the ordinary professor, for instance, looks upon the genius as much as we look upon a hare, which is good to eat after it has been killed and dressed up. So long as it is alive, it is only good to shoot at. In this section, Schopenhauer describes the genius as someone who engages in a close study of things as a whole. And this sounds odd to us, perhaps, because we don't think of the totality of things as being something which one can study closely. But this is precisely what characterizes the philosophical genius that Schopenhauer is talking about here. He has an appreciation for the totality of the world, he's not a specialist in any one narrow silo of the world. So that's the type of genius, what I called the generalist, the ardent generalist earlier. And he studies the things as a whole insofar as they are most directly opposed to their opposite, which is himself. It's the sense of self. And I think here we're thinking of the way in which the genius is the place where humanity becomes closest to rising above and perhaps escaping the gravitational pull of the will. It doesn't ever fully succeed, so there's no way of fully transcending the will. But this is the place in which the human intellect is able to lose itself most completely, to act and to think most selflessly and most objectively. So to rise above the demands of self and of individual striving, of will sort of acting itself out through me, the grasping part of existence. And that's precisely where the genius intellect is able to, like I said, get into sort of the upper atmosphere, almost out of range, to sort of, for a moment, do something truly great, something bright and clear. There is a question and answer post on the internet that I've found about the translation of this passage. I'll put the link in the description below. I don't think I'll put it up on screen here and go on about it in some detail, but I think it's worthwhile to take a look at this opposition between the things as a whole and the self. Also in this section, we find that the message of genius in society and culture will be experienced by non-geniuses as a kind of revelation, Schopenhauer says, as from a higher being, although maybe a being that's only slightly higher, right? So it's as though, one of the lower orders of angels came to speak to us, but it's that similar kind of comprehension, right? The people are kind of in awe. I think of maybe the minions from the Toy Story movie, like they're looking up at the light. Ooh, right. There's just something transcendent, even in the sort of narrow earthbound sense, about the works, the cultural products, and the intellectual products of the genius. There is this image here as well of the idea that the genius doesn't sort of bring forth his works from within himself any more than a woman can conceive on her own. You need the genius mind needs circumstances, needs the pressures of life and the events, the historical events of his own place and time, to impregnate the intellect so that something great can be produced by it. That's a helpful reminder and perhaps an interesting point of contrast, potentially, with Nietzsche's Overman. And finally, this image of the geniuses as the lighthouses of humanity. Right? They sort of allow us to see our way between the distant dark reaches of our own culture, of our own place and time. If nobody were to build them, we would be in darkness forever. We would have no hope. So these sort of rare figures who establish a light in the darkness and fix it in one place for the safety and the reference of all the rest of mankind. That's the role that the culture plays. That's the role that the genius plays in culture, according to Schopenhauer. This third part of the essay, Schopenhauer will talk about the rewards and also the hazards of genius, both the burdens that they bear and also the consolations that they receive, and why it is that genius must always necessarily be unappreciated or even condemned and despised by its contemporaries. And for this reason, the man of genius tends to be unsociable and to be a very unpleasant company. And we can read this, of course, in light of what we know of Schopenhauer's biography, that he is perhaps thinking of himself and his own experiences when he's describing this particular fact about the man of intellectual excellence among the common people, and trying to achieve the recognition that that his work deserves in his own place and time during his lifetime. So here's what Schopenhauer writes. He who wishes to experience gratitude from his contemporaries must adjust his pace to theirs. But great things are never produced in this way. And he who wants to do great things must direct his gaze to posterity, and in firm confidence elaborate his work for coming generations. No doubt the result may be that he will remain quite unknown to his contemporaries, and comparable to a man who, compelled to spend his life upon a lonely island, with great effort sets up a monument there to transmit to future seafarers the knowledge of his existence. If he thinks it a hard fate, let him console himself with the reflection that the ordinary man who lives for practical aims only often suffers a like fate, without having any compensation to hope for, inasmuch as he may, under favorable conditions, spend a life of material production, earning, buying, building, fertilizing, laying out, founding, establishing, beautifying with daily effort and unflagging zeal, and all the time think that he is working for himself, and yet, in the end, it is his descendants who reap the benefit of it all, and sometimes not even his descendants. It is the same with the man of genius. He too hopes for his reward, and for honor at least, but at last finds that he has worked for posterity alone. Both, to be sure, have inherited a great deal from their ancestors. The compensation I have mentioned as the privilege of genius lies not in what it is to others, but in what it is to itself. What man has, in any real sense, lived more than he whose moments of thought make their echoes heard through the tumult of centuries? Perhaps, after all, it would be the best thing for a genius to attain undisturbed possession of himself by spending his life in enjoying the pleasure of his own thoughts, his own works, and by admitting the world only as the heir of his ample existence. Then the world would find the mark of his existence only after his death, as it finds that of the iconolith. Translator's note: for an illustration of this feeling in poetry, Schopenhauer refers the reader to Byron's Prophecy of Dante. It is not only in the activity of his highest powers that the genius surpasses ordinary people. A man who is unusually well knit, supple, and agile will perform all his movements with exceptional ease, even with comfort, because he takes a direct pleasure in an activity for which he is particularly well equipped, and therefore often exercises it without any object. Further, if he is an acrobat or a dancer, not only does he take leaps which other people cannot execute, but he also betrays rare elasticity and agility in those easier steps which others can also perform, and even in ordinary walking. In the same way, a man of superior mind will not only produce thoughts and works which could never have come from another. It will not be here alone that he will show his greatness, but as knowledge and thought form a mode of activity natural and easy to him, he will also delight himself in them at all times, and so apprehend small matters which are within the range of other minds more easily, quickly, and correctly than they. Thus he will take a direct and lively pleasure in every increase of knowledge, every problem solved, every witty thought, whether of his own or another's. And so his mind will have no further aim than to be constantly active. This will be an inexhaustible spring of delight, and boredom, that spectre which haunts the ordinary man, can never come near him. Then, too, the masterpieces of past and contemporary men of genius exist in their fullness for him alone. If a great product of genius is recommended to the ordinary, simple mind, it will take as much pleasure in it as the victim of gout receives in being invited to a ball. The one goes for the sake of formality, and the other reads the book so as not to be in arrear. For La Bruyère was quite right when he said, "All the wit in the world is lost upon him who has none." The whole range of thought of a man of talent, or of a genius, compared with the thoughts of the common man, is, even when directed to objects essentially the same, like a brilliant oil painting full of life, compared with a mere outline or a weak sketch in watercolor. All this is part of the reward of genius, and compensates him for a lonely existence in a world with which he has nothing in common and no sympathies. But since size is relative, it comes to the same thing whether I say Caius was a great man, or Caius has to live amongst wretchedly small people, for Brobdingnag and Lilliput vary only in the point from which they start. However great, then, however admirable or instructive a long posterity may think the author of immortal works, during his lifetime he will appear to his contemporaries small, wretched, and insipid in proportion. This is what I mean by saying that as there are 300 degrees from the base of a tower to the summit, so there are exactly 300 from the summit to the base. Great minds thus owe little ones some indulgence, for it is only in virtue of these little minds that they themselves are great. Let us then not be surprised if we find men of genius generally unsociable and repellent. It is not their want of sociability that is to blame. Their path through the world is like that of a man who goes for a walk on a bright summer morning. He gazes with delight on the beauty and freshness of nature, but he has to rely wholly on that for entertainment, for he can find no society but the peasants as they bend over the earth and cultivate the soil. It is often the case that a great mind prefers soliloquy to the dialogue he may have in this world. If he condescends to it, now and then, the hollowness of it may possibly drive him back to his soliloquy, for in forgetfulness of his interlocutor, or caring little whether he understands or not, he talks to him as a child talks to a doll. Modesty in a great mind would, no doubt, be pleasing to the world, but unluckily it is a contradictio in adjecto. It would compel a genius to give the thoughts and opinions, nay, even the method and style of the million preference over his own, to set a higher value upon them, and wide apart as they are, to bring his views into harmony with theirs, or even suppress them altogether, so as to let the others hold the field. In that case, however, he would either produce nothing at all, or else his achievements would be just upon a level with theirs. Great, genuine, and extraordinary work can be done only insofar as its author disregards the method, the thoughts, the opinions of his contemporaries, and quietly works on, in spite of their criticism, on his side despising what they praise. No one becomes great without arrogance of this sort. Should his life and work fall upon a time which cannot recognize and appreciate him, he is at any rate true to himself, like some noble traveler forced to pass the night in a miserable inn. When morning comes, he contentedly goes his way. A poet or a philosopher should have no fault to find with his age, if it only permits him to do his work undisturbed in his own corner, nor with his fate, if the corner granted him allows of his following his vocation without having to think about other people. So what are the rewards and consolations for the life of genius? Well, I think there's at least four that Schopenhauer mentions here. The first comes simply in the life of the genius himself. In being the genius, in doing what he does, he finds the value, the source of value within himself. Second, Schopenhauer mentions that the man of genius, like the accomplished acrobat, is able to do simple things well, better and more easily, more fluidly than everybody else. Think of the way in which an acrobat or a dancer might walk or do some very simple sort of physical task. Why? Why does he do it better than everybody else? Well, because he's got this superlative muscular training and skill and bodily presence, so that the dancer, not performing but simply dancing socially, moves very beautifully and gracefully. There's this kind of grace to the life of the intellect that Schopenhauer is suggesting characterizes the person of genius as well. Third, the genius also is capable of enjoying all knowledge, of taking a sort of special, he calls it an endless spring of delight that the genius might take in all forms of knowledge because of the quality of his mind. And then lastly, the genius is capable of appreciating master works, the great works of history, works of Shakespeare, great works of art, literary works, all the more because of his capability of producing the same himself. So those seem to be some of the consolations, some of the rewards of genius. I think most especially that first one, that he simply has his locus of value, including his self-value, within himself, not in the satisfaction of his will, but in what he can produce for posterity, for the benefit of the entire human race, for the excellence that he alone is capable of. What are some of the hazards of the genius? Well, the first, he will remain unknown in his own time. He will experience the ingratitude of his contemporaries. There's a nice image here that people in general are capable only of appreciating what is at their own level, or I might say, thinking of kind of relativity theory, of what is moving at approximately their own speed. Okay, so if the genius is moving at half the speed of light, he's just going to fly by people that they won't notice him at all, people who are moving much more slowly. So it is simply a matter of the frame of reference that people have is going to be so out of scale to what the genius is attempting and producing that only other people at, might say, his same speed, his same speed, half the speed of light, whatever it is, will be capable of even perceiving, much less judging, what he's trying to do. There's also going to be the case that the genius is going to be seen with a certain amount of disdain and even contempt among the people of his own time and culture. It's the very nature of his work to be misunderstood. And for this reason, he will be isolated, he will be unsociable, he will not be able to enjoy the sort of ordinary social events and friendships that would be the common lot of mankind, and he'll stand out for that reason. People will say, why is Arthur so flinty, so obnoxious? Why did he throw that old lady down the stairs, etc., etc.? It seems to me that the key feature of the genius emphasized in this section is the genius just wants to be left alone. In fact, what does he say back here on slide 33? I think I printed this out. It's a great quotation. Perhaps after all, it would be the best thing for a genius to attain undisturbed possession of himself by spending his life in enjoying the pleasure of his own thoughts, his own works, and admitting the world only as the heir of his ample existence. Lock myself up, and you guys can have what I've produced after I'm gone as my heir, but please, no interaction with the rest of the world unless I have to. Why? Because the only thing really worthy of my attention is the quality of my own thoughts and the brilliance of my own works. So this kind of retreating to his workshop, to his private study, to be alone with his thoughts, which are the only things of sufficient quality for him, seems to be part of this portrait of the flinty, obnoxious, antisocial genius that Schopenhauer is drawing here. In the next part of the essay, Schopenhauer is going to write about the role of leisure in the life of genius and how this is different from the expectations and activities of the common people. He'll also tell us a bit about the role of the genius in culture and how it happens that each genius has a certain type of weakness, a certain weak spot. He's not excellent all around, but necessarily has some kind of weakness relative to his own greatest strength. So here's what Schopenhauer writes. For the brain to be a mere laborer in the service of the belly is indeed the common lot of almost all those who do not live on the work of their hands. And they are far from being discontented with their lot. But it strikes despair into a man of great mind, whose brain power goes beyond the measure necessary for the service of the will, and he prefers, if need be, to live in the narrowest circumstances, so long as they afford him the free use of his time for the development and application of his faculties. In other words, if they give him the leisure which is invaluable to him. It is otherwise with ordinary people, for their leisure has no value in itself, nor is it indeed without its dangers, as these people seem to know. The technical work of our time, which is done to an unprecedented perfection, has, by increasing and multiplying objects of luxury, given the favorites of fortune a choice between more leisure and culture upon the one side, and additional luxury and good living, but with increased activity, upon the other. And, true to their character, they choose the latter, and prefer champagne to freedom. And they are consistent in their choice, for to them every exertion of the mind which does not serve the aims of the will is folly. Intellectual effort for its own sake they call eccentricity. Therefore, persistence in the aims of the will and the belly will be concentricity, and to be sure the will is in the center, the kernel of the world. But in general, it is very seldom that any such alternative is presented. For, as with money, most men have no superfluity, but only just enough for their needs. So with intelligence, they possess just what will suffice for the service of the will, that is, for the carrying on of their business. Having made their fortune, they are content to gape or to indulge in sensual pleasures or childish amusements, cards or dice, or they will talk in the dullest way, or dress up and make obeisance to one another. And how few are those who have even a little superfluity of intellectual power! Like the others, they too make themselves a pleasure, but it is a pleasure of the intellect. Either they will pursue some liberal study which brings them in nothing, or they will practice some art, and in general they will be capable of taking an objective interest in things, so that it will be possible to converse with them. But with the others it is better not to enter into any relations at all, for, except when they tell the results of their own experience and give an account of their special vocation, or at any rate impart what they have learned from someone else, their conversation will not be worth listening to, and if anything is said to them, they will rarely grasp or understand it aright, and it will in most cases be opposed to their own opinions. Balthazar Gracian describes them very strikingly as men who are not men, hombres que no lo son. And Giordano Bruno says the same thing. What a difference there is in having to do with men compared with those who are only made in their image and likeness! And how wonderfully this passage agrees with that remark in the Chorale. The common people look like men, but I have never seen anything quite like them. If the reader will consider the extent to which these ideas agree in thought and even in expression, and in the wide difference between them in point of date and nationality, he cannot doubt but that they are at one with the facts of life. It was certainly not under the influence of those passages that, about 20 years ago, I tried to get a snuff-box made, the lid of which should have 2 fine chestnuts represented on it, if possible in mosaic, together with a leaf which was to show that they were horse chestnuts. The symbol was meant to keep the thought constantly before my mind. If anyone wishes for entertainment, such as will prevent him feeling solitary, even when he is alone, let me recommend the company of dogs, whose moral and intellectual qualities may almost afford delight and gratification. Still, we should always be careful to avoid being unjust. I am often surprised by the cleverness, and now and again by the stupidity, of my dog, and I have similar experiences with mankind. Countless times in indignation at their incapacity, their total lack of discernment, their bestiality, I have been forced to echo the old complaint that folly is the mother and nurse of the human race. Humani generis mater nutrixque profecto stultitia est. But at other times I have been astounded that from such a race there could have gone forth so many arts and sciences, abounding in so much use and beauty, even though it has always been the few that produced them. Yet these arts and sciences have struck root, established and perfected themselves, and the race has, with persistent fidelity, preserved Homer, Plato, Horace, and others for thousands of years, by copying and treasuring their writings, thus saving them from oblivion, in spite of all the evils and atrocities that have happened in the world. Thus the race has proved that it appreciates the value of these things, and at the same time it can form a correct view of special achievements or estimate signs of judgment and intelligence. When this takes place amongst those who belong to the great multitude, it is by a kind of inspiration. Sometimes a correct opinion will be formed by the multitude itself, but this is only when the chorus of praise has grown full and complete. It is then like the sound of untrained voices. Where there are enough of them, it is always harmonious. Those who emerge from the multitude, those who are called men of genius, are merely the lucida intervalla of the whole human race. They achieve what the others could not possibly achieve. Their originality is so great that not only is their divergence from others obvious, but their individuality is expressed with such force that all the men of genius who have ever existed show, every one of them, peculiarities of character and mind, so that the gifts of his works is one which he alone of all men could ever have presented to the world. This is what makes that simile of Ariosto's so true and so justly celebrated. Natura lo fece e puarupe lo stampo. After nature stamps a man of genius, she breaks the die. But there is always a limit to human capacity, and no one can be a great genius without having some decidedly weak side. It may even be some intellectual narrowness. In other words, there will be some faculty in which he is now and then inferior to men of moderate endowments. It will be a faculty which, if strong, might have been an obstacle to the exercise of the qualities in which he excels. What this weak point is, it will always be hard to define with any accuracy, even in a given case. It may be better expressed indirectly. Thus, Plato's weak point is exactly that in which Aristotle is strong, and vice versa. And so, too, Kant is deficient just where Goethe is great. Schopenhauer in this section notes the wide gap between the genius and the common person. This is precisely where this essay began, as edited by Saunders, right? There's no wider gap than the gap between the man of genius and the common run of humanity. And so he notes also that it is, in general, best for the genius to avoid all social and intellectual contact with certain types of people who can only potentially pull him down or interfere with his work. Schopenhauer speaks here also of the genius as the unique high points of humanity, the sort of places where it rises to the very clearest and best height that the human intellect is capable of, doing what only they can do. There's a sense in which each genius is kind of sui generis, like a sort of its own new genus, like an angel. It is able to do one thing that no other human intellect has been able to do. And we might think here these are very rare, generational, once in a century, once every several centuries intellects, like Shakespeare, perhaps Goethe, and others. We're talking about the sort of the best that the human race is capable of producing in this world. He says also that every genius has a characteristic weakness, and they have a weakness because they're human, and human capacities are limited. And it's curious, though, because the weakness turns out to be an element of strength. He says that the weakness will be a lesser developed faculty, which, if it had been highly developed, would have gotten in the way of the achievement of the genius's unique talent or unique ability. So this is by way of accounting, I think, for the fact that the genius will be inferior to common men in some respects. He doesn't specify just what they are, but it sounds like part of this is accounting for the fact that the genius is not somebody who is superlative in every respect of humanity, but one who is great in a particular way that may require some other kinds of inferiority. In the next and final part of the essay, Schopenhauer discusses veneration, the way that common people venerate. He thinks this is bad or low, base. Venerate the persons, the places, the objects of genius. And he talks about what I can only really describe as the kind of midwit engagement with and appreciation of genius. You can listen to what's ahead and tell me in the comments below if you agree with that description. And I think he also gives us a portrait at the end of the kind of heroic character of the solitary genius, carrying on for little or no reward, thinking only of posterity, not of himself, not of his contemporaries, but only of the greatness of the work in front of him and of achieving it to pass it on to the human race. So here's how Schopenhauer finishes the essay. Now, mankind is fond of venerating something, but its veneration is generally directed to the wrong object, and it remains so directed until posterity comes to set it right. But the educated public is no sooner set right in this than the honor which is due to genius degenerates, just as the honor which the faithful pay to their saints easily passes into a frivolous worship of relics. Thousands of Christians adore the relics of a saint whose life and doctrine are unknown to them, and the religion of thousands of Buddhists lies more in veneration of the holy tooth, or some such object, or the vessel that contains it, or the holy bowl, or the fossil footstep, or the holy tree which Buddha planted, than in the thorough knowledge and faithful practice of his high teaching. Petrarch's house in Arqua, Tasso's supposed prison in Ferrara, Shakespeare's house in Stratford with its chair, Goethe's house in Weimar with its furniture, Kant's old hat, the autographs of great men, these things are gaped at with interest and awe by many who have never read their works. They cannot do anything more than just gape. The intelligent amongst them are moved by the wish to see the objects which the great man habitually had before his eyes, and by a strange illusion these produce the mistaken notion that with the objects they are bringing back the man himself, or that something of him must cling to them. Akin to such people are those who earnestly strive to acquaint themselves with the subject matter of a poet's works, or to unravel the personal circumstances and events in his life which have suggested particular passages. This is as though the audience in a theater were to admire a fine scene and then rush upon the stage to look at the scaffolding that supports it. There are, in our day, enough instances of these critical investigators, and they prove the truth of the saying that mankind is interested not in the form of a work, that is, in its manner of treatment, but in its actual matter. All it cares for is the theme. To read a philosopher's biography instead of studying his thoughts is like neglecting a picture and attending only to the style of its frame, debating whether it is carved well or ill and how much it cost to gild it. This is all very well. However, there is another class of persons whose interest is also directed to material and personal considerations, but they go much further and carry it to a point where it becomes absolutely futile. Because a great man has opened up to them the treasures of his inmost being, and by a supreme effort of his faculties produced works which not only redound to their elevation and enlightenment, but will also benefit their posterity to the 10th and 20th generation, because he has presented mankind with a matchless gift, these varlets think themselves justified in sitting in judgment upon his personal morality, and trying, if they cannot discover here or there, some spot in him which will soothe the pain they feel at the sight of so great a mind, compared with the overwhelming feeling of their own nothingness. This is the real source of all those prolix discussions, carried on in countless books and reviews, on the moral aspect of Goethe's life, and whether he ought not to have married one or other of the girls with whom he fell in love in his young days, whether again, instead of honestly devoting himself to the service of his master, he should not have been a man of the people, a German patriot, worthy of a seat in the Pulskirche, and so on. Such crying ingratitude and malicious detraction prove that these self-constituted judges are as great knaves morally as they are intellectually, which is saying a great deal. A man of talent will strive for money and reputation, but the spring that moves genius to the production of its works is not as easy to name. Wealth is seldom its reward, nor is it reputation or glory. Only a Frenchman could mean that. Glory is such an uncertain thing, and if you look at it closely, of so little value. Besides, it never corresponds to the effort you have made. Responsuro tuo nunquam est par forma labori. The fame you are due will never correspond with your achievements. Nor again is it exactly the pleasure it gives you, for this is almost outweighed by the greatness of the effort. It is rather a peculiar kind of instinct which drives the man of genius to give permanent form to what he sees and feels, without being conscious of any further motive. It works in the main by a necessity similar to that which makes a tree bear its fruit, and no external condition is needed but the ground upon which it is to thrive. On closer examination, it seems as though, in the case of a genius, the will to live, which is the spirit of the human species, were conscious of having, by some rare chance and for a brief period, attained a greater clearness of vision, and were now trying to secure it, or at least the outcome of it, for the whole species, to which the individual genius in his inmost being belongs, so that the light which he sheds about him may pierce the darkness and dullness of ordinary human consciousness, and there produce some good effect. Arising in some such way, this instinct drives the genius to carry his work to completion, without thinking of reward or applause or sympathy, to leave all care for his own personal welfare, to make his life one of industrious solitude, and to strain his faculties to the utmost. He thus comes to think more about posterity than about contemporaries, because while the latter can only lead him astray, posterity forms the majority of the species, and time will gradually bring the discerning few who can appreciate him. Meanwhile, it is with him as with the artist described by Goethe. He has no princely patron to prize his talents, no friend to rejoice with him. Ein Fürst, der die Talente schätzt, ein Freund, der sich mit mir ergötzt, die haben leider mir gefällt. A prince who knew my talents' measure, a friend with whom to share my leisure, regrettably I had them not. His work is, as it were, a sacred object, and the true fruit of his life, and his aim in storing it away for a more discerning posterity will be to make it the property of mankind. An aim like this far surpasses all others, and for it he wears the crown of thorns which is one day to bloom into a wreath of laurel. All his powers are concentrated in the effort to complete and secure his work, just as the insect, in the last stage of its development, uses its whole strength on behalf of a brood it will never live to see. It puts its eggs in some place of safety, where, as it well knows, the young will one day find life and nourishment, and then dies in confidence. And so genius, it seems, is always misunderstood. There's not going to be a great deal of understanding and sympathy out there for any genius at any point in time. The genius will be misunderstood by the low, who will, maybe characteristic of their minds and their lives, venerate the places and the objects, sort of go and sort of handle them and marvel at, wow, this is the very seat, this is the very chair upon which he sat, right? So like a museum piece. This because this is the way in which they think, right? They think the intellect of the genius must have somehow imbued these objects with a certain kind of sacredness. So they treat them as relics of a saint, for example. And then what I called earlier the midwit appreciation, that they don't fall for the sort of these are the holy objects that were near the intellectually great man. Rather, they obsess over the biography, over the little details of the man's work. They write, we might say, kind of small books about great men, speculating about this or that detail of their biography, or whether Goethe should have married this girl or that girl, etc., missing entirely the quality of the ideas, the great sweep of the intellectual project, of the cultural project, of the inheritance that they have given to us. And so they miss the point in, might say, a slightly higher, but still just as comprehensively wrong way. Schopenhauer also tells us here that the true genius will live and work for himself alone, beyond the demands of will in him. So he lives for himself, for what is in him, but not for the will in him. So he's risen above, again, the kind of grasping elements of desire and the satisfaction of desire, even of higher, more intellectual types of desire. And he lives, if for anybody, he lives for posterity, for the generations to come after, who will be able to see, because they're far enough away from it, the true greatness, the height of his greatness and the magnificence of his work. So he lives selflessly, I would say, but not altruistically, not for the benefit of others, except for the distant others, remote others of posterity, but because the appreciation of his achievement will only be evident to people far distant from him in time. That's been mentioned in a previous essay besides. So there's this portrait of the heroic genius, I think, who's pushing onward, who can die contented, knowing that he will be appreciated at some point in the distant future. So that wraps up my commentary and my reading of On Genius by Arthur Schopenhauer, translated and edited by T. Bailey Saunders. That concludes also this entire work, The Art of Literature. I've not yet picked out what I'm going to do next about Schopenhauer. I very much enjoyed talking about Saunders' translations of his essays, and I could do one of those in the future. I have promised people that I would start in on parts, at least, of The World as Will and Representation. I'm working on a project like that. What I may do in the meantime are some biographical essays about Schopenhauer and about different ways in which he's been read by different commentators and different introductions to his work. So you can look for that in the coming weeks. Thank you for sticking with me all the way to the end of this video, all the way to the end of this book. If you have any suggestions for me, I'd appreciate you leaving them in the comments below or on a comment on a post on my wall here on YouTube. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye.